Okay, good morning, folks. This is the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. It is Wednesday, November 2nd. This is our weekly meeting. We will begin with a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Ackerman.
Here.
Commissioner Bogue.
Here.
Commissioner Cross.
Present.
Commissioner McGowan.
Here.
Commissioner Mesner. Commissioner Oath. Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 out of 7 commissioners present.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Good to see everybody. It looks like we've got 96 participants and counting. Welcome everyone to our virtual Zoom meeting. We start with commissioner comments. This is the time when any commissioner can make comments that are helpful in terms of what we've been doing and what we're doing, etc. I did have one comment. I was reviewing one of our recent submittals, and I was reviewing another submittal with regard to public comments. We welcome public comments. We have done everything we can to create a very transparent, open environment for all members of the public to provide information to us. We've noted previously that we review all public comments that are provided to us, whether those folks are near to a proposed application or not. But I did note, and it was a little disturbing and I was a little disappointed. Am I getting echoed? How's that? Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, I did not do anything different. I'm doing exactly the same thing, but it seems to be working. Anyway, the point I was going to make is I have noted that occasionally we have received written public comments that are not appropriate. And when I mean not appropriate, they are laced with profanity and other inappropriate information. And that's just, guys, that's just not appropriate for us. I'm going to completely disregard such comments. We are going to also put on our public comment webpage a statement regarding what public comments ought to look like, what they should contain and what they should not contain. And we're not gonna, at this point, go back and kind of redact the record because it would be a ton of time and effort in figuring out IT. But I just want folks to know that, at least from this commissioner's perspective, if you're yelling at us and you are providing profanity in your public comment, it's not going to be paid attention to by me. And going into the future, if there is profanity or information that is inappropriate, then that public comment will be redacted. We will not allow it to remain. So folks, just be kind. I mean, we want to hear from you, but we don't want to hear from you in an environment that is not professional. So that's my public comment. That's my commissioner comment. Do any other commissioners have comments? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Chair Robbins. And for the record, I agree with your comments that you just made as well. I wanted to update the commission real quick that as the commission knows, the BLM is initiating a resource management plan amendment in Colorado. And a significant portion of that has to do with how they're going to structure oil and gas development on federal lands. Wanted to update the commission that I'm participating in those cooperator agency meetings. As always, DNR is doing a great job of participating as well and representing Colorado. They're in the scoping period currently, which means they're devising potential alternatives that will be up for consideration in the larger amendment plan. So that's where they sit. They're just at the beginning, just started a couple of months ago, and it'll be a relatively lengthy process, but wanted to update the commission that we're moving through the development of alternatives process. That's all I have. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Fantastic. Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman, for leading on that important topic. Other commissioners with comments? Okay, seeing none, we will continue through our agenda. Next on the agenda is consent agenda. Does anyone have questions with regard to consent today? Commissioner McGowan.
Sorry, this is where I start confusing our consent agenda and other things. is on the consent agenda, the carbon storage solutions. Okay, I don't have an issue with it, but I was wondering, and I don't even know if the folks requesting the variance are with us, but I was interested in having a quick conversation with them about if the carbon storage, if this test well ends up working and they get their IUC from the EPA and they start capturing carbon, where that will be reflected kind of in our cumulative impacts data collection for the state. Obviously, it would be an important piece of a goal toward greenhouse gas reductions. And so just wondering, like, would they be willing, and or would that data be submitted to COGCC or CDPHE or Colorado Energy Office? I would just be curious to know what those folks think.
I see Ms. Bronson has visualized herself. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, commissioners. And actually, Ms. Larson, if you could also bring Dan Sanders from Carbon Storage Solutions in. I'm one of the attorneys for CSS, but Dan will have a response for Commissioner McGowan on this issue.
If both Ms. Bronson and Mr. Sanders could introduce themselves for the record, that would be great.
Yes.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Commissioner McGowan, thank you for the question. I'm Dan Sanders with Carbon Storage Solutions. And to answer your question, we expect CDPHE to account for the greenhouse gas savings. They are in the initial stages, as everyone probably knows, of the new GEM tool rulemaking process. We are party to that as a stakeholder, and we are expected as one of the facilities to be included in that new rule. We are also going through a Title V application for our air permit. So we expect to account for further reductions in pollutants in that process as well. We do, just for the record, we do expect to sequester about 100,000 metric tons of CO2 greenhouse gas emissions per year.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you. It's very helpful and very interesting. And now I want to ask you why you need a Title V permit, because that's usually related to emissions, but I'm going to stop now. And I appreciate your response. Thank you.
Great. Any further questions with regard to consent, in particular now that we've got the applicant for the one matter before us? Okay, great. Thank you both. We now will move toward whether we have a motion to approve consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Cross, second from Commissioner McGowan. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda carries. Very good. All right, we're now going to move to docket number 2107-00116. This is Crestone Peak Resources. It is a comprehensive area plan. And we've got quite a bit of information to be submitted to us on this. We do start this agenda item with public comment. And in that regard, we have, hold on just a second, pulling up my sheet. Let's see here. Quite a few public commenters. So let's start by bringing them up. Hearings Manager Larson, I'm going to let you run this. My computer is running afoul.
No problem. So first up, we have Mr. William Windler. And just to give notice to the other individuals we have coming up next after Mr. Windler, we have Jillian Coffey, Monica Burton, and Brent Goodlet. So we'll start to bring those other individuals into the meeting if we see them. So if you do see me asking you to become a panelist, please do accept my requests.
Mr. Chair.
Again, I'm having a little computer difficulty. Mimi, if you could chair for a bit, I'm trying to
Sure.
get my screen back up.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you. Could we ask folks to, when they introduce themselves, to state whether or not they live within the cap area that I'm going to assume most of public comment is about the cap today?
Yes, Commissioner McGowan, all of our public comment today is related to this cap application. So Mr. Windler, you are in the meeting. If you would please come on camera if you'd like and come off mute and we can start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. Good morning. My name is William Windler, and my family has owned minerals in sections 13, 18, 19, and 24 since almost statehood. We have about one section of mineral rights located in these four sections. Our mineral acres are all located within the box elder cap. First, my family supports your staff's recommendation that all of the acres proposed in the cap remain in the cap. I have seen many oil companies and politicians come and go over the past 71 years of my life. And I have to say that Crestone and its affiliates are by far the best I have ever seen or worked with. The staff has gone above and beyond the call of duty to involve the state, City of Aurora, citizens, and property and mineral owners in the development of the comprehensive area plan. Your staff has given the green light, and I believe the City of Aurora has well. We hope that the commission will give the green light as well. Once again, the plan needs to be approved as is with all of the land in the application. The applicant has met all of the state and local standards, and in several cases have gone above and beyond the call of duty. In my research, their operations will probably be the most cutting edge and environmentally friendly in the country and maybe the world. Their hard work and dedication is doing the right thing and involving all stakeholders in the process, and this should serve as a model of professionalism and cutting edge technology. My family read in preparation for this hearing your staff's recommendation. One issue surprised us and is of great concern to us. That issue is that the Aurora Highlands and Green Valley Ranch are requesting the commission to exclude their surface property from the cap. We strongly object to that request because my family owns a large percentage of minerals under their lands. These two entities should not be allowed to exclude our mineral rights from the cap and jeopardize our constitutionally protected rights to access them. They made no effort to correspond with members of my family regarding their request to this body. It seems they are assuming they know what is best for my family and the mineral ownership that we have. On the other hand, Crestone and their affiliates have worked with my family and other landowners to get where we are today, resulting in the cap application before you. In addition, a key point in Colorado law regarding mineral rights is that mineral rights take precedence over surface rights, basically because of national security issues and our entire economy and national defense being dependent upon reliable energy production. This means that mineral right owners have a legal right to enter and use the surface of a property that is reasonable and necessary to extract such minerals. Some of this is a quote from the law office of Eric Nesbitt. I also believe that Crestone Resources has gone above and beyond the call of duty in working with all of the mineral owners and landowners in the area. Therefore, I respectfully request the commission approve the comprehensive area plan as is and deny the removal of certain lands owned by the Aurora Highlands and Green Valley Ranch. Such removal would, in my opinion, seem arbitrary and capricious and not founded on solid factual, legal, or regulatory basis. As a mineral owner and owners, as my family are, we also have standing in this particular matter. And just as one side comment, Crestone or none of these energy developers in the area use slave labor to extract precious minerals as they do in China and use child labor.
Mr. Windler, you are
unwilling
over time,
child
so if
labor.
you could wrap this up, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, so I just request that you approve the application as is, and I'm sorry I went over time. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, next up, we have Monica Colbert Burton. We are looking for Jillian Coffey. So we'll hear from Ms. Burton now while we continue to look for Ms. Coffey.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to join today. As was mentioned, my name is Monica Colbert Burton. I serve as the board chair for the Aurora Public Schools Foundation. The APS Foundation has been supporting the students of Aurora for more than 25 years and has invested nearly $16 million throughout Aurora's 63 schools, supporting our more than 38,000 students. I have personally been involved in Aurora for about the last 10 years, having served on the Board of Education prior to my role with the foundation. Education is a passion of mine, and as an advocate, as a mom, my family and my 4 children live within this CAP area, and we are personally impacted by it. I am here today to speak in support of Civitas and its affiliated producers, including Crestone. This company shares my passion for education, particularly in Aurora. They've been strong partners and supporters of our mission and our efforts to create a more robust education system in our city to support the next generation of students that will lead in this great city. These development opportunities in Aurora drive a significant portion of our schools funding and the future of millions of dollars, thanks to local property taxes and from these operations. We've already seen past support, but this comprehensive area plan development will ensure future years will continue to see similar funding levels. As they say, it takes a village to raise a child. Between Civitas and its legacy companies, support to the Aurora Public Schools Foundation, and their incredible public revenue generated at its sites, this funding will continue to benefit our students for years to come. I thank you for this time, and I do hope that you'll support the Box Elder CAP.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. Next up, we have Mr. Brent Goodlett.
Hi, can you hear me, commissioners?
We can.
All right. Thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Brent Goodlett. I'm a climate and environmental justice advocate for the people of Colorado and a community organizer with Climate Movement Co. Before I begin my remarks today, I first want to acknowledge that the lands upon which we are gathered here today are the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Ute, the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Kiowa, and many other indigenous tribes and peoples, great stewards of these lands, air, and water, subjected to genocide and forced removal. With this acknowledgement, let us reaffirm our commitment to confront both the injustices of these historical acts and the injustice that perpetuates from them still today. Now to my comments. In stern opposition to the Box Elder CAP, in opposition to 151 new fracking wells across an already fracked up landscape in eastern Aurora, where hundreds to thousands of families will be stuck living with the consequences of the decisions made here today, many suffering health consequences for the rest of their lives, to say nothing of the suffering yet to come, to be visited upon beleaguered communities, disproportionately Black, Brown, and Indigenous and low-income communities least responsible for the growing climate crisis. I speak as a longtime resident of Aurora, currently living a few miles south of the CAP area, who graduated from Overland High School and who served as a member of the United States Army Reserve based out of Fitzsimmons. With regular visits to Buckley Air Force Base over the years on lands surrounded by fracking sites, whether from toxic burn pits overseas or from fracking sites and smog back here at stateside, I remain fortunate, for I only suffer small burdens from the toxic air that I have breathed, at least thus far. While my mother, who has been less fortunate, she's also a longtime resident of Aurora and is now a survivor of lung cancer who suffers from asthma exacerbated by pollution and ozone that oil and gas extraction creates, more so than any other sector of our economy. Well, enough is enough. We, the people of Aurora, deserve to breathe clean air and deserve a livable climate. We don't want more pollution and an ever worsening climate crisis. We don't want this Box Elder CAP project to move forward. We have been fracked enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goodlett. Next up, we will be hearing from Kate Christensen from 350 Colorado.
Hi, thanks for taking the time to hear my comments today. Like Mimi said, I'm Kate Christensen. I'm with 350 Colorado. I've been breathing the air and drinking the water in the land we call Colorado for over 20 years. My husband grew up in Aurora and has lived in Colorado his whole life, and our family still lives in Aurora, and we're asking you to deny the box elder cap. I want to zoom out a little bigger than this cap. Even more, I know caps are, 3,000-foot view, but I want to look at the drilling in the EPA ozone non-attainment area. And I know you're screaming in your heads right now. We told her this is the CDPHE. We told her 100 times, but stop playing Wordle. This is important. I see that. It was a joke. It was supposed to be a joke, Karen. Commissioner McGowan, that was supposed to be a joke. I have asked at the CDPHE and I've asked at the COGCC multiple times to find out if the CDPHE is allowed to deny drilling that the COGCC has already approved. No one has an answer for me. And if we look at all the drilling that's getting approved, the Bronco cap, the Box Elder cap, the Guanella cap, the Lowry Ranch cap that's coming, OGDPs like the Warbler, Castle East, we're looking at roughly 1,000 wells that are on track to be approved in the ozone non-attainment area. That's going to get us in huge trouble with the EPA. There's no offsets. And if the CDPHE is not allowed to deny air pollution permits for drilling that the COGCC has already approved, we are on track for massive problems. So until we can answer that question, I know CDPHE is in charge of the non-attainment zone. I know that they're in charge of the air pollution permits. But if we don't know if they can deny air pollution permits for drilling permits that the COGCC has approved, then we've got a huge problem. So my main ask is to deny the Box Elder cap. I'm going to get scolded again, but we know that's not going to happen. We know the COGCC says if you dot your I's and cross your T's, you get approved. This cap probably does that. The thing is, the COGCC chooses the I's to dot and the T's to cross. They're your rules. So you can determine, hey, we need to pause this to figure out if we're getting our state in trouble. That's something you can decide to do because they're your rules and you made them. So please deny this permit. But beyond that, please put a pause to this until we can figure out what the consequences are for the CDPHE, the EPA, and the ozone non-attainment area. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. Next up, we have Lynn Myers.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for having me this morning. My name is Lynn Myers. I've been a resident of Aurora for over 40 years, and I serve as Director of Community Relations for the Aurora Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today in support of the Box Elder Comprehensive Area Plan, or CAP. I am a former Arapahoe County Commissioner and who dealt with many land use issues that this CAP approach is thorough and provides a great understanding of the project. Because Crestone was able to take advantage of economics of scale as part of this effort, we're fortunate to see less impacts and demands as a result. Surface disturbance will be cut in half, emissions will see a 44% reduction, and traffic to and from the site will be significantly reduced. All of these improvements will serve Aurora well as the site generates energy we use every day. These projects also provide increased public revenues that the city can use for public safety, services, and general fund needs. Throughout the life of this CAP, the contributions are not insignificant. In fact, these revenues will provide tens of millions of dollars in the first few years of production as more wells come online. As the city's business voice, I also want to speak to the opportunities and jobs this project will create. As platforms are built and wells are drilled in the rural part of Aurora, we will see an influx of construction opportunities, welding operations, general contracting, and more customers for our service and hospitality industries like restaurants, hotels, and more. In short, the economic effects lasting for many years as a result of this project, there will be many economic positives lasting for many years as a result of this project. And once the drilling and completion phases are done, we can use the lands for new opportunities, including housing and commercial spaces. We are excited to learn more about the lasting technologies and monitoring being deployed with this effort, and we encourage you to support the application. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Let's see, next up, we have on our list Karen Artell.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you for taking my comments. Again, my name's Karen Artell. My grandchildren attend school within the CAP area. The CAP encompasses 39,000 plus acres with 20 oil and gas locations and 151 wells. Crestone plans well pad construction, drilling operations, completions, flowback, and the beginning of production through to December 2026. This is 4 years of exposure to the highest emissions levels encountered in oil and gas development. And then there's years on end of continued emissions. According to COGCC's map, there are 6 multi-well pads in drilling status from 1.7 to 7.6 miles from my grandchildren's school, for a total of 60 wells, along with 3 gas processing plants and a gas compressor station. There's 2 approved locations with planned total of 19 wells and numerous producing wells in the area. What about the future families who will inhabit Aurora? Still to come housing developments and higher density as the population grows. Aurora's oil and gas facility river setback is 150 feet from residents' property line. Many future residents will find themselves very close to multiple oil and gas facilities. As you know, Aurora is in the ozone non-attainment area, now downgraded to severe non-attainment. Ozone can trigger health problems and worsen pre-existing conditions. Young children are particularly sensitive to high ozone levels. The Aurora East Regulatory Ozone Monitor is located east and appears to be outside of Aurora City's city limits in Arapahoe County. Ozone levels at this monitor are elevated. Unfortunately, Aurora does not have a regulatory ozone monitor within city limits and probably should with its booming oil and gas development, population growth. It is the 3rd largest city in Colorado, transportation and other industry emissions. How much ozone and toxic emissions are Aurora residents and my grandchildren subjected to now and will be exposed to into the future? Crestone, like other operator applicants, assures the COGCC that it will use BMPs to reduce impacts to residents' health and safety, but Crestone has reported 34 spills so far in 2022. Crestone is planning the Lowry Branch Cap on the eastern edge of Aurora. It's 40,000 plus acres, 11 well pads, and 164 holes in the wells. Oil and gas development is dirty, heavy industrial use and should not be allowed near homes, in their neighborhoods, and in cities in Colorado. I request that you not approve this cap and stop approving oil and gas development within Aurora city limits. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Artell. Next up, we have Shayna Oliver. Ms. Oliver, if you can hear me, if you could please accept my request to become a panelist, and we will take your public comment.
Hello? Am I on?
Yes, you are.
All right, thank you. Thank you for providing public comment today. I want to remind everyone that we are on the ancestral lands of over 574 indigenous tribes of North America. My name is Shayna Oliver. I live on the ancestral lands of the Cheyenne, Arapaho, and Ute nations, including the 45 tribes that once occupied Colorado. I am a state coordinator with Moms Clean Air Force in Echo Madres, Colorado. But importantly, I'm a mother, I'm a community leader, and an advocate for Indigenous people's rights to clean air, water, and lands. And as an Indigenous mother of 4, we are descendants of the genocide known as the Indian Removal Act, known to the Diné as the Long Walk of the Navajo. These types of human rights violations have deeply impacted Indigenous peoples, communities, health, wealth, and environmental well-being. The federal government is responsible for aiding and acknowledging and ensuring the honoring of Indigenous peoples' rights of Native Americans, First Tribal Nations over ancestral lands. Importantly, upholding the Peace and Friendship Treaty and respecting traditional ecological knowledge of all tribal First Nations of Native American Indian tribes. Because of the disregard to the Peace and Friendship Treaty, environmental racism continues to impact not only Native Americans, but also is harming Black Americans of African descent, Hispanic, Latino Americans who lost their Indigenous identity, and those economically challenged have been vulnerable to exploitation. Because of these exploitations, our communities continue to see our air quality degraded by the ground level ozone smog in our state, making us the 7th worst state to breathe in, according to the American Lung Association. And our state laws, Senate Bill 181, as well as our climate initiatives and legislations have also supported more outreach, environmental justice to be acknowledged in our communities. And the COGCC continues to ignore these laws, continues to disregard our public health and environmental safety of our communities. We need to tackle reducing that emissions gap, the greenhouse gas emissions gap that we continually fail to do according by law. It is important to sustain our environment for our next 7 generations. And I really demanding that you guys reject this this notion to permit to pollute our public health and our environment. And we need a just transition away from reliance and start thinking of our next 7 generations. So please deny all permits. Keep Colorado beautiful. Let's breathe clean air, not more dirty air. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver. Next up, we have Mary Frances Tharp.
Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Mary Frances Tharp, and I'm the Executive Director of Boys Hope, Girls Hope of Colorado. We help academically motivated high school and college students rise above disadvantaged backgrounds to earn a high school diploma, entry into college, and college degree through mentoring, tutoring, and scholarship. Our goal is to support young people who are physically, emotionally, and academically prepared for a post-secondary education and a productive life. By helping these scholars earn both their high school and college degrees, we are effectively breaking the cycle of poverty. Our programming is located primarily in Aurora. Our scholars and their families live primarily in Aurora. We partner with Aurora Central High School and Regis Jesuit High School. Our team, our board, our leaders are passionate about education, and something we share with Civitas at Crestone is that passion for education. We've been partners for about 4 years with this company and its subsidiaries through financial contributions, mentoring, and other opportunities. We're appreciative of companies and support businesses that strive to be good corporate citizens and members of their communities like Crestone and Civitas. We see new opportunities like the Box Elder Cap as a chance for our constituents, our scholars, our collegians and their families to seek and secure careers and new opportunities. Whether it's high school graduates or advanced degree holders, Colorado's oil and natural gas industry has a history of mentoring and launching careers for all students of different disciplines and backgrounds. We appreciate Civitas and Creststone's community-based partnerships, and we hope you will support their application today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tharp. So next up, we have Emily Fay. Ms. Fay, if you could please accept my request to become a panelist, we'll bring you in. And additionally, we have 3 individuals who signed up to provide public comment that were not seen in the meeting. I'll call out their names, and if you are in the meeting, please raise your hand and we will bring you in. We have Vita Brown, Katara Barola, and Jerry Rivers. So if those individuals are in the meeting, please raise your hand and we will bring you in. We'll turn it over now to Ms. Fay.
Chairman Robbins and fellow commissioners, thank you for the chance to address you this morning. My name is Emily Fay and I'm the Director of Programming for the Soccer City Aurora. I'll admit I'm most in my element when I'm huddled up with a group of soccer players on the soccer field, so bear with me. I'm here to speak to Civitas Resources and Creststone Support for their efforts as foundational partners of our facility, Soccer City Aurora, and of our mission to make the game of soccer accessible to all kids who want to play. The multi-year funding they have provided has ensured soccer after-school programming continues to be offered in partnership with 23 elementary schools throughout the metro area, serving just over 1,000 student athletes each year. 92% of these student families qualify for free and reduced lunch, and 72% of our student athletes report that this is the first time that they've gotten to play on an organized team. This program was initially launched in 2012 under the Colorado Rapids Youth Soccer Club as Soccer for Success, but through adaptations and community support from Civitas, we've been able to create a world-class facility, Soccer City Aurora, that continues to serve as a hub for our incredibly diverse Aurora community. It's a home away from home to many soccer players. We work intentionally with community partners to engage immigrant, refugee, and marginalized populations to extend the welcome into our facility and the game of soccer in Aurora. Civitas Resources have been valuable partners and continuously show a strong desire to be part of our community by providing active and affordable soccer opportunities for our kids in Aurora. We continue to see that youth sports are becoming less accessible as the cost of registration fees and travel increases. Civitas has stepped up to underwrite 3 community celebrations, helping provide food to our Soccer City members, and have said yes to specific needs that we have, such as additional soccer goals. Our partnerships with community-minded organizations like Civitas will help us continue to grow this unique and one-of-a-kind program in the future. Thank you so much for allowing me to share this morning, and to all of you for your support of Aurora.
Thank you, Ms. Fay. We also have coming up next, Brenda Goodman. I don't see Brenda in the meeting. Brenda, if you are in the meeting, please raise your hand. We will bring you in. Kathleen Ulrich is next on the list. I don't see Kathleen Ulrich, but there is a Kathleen. That is Ms. Ulrich. Give us a moment, we'll bring you in. Ms. Ulrich, if you accept our request to become a panelist, you'll be able to come into the meeting and speak. Ms. Ulrich, I'll try it one more time. If you would like to speak, accept the request to become a panelist, and then we will be able to hear from you. All right, I believe we've lost Ms. Ulrich, so we'll move on to, and forgive me, I'm not going to pronounce your first name correctly, Tyrongella Ross. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yes, I was trying to unmute myself. Yes, Tyrangela Ross.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to have the opportunity to speak with you today. I am a resident of the Harmony community that is directly in the path of Box Elder, and I've been an Aurora resident for over 20 years. And as a resident of the Harmony community, I am very, very concerned by the possibility of 151 new oil and gas wells being drilled here in Aurora in my neighborhood as part of the Box Elder Plan. This massive plan threatens our air quality, water supply, and our health. I personally believe that oil and gas drilling does not belong in this residential area, and I believe that this plan, if accepted, will affect the health. Sorry, my daughter is upset. If affected, will affect the health of my children and my family. There are currently 4 large operations on Powhatan Street near my home that I can see every time I enter or leave my community, and these appear to be massive operations that already exist. I never would have purchased my home if I thought that I would be putting my family in danger because there would be large oil and gas drilling operations occurring right outside of my home. If this plan is approved, it will significantly harm our environment and climate. Drilling operations like this one emit massive amounts of climate-causing greenhouse gases. Data demonstrates that oil and gas production operations like this one can emit dangerous levels of pollution. This is definitely not fair as my community is already overburdened with noise and air pollution from the Denver International Airport and Buckley Air Force Base. There is no mention of how additional level of pollution resulting from this plan in our already highly polluted community is going to be addressed, and it should not be permitted without a clear plan for addressing this problem. It's well known that there is a positive correlation between how close homes are to fossil fuel production sites and increased risk of occurrence of health conditions. As I stated before, I have children and I am genuinely concerned of what health defects they will face due to more drilling and pollution. My husband and I have recently been meeting with companies to have solar panels installed on our home to help reduce our carbon footprint. It's frustrating that if Box Elder were approved, it would cancel out our investment and so many more measures being undertaken across the state in the name of sustainability. I believe Colorado needs to be investing in clean, renewable energy instead. As Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission commissioners, it is your sworn duty to protect human health and welfare. Please protect my children and my family. Please deny Box Elder. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. And thank you, Ms. Ehrlich, for your patience with us. We'll now turn to you. I apologize, I missed you.
Well, that's okay. I was having a little trouble with my technical issues here as well. Thank you for allowing me to participate in this hearing. I live in the area near the proposed Box Elder development. Now, this oil and gas development will cause irreparable damage to the air, water, and natural habitat of our area. There are innumerable research studies documenting the link between living in proximity to oil and gas developments and developing devastating health conditions. I know this firsthand because I cared for a number of patients in my 30-year work at the Denver VA hospital, whose cancer and heart conditions were clearly the result of living near oil and gas developments in Adams County. Consequently, I am concerned as a 70-year-old woman with a heart condition and having a daughter with a respiratory illness about living in a polluted environment. I do not want myself, my daughter, or my unborn grandchildren suffering the same fate from exposure to these toxins. In addition, in the midst of a severe drought and catastrophic climate change, we are selling 3 billion gallons of our precious drinking water just to this one development. Yet we are only allowed, because of the severe drought, as told by Aurora Water, to water our property, our grass 3 times a week. And we are told the certain type of grass that we can have and how much grass in our yard we can have. I mean, this is absolutely insane if you ask me, when we are suffering from climate change. The COGCC is mandated to protect the health and environment of Colorado residents. I am asking you to please protect and take care of our health, our welfare of the Aurora residents, and to make this your first priority over profit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ulrich. Next, we will hear from Alexis Schwartz.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I will be presenting on behalf of Sonia Skakich-Skrima today. Hello, commissioners. My name is Sonia Skakich-Skrima. I'm an Aurora resident. As noted in the director's recommendation, 35 of the 151 new wells under review were already approved during the box elder cap, and the permitting requirements for all wells reviewed are ruled by the 2019 operator agreements. These industry-friendly agreements were negotiated and approved all in short order directly before SB 181 was enacted. Their terms are not amenable to modification. The box elder application in its most current form therefore offers no added benefit or protection to Aurorans. Further, the box elder end product is a travesty of the COGCC's legal mission to protect public health and the goal of evaluating cumulative area impacts. COGCC declares, along with the operator, that oil and gas operations in Aurora pose no significant health concerns in the director's recommendation, but cumulative health risks from toxic emissions were not appropriately objectively assessed, even for the most disproportionately affected Aurora community, which is surrounded by well sites and bombarded by the benzene emitted by Aurora's largest scale oil and gas toxic emitters. Given the serious negligence of addressing cumulative health risks, if box elder is not denied, at the very least, you must require urgent installation of continuous air quality monitoring of specific toxics, publicly accessible in real time, and request and fund cumulative health risk assessments for the most affected communities, including collection of exposure data to be performed ASAP. Without these measures, Aurorans would be subject, in the case of approval of box elder, to short and long-term health impacts without awareness, public notice, or the ability to mitigate those risks to protect their health, contrary to SB 181 state law. Thank you for your time. Sonia Skakich-Skrima.
Thank you, Ms. Schwartz. Next, we will hear from Mohammed Abu El Saud.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, and thank you for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Muhammad. I live in Adonia community within zip code 818, which is one of the areas that will be impacted by this drilling plan. I have two girls, 1 and 4 years old. I just purchased my first home in April 2022, thinking that I'm providing my girls a stable life in a quiet, clean, and healthy neighborhood. I didn't know that Aurora had a plan to pollute our community by surrounding us with oil fields. First, I'm aware of the money that the plan would bring to Aurora, but with the current water shortage and the fact that we were asked to don't water our lawns, except for 3 times a week to save money, how and from where we will be able to provide the water for all these drilling locations. And if we start having serious water problems in the future, I'm not sure how far this future could be also the near future. What will be the possibility to change money to water? Can we drink money? Can we magically transfer money and get water, or return the money to the drilling companies to get our water back? My point is that water and finite natural resources are priceless. Um, my second point is, in my area, we are already facing different issues as air pollution and noise, creating by the airplanes from the Denver airport, Buckley's Air Force, and even the trains. I also discovered that almost 25% of the drilling sites are within 2,000 feet from the residence, which is outrageous. It's so close and to really have a strong impact on all of us. I keep my daughters indoor, close the windows, and turn on AC when the pollution levels increase due to the wildfires that could be occurring even in another state and still affect my daughters. I'm not sure how I'll be able to handle a drilling site next to me. The current plan did not provide a clear solution for the expected pollution. The plan is provided for digging multiple locations at once, which requires the consideration of the impact, the environmental impact and health issues that could result from the whole project. Not to consider the impact of each individual drilling location to avoid extra regulations that would be normally applied for major sources of pollution. This is something that contradicts basic logic. It's either this or that. The health is priceless and will cost a lot in treatment in the future. So even from a financial point, it doesn't make any sense to destroy citizens' health for money that will be paid back for their treatment in the future. Finally, the residents are families that pay taxes and trust the government to take care of their interests, protect their health and safety, not to sell their health and future to big corporations. Please think about our families and their health and well-being before anything else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that concludes our public comment. There were 4 individuals that we were not able to locate in the meeting. I can read their names, and if they are there, please raise your hand, we'll get you in. Vita Brown, Katara Barola, Jerry Rivers, and Brenda Goodman.
Okay.
Chair, I'm not seeing anyone raise their hands.
Yep, we're not seeing anybody. Okay, that's good. At this point, why don't we elevate the attorneys for the parties? I would like to speak a little bit about process and next steps. And then after that, we might take a morning break and then we'll get into the merits of the matter. If we could bring Ms. Jost, whomever it is that was representing the previous petitioners, as well as Ms. Paraños, if she's with us for the City of Aurora. Mr. Williams, are you with us?
Yes, good morning. This is Zeke Williams. I'm counsel for the AH parties and the GVR parties who were, until a few moments ago, petitioners contesting Box Elder's cap application as it applies to Aurora Highlands. And during this hearing, we have withdrawn our petition, the parties, Crestone and my clients, the petitioners, have reached a resolution which avoids the need for the commission to resolve the petition we filed.
Ms. Jost, are you in concurrence with the resolution of the petition or the withdrawal of the petition?
Yes, good morning, Chair. Crestone is in concurrence with the withdrawal of the petition.
All right. Well, commissioners, we spent a god-awful amount of time working through all the issues from the petition, the responses, the information, the evidence, and it's all moot. So we will no longer hear from the Aurora Highlands GVR parties. They are dismissed from this proceeding, and we will move forward with the Crestone as well as the City of Aurora. So Mr. Williams, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you very much.
All right, a couple of other procedural matters before we take our morning break, and then we'll hear from the city of Aurora. I think that's next. I wanted to alert the parties and the stakeholders that I believe this to be the case. I took an individual site visit to the CAP area. We did this in accordance with direction from our Attorney General. The visit was done with a representative of Crestone. We drove around. There was no advocacy involved, but rather I was able to ask questions and get a lay of the land of the proposed locations as well as the alternative locations. I believe that my fellow commissioners each individually did the same. Those are not public meetings. Those are individual site visits to allow us to get a better understanding of what's before us. So wanted to disclose that on the record. Would look to see if AAG Davenport has anything further on that procedural front.
No, Chair, I don't have anything further.
Okay. Second, I wanted to disclose the fact that in a previous life, I was a local government attorney. I represented a number of local governments within the state of Colorado. I wanted everyone to be aware that from, I want to say like 2016 to 2018, one of my clients was the city of Aurora. I was involved in the work that ultimately resulted in an operator agreement with the city of Aurora and then ConocoPhillips, which now is Crestone. When I became director in January of 2019 of the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission, I obviously no longer did work for any local governments. I closed down my law practice. I am disclosing this because it is, I think, important for the record to understand this. I do not believe that that work creates any bias in my ability to serve as a commissioner hearing this matter. And I do plan on being a commissioner in this adjudicatory matter. But I did want to inform my fellow commissioners of this fact, as well as the remaining parties, that is Aurora and Crestone, and wanted to give anyone an opportunity to have concerns about me being a commissioner to express said concerns now, otherwise we'll move forward. All right, seeing no concerns, I will look to see if I have any additional procedural matters. I don't. AG Davenport, do you have anything further, or anybody else?
No, nothing further from me.
Okay, then I think what we'll do is we'll take a 10-minute break and return at 10:11. And at that time, we're going to hear from the comments from the city of Aurora, who will have 20 minutes exclusive of Q&A. And then after that, we're just going to go straight into the Crestone case in chief, since the petition has now been withdrawn. Is that fair from everybody? Shaking of heads up and down. Great. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Okay. All right, at this time, I believe we will move into the portion of the hearing that is entitled Comments from Aurora, the relevant local government. I see we have Mr. Moore with us. Are you working on your own here, or do we have Ms. Paranos with us as well? There we go.
Yes, good morning. We're both here.
Great. You guys have 20 minutes. We look forward. We definitely look forward to hearing from you. important component to this application.
Thank you very much, Chair Robbins. Let me share my screen and I will get started. All right, very good. Well, good morning again, Chair Robbins and Commissioners. My name is Jeffrey Moore. I'm the manager of the Oil and Gas Division for the City of Aurora. Aurora is the relevant local government for the Box Elder CAP application, and I'm honored to be able to share our perspectives and thoughts with you this morning. We recognize that the CAP process itself is fairly new to COGCC. We are very appreciative of the opportunity that it provides, and especially the information on cumulative impacts that it puts together. Additionally, the Box Elder CAP specifically is quite lengthy, and we applaud the staff's efforts to review and provide a recommendation and direction to the commission. I have participated this morning. I've listened to the public comments. I want to thank everyone that's commented and taken time to out of their schedules to listen and to comment this morning on the CAP, and we appreciate that that's been done in a very professional manner. I want to start with a little bit of background. The oil and gas locations and wells that are included in the CAP, of course, are within the city limits of Aurora. And each of those locations is governed by an operator agreement. That OA was originally signed with ConocoPhillips back in 2019 and later assigned to Crestone Peak Resources in 2020. The operator agreement was negotiated after significant and robust discussion between many parties, not only the City of Aurora and the operator, but also surface owners and mineral interest owners within the operator agreement area, which of course is also the same as what is the Box Elder CAP today. We had discussions with many different departments within the city, including Public Works, Aurora Water, Aurora Fire Rescue, and the Planning Department, to get lots of different perspectives from the city's perspective on what would be appropriate in the operator agreements and what would be best for the City of Aurora in that agreement. ConocoPhillips originally plans of development for this field and what was approved in the operator agreement was 45 oil and gas locations and a total of 310 wells. At the time that the OA was signed, ConocoPhillips had drilled 58 wells on 25 of those locations already. So I want to make sure that you know and the public knows that from our perspective, the 151 wells that are referenced in the Box Elder CAP are not new from our perspective. We've been working with Crestone on these locations and wells for the last 3 years. They are all included in the operator agreement, and the surface locations are approved in the operator agreement. And in fact, 57 of the 151 have already been drilled in the last over a year that the CAP has been under review by COGCC. Let me talk more details about the operator agreement. Again, it was signed in 2019 after extensive negotiation. It was approved by City Council after multiple public hearings. Some of the items that we discussed in those extensive discussions were the effects and how to reduce the impact from oil and gas operations, successful integration with our framework development plans or master plans within the city and in the areas of the oil and gas development and various other planned development as well, and coordination with surface and mineral owners. In the operator agreement, Aurora expressed a preference for smaller locations. Almost all of the locations do have 8 wells in the operator agreement per location that was approved. In fact, 41 of the 45 were approved with 8 wells or less. There was discussion, and we get questions from residents and community members even now about how big the pads will be. And there's definitely a preference for smaller size locations. That is what works best for Aurora and for the development that we have proposed. There's been one modification of the locations and wells in the operator agreement that was done in January of 2021. Crestone combined 3 sets of locations, but additionally reduced the total number of wells among those 6 locations. I would add that in that modification, 4 out of those 6 locations at the time were in an area that did not have an approved framework development plan, and there was also support from the surface owners for those changes that was made at that time. I do get questions from time to time about the process for modification, Any modifications do have to go through City Council. It would any suggestion from the operator for a modification would first come to our division, the oil and gas division. We would review it. We would circulate it to other city departments for extensive review. And if we support that, then we would forward it on to City Council for review and a recommendation to propose changes. But that would have to go through City Council and be approved by City Council. I think it's a good time to mention, sort of the post SB 181 world, remembering that SB 181 was signed into law in April of 2019. The operator agreement was signed in June of 2019. So there are several topics here that were important to us in the negotiation of the operator agreement and remain important to us today. The local granting of local government siting authority, of course, the acknowledgement of local government's regulatory authority over oil and gas development, and then importantly, Rule 302C3 at COGCC that requires COGCC to defer to local government's siting authority and decisions for locations that do not require an ALA. Here's an example from one of the exhibits in the operator agreement. This particular one is from the Aspen North. You can see that it's referenced in essentially an 80-acre space, a quarter, in some other cases. And there's a map that shows generally where the location is expected to be. There's also a maximum number of planned wells that would be allowed on that site. Each of the sites in the operator agreement are just like this. There's a location referenced and a maximum number of wells. In addition, there are other statuses that were mentioned, and those are the status as of the time that the operator agreement was signed. Again, it's important to note that we have never approved an increase of the number of wells per location without going through City Council. Let me move now to Crestone Peak Resources. Crestone now operates 130 wells within the city of Aurora, and we believe that they demonstrate excellence and diligence in all of their operations. The oil and gas division has our own full-time senior inspector. He is out in the field on a routine basis at all stages of operations, beginning with construction of sites. And he is very diligent in the work that he does in helping us understand how well the operator is doing. We also recently purchased a FLIR camera, so we can use those for inspections and increase our excellence in that regard. I want to highlight some of the things that we've seen Crestone Peak Resources do that is very advantageous to the city and very helpful, and we believe demonstrates their diligence. The first is that they are in full compliance with all the provisions and best management practices in the operator agreement. Electric line power. This is something that's suggested but not required in our operator agreement. However, we've seen Crestone proactively reach out to Excel and in advance of drilling, because it takes quite a number of months to reach out and get those discussions going and get electric line power supplied to the sites. They have drilled the last 22 wells with an electric rig. Again, even though the operator agreement doesn't require that, they are drilling today wells as we speak with an electric rig here inside Aurora. They have constructed a crude oil gathering system, and they are weekly connecting new well sites to that the system, and we are very appreciative of that. We worked with them very diligently to get that approved. We recognize that that significantly reduces the amount of truck traffic, which is a major nuisance to community members. They also agreed to develop their field from the west to the east. That allows them to complete the wells that would be most closest to residential areas and future residential areas first, and then move out east to the more rural parts of the city of Aurora. In many cases, they have, again, elected to drill a dedicated water monitoring well on some of the locations. Again, this is not a requirement in the operator agreement. It's a suggestion, but not a requirement. And we have seen them proactively elect to drill these wells. This is important because if they don't drill monitoring well, then they are limited to sampling any domestic supply well that's within a half mile of the location. As you know, most domestic wells are only targeting a single aquifer. Here in Aurora, we have 4 aquifers that are underneath us. And so the way that they're drilling these monitoring wells is they're using a west-based system, which allows them to discreetly sample individual aquifers to determine if there would ever be any contamination. Crestone also worked with Aurora Water on Regulation 84, which allows them to use reclaimed wastewater for completions, and they are about to be active. They made their first application for doing that here recently. This allows them to use reclaimed water for the completions and avoid the large amounts of fresh water that they would otherwise have to use. And then finally, they have replugged 7 old P&A wells in the city and 4 just outside the current city limits within the last 2 years. They have plans to replug 14 more. This is a significant benefit to both the city and COGCC. As you're aware, if an older well is determined to be leaking or needs additional remediation, it is most likely going to be placed on the orphan well list and require state dollars to do the remediation or replugging work. So this is excellent for our city and bringing up some of these wells, older wells, to modern standards. Crestone recently replugged one of the oldest wells drilled in Aurora. It was drilled in 1919. We were able to work together to find that location and successfully replug it. So we're very appreciative again of the work that they have done in this regard. The last thing I want to mention about Crestone is the work that they have done proactively to reduce surface impacts within the city. As I already mentioned, ConocoPhillips originally planned, which was approved in the operator agreement, was 310 wells on 45 locations. Some of those were already drilled when the OA was signed. According to the CAP plan, Crestone's new plans means they're only going to be utilizing 35 of those locations, and only 207 wells will be drilled total when 310 were originally approved. This is due exclusively to Crestone's engineering work with the downhole path of wellbores and the engineering to modify the completion operations so that they can access all of the mineral interest with fewer wells and well sites. So they've reduced the number of locations by 10 and the number of wells by 103. Again, we believe that all of these efforts really speak to the quality of work that Crestone does and the fact that they are choosing to go above and beyond the terms, the explicit terms of the operator agreement in their operations. On the CAP recommendation. So first, we support the director's recommendation to approve the CAP. We think that's excellent and we appreciate that. We do respectively object to the recommendation to consolidate multiple locations, and we have some reasons for why we would like to voice that objection. The first is that locations were reviewed and approved in the operator agreement back in 2019. Most locations are in an area with an improved framework development plan or a master plan already. So there are other types of developments that are actively being planned, if not constructed, around some of these oil and gas locations. Both the operator and developers of other types of properties have relied on the operator agreement and the framework development plans as they've planned their developments for the past 3 years. Aurora believes that smaller locations in general are best for our city. We've seen Crestone significantly reduce by 22% the surface disturbance, the number of locations, and the number of wells by 1/3 from the plan approved in the operator agreement. Finally, changes to locations and number of wells require approval of city departments and Aurora City Council, and of course, those results cannot be guaranteed or promised in any particular regard. A couple of other things that we'd like to mention is the fact that the recommendation does seem to be inconsistent in that it approves some locations, for example, the Aspen North, for preliminary siting approval, but then it requests other locations, such as the Aspen South, to be consolidated into the approved one. There's 2 different cases where that is true within the 8 wells, the 8 locations that Crestone requested preliminary siting approval for. We think that is a bit unusual. We also note that the Chico North, which had preliminary siting denied, was a phase 2 expansion of the existing Chico North location. That location already exists with wells producing. So we're not clear on why the director's recommendation would deny a phase 2 expansion of an existing location and ask for those wells to be placed on yet another nearby well site. Finally, we do have the unusual situation of the Bijou North. This is not a location where preliminary siting approval was requested, but we have the Bijou North that was previously consolidated. There was a Bijou North and a Bijou South that was part of the 2021 consolidation. it was consolidated after review and approval by Aurora, and yet the director's recommendation is to consider separating it back out into two separate locations. Again, we believe this is somewhat inconsistent with the overall direction and what Aurora has supported in the OA. We would request that COGCC honor our citing authority, especially under Rule 302C3. In the director's recommendation, and I will quote, it states that the Crestone's operator agreement with the city of Aurora governs that a maximum of 8 wells are allowed on the Aspen North surface location. Without this limitation, Crestone could potentially consolidate further. That phrase, without this limitation, again, we respectfully object to that. If I could step out on a limb, I think it would be somewhat akin to a local jurisdiction stating to COGCC that, yes, you have a 2,000-foot setback, but that is just a rule that could be changed. And without that limitation, operators could drill a well wherever they wanted. Of course, that would be inappropriate for me or others to recommend that to you. But in the same way, we feel that that's inappropriate for the recommendations for consolidation coming from the commission when we do have an operator agreement and these locations are already approved. I would like to address some of the concerns mentioned by CPW. And the map on the screen here, the two large red polygons are the portions of the cap that's being considered. The red circles are Eagle's Nest in this area with a half-mile buffer around those. And then the blue locations are the cap locations that are still remaining to be drilled. Again, keeping in mind that 57 of the 151 wells have already been drilled to date or are currently being drilled. So the locations you see on the screen there are the ones that are yet to be drilled still in the future. And you'll notice that they are far distant from the Eagle's Nest. We do support the CPW recommendations concerning burrowing owls. We think the additional surveys there would be helpful. And if any nests are discovered, the best management practices that CPW has recommended, we think would be appropriate in caring for those concerns. Finally, in summary, Crestone operates 130 wells within Aurora in a thoughtful and diligent manner. All locations and wells within the cap were included in an operator agreement between Aurora and Crestone since June of 2019. We support the director's recommendation for approval of the cap. We do respectively object to the further consolidation of locations in deference to our local siting authority. We were aware of the negotiations between the Aurora Highlands and Crestone, which apparently has been resolved now. We appreciate that positive resolution, that those parties have reached that resolution together. And that concludes my remarks. I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate Aurora's presentation today. I'll start with a few questions. What is, well, number one, we had some public feedback that the Aurora operator agreement was, I think they indicated, executed before SB 19-181, but your testimony is that it was executed after SB 19-181. Is that accurate? And does Aurora feel that the operator agreement appropriately brings into play the tenets of SB 19-181?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Robbins. So the details would be the SB 181 was signed into law by the governor in April of 2019. In terms of enactment of that law, that was continuing on in 2019 later. The operator agreement was signed between Aurora and ConocoPhillips in June of 2019. So we were certainly aware of the concepts and the new directions that SB 181 allowed and directed. And that was included in the operator agreement. We very much appreciate the operator agreement. We stand by it. We support it. We think it's good and represents a good partnership between the city and the mineral developers.
In the operator agreement that was executed by Aurora City Council, is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. And talk to me a little more about the preference for more locations, but with a smaller footprint per location, the eight wells or less. And then in answering that question, can you also speak a little more to what is a framework development plan? And how does the preference for smaller, more multiple locations play into what is the framework development plan?
Yes, I'd be happy to answer those questions. We have expressed in the operator agreement the preference for smaller locations in general. We do have a few locations that have more than 8 wells. Let's see, 15 is the largest location that we have. There's only one that has that many. We have, I believe, 2 that have 12 wells per location. All the others will have 8 or less. We believe that that is the most appropriate use of the space and the land use authority that we have in Aurora. The framework development plan is what we used to call a master plan, and essentially dictates in broad strokes the different developments that are expected to occur within a certain area, whether that's residential, commercial, or oil and gas, or some other use. Those are all part of the framework development plan. Those are things that are discussed by the city and submitted by potential developers well in advance of actual development. And those go and are considered by the city and the planning department and other departments to determine if it makes sense for a particular area. And as the city has authority in overseeing the expansion of the current urban area into the further into the east, how that's going to be done and making sure that all of those different features work together. And that you don't have certain features that are left out. We make sure that roads are appropriately sized and other types of utilities would be able to be provided. Aurora Water has significant consideration that they have to review in terms of being able to provide utility services to those areas. Those are all things that are included in the framework development plan. And so that's how they work together.
Mr. Moore, so as I mentioned earlier, each of the commissioners individually took a site visit. And in my site visit, I was struck by the, I guess I'd call it lack of development in the comprehensive area plan area, how it is essentially sort of dry fields at this point. But is it your testimony that Aurora has a master plan or a framework development plan that oversees how all of this mostly vacant land is going to be developed out, and that the operator agreement was done to allow for a consistent mineral estate development with the proposed surface estate development?
I would concur with that exactly, yes. There has been some development in the CAP area, both residential and commercial. There is quite a bit of development that's under active consideration, which means that a developer has submitted or had a pre-application meeting. They've submitted a site plan, a specific site plan that would work within the larger framework development plan for review by the city. And those are all, of course, in various stages of review and approval throughout the city. The framework development plans do include the mineral development and how those would be appropriately accessed within the city. And that is an additional reason why the smaller sites, smaller locations are in some ways preferred. But yes, I would agree with you that if you drive through the area that's the oil and gas development area currently, a very large extent of it is open fields, and there is no active construction or development occurring in those areas. But there is some, especially closer, further to the west of the CAP area.
And so I think you may be aware, but our comprehensive area plan rules suggest that consolidation of locations into larger locations is preferable. But I think I'm hearing from the city as the relevant local government that in this instance, that's not preferable. And instead, you do appreciate and desire the smaller locations with smaller footprints because that is more consistent with your overall planned surface estate development. Is that right?
That is correct. We would have to review individual requests for consolidation on a case-by-case basis. In the cases where we've approved consolidation, for example, in the Bijou North and the Bijou South that were consolidated together, originally there were 8 wells scheduled for each of those locations for a total of 16. In the consolidation, the Bijou South was removed completely. The Bijou North was approved for only 12 wells. instead of 16. So in that case, there was both a consolidation and a reduction of wells. We significantly believe that the work that Crestone has done to reduce their surface locations and number of wells, as I presented earlier, to date, that those efforts for consolidation are essentially done. If we were to move forward from now and approve additional or review additional consolidation, it would not be a situation where we could, or Crestone could, reduce the number of total wells. It would be simply taking 8 wells and combining them with 8 more, which puts us at 16, which is a much larger location. So I don't believe, from my understanding of Crestone's review and operations, that they would be able to reduce the number of wells in the future. So therefore, future consolidations would have to be simply adding the wells together. There would be no comparable reduction of number of wells in the future.
Thank you for answering my questions. Commissioners, I'm having to attend this meeting via iPad, so it's a little difficult to see everybody. My state computer froze up, but I think I can see all 3 of you. Does anyone have further questions, or who would like to go next? Commissioner McGowan, then Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Moore, for not just sharing your presentation, but kind of the thought behind the operator agreement and the master planning and the development and how this all plays out. I think what I'm trying to figure out is how we, as a commission, figure out a way to honor both this operator agreement and the city's master planning efforts with the Senate Bill 181 lens and our efforts to reduce footprints, consolidate, use existing existing facilities where we can. And so I have a couple of questions, and I'm trying to be orderly about it, so bear with me. Can you confirm, does the cap cover everything now in the operator agreement? Is there anything left, or is this is everything?
This is everything, Commissioner McGowan. There is one location, the Crow well site, and that was annexed into the city just last November. That was already drilled under state and Adams County permits. So that is now under our oil and gas manual. Those wells are, but it is within the cap area, I believe. I'd have to double check that, but I'm pretty sure it is. It's certainly part of Crestone's operations in the city.
Sorry, is that an already existing location, or are we going to see that in the future?
No, it is already existing and drilled and completed.
Okay. When you talk about the operator agreement, and it was that slide where you showed the location is identified, the number of wells, etc. When I look at that location identification, is it literally like this part of this section of this, and so there's very little wiggle room? How much? Bear with me. This is leading into when we're talking about, I want preliminary site approval versus, and I get that this is not a word in our rule, but we're kind of talking about conceptual locations. Is there really such a thing in the operator agreement, or are these the locations?
Thank you for the question. So these are the locations. They are not in the operator agreement. They are not a surveyed location. They are not referred to by footage calls, from section lines. What you see is what we have. In this case of the Aspen North, it's the west half of the northwest quarter. And then there's associated map on the screen there that would indicate the 2 polygons you see would be phase 1 and phase 2. That's the way that those were originally conceived. And so, again, I could measure this on the screen by measuring off the section lines and see roughly where it is. And of course, we've done that. If the operator wants to shift that slightly, in terms of feet, that is within the bounds of the operator agreement. If they wanted to put it in another quarter section, that would not be allowed, because that is not what the operator agreement specifies. So there is a level of detail, but it's not to the level of a survey or a footage reference for the actual locations themselves.
Okay, thanks. So I am wondering if you have had conversations with your city council about the COGC director's recommendation and kind of, I think, their struggle also with applying the Senate Bill 181 lens to the operators agreement and the recommendations that were made to consolidate or use existing infrastructure.
We've had multiple conversations internally. I've spoken with some individual council members that have contacted me to discuss this. We have not had a formal discussion with City Council about the operator agreement and the cap together in one consideration. The discussions we've had with City Council in the past, of course, the approval of the operator agreement to begin with, and then the reasons that we would support consolidation for those couple of locations back in January of 2021. That was the last time that we discussed the operator agreement specifically.
Thank you. So I looked around too at the sites, and some of those sites are older sites with arguably older technology being used. And so this proposal is proposing tank light, pipeline takeaway. And so what maybe the city would have imagined these sites to look like back in 2019 with what existed within those existing sites might have felt or seemed larger than what would happen if we were to consolidate sites today. The footprint for an 8 or 16 well pad back when ConocoPhillips was drilling, I think, is different than what's being proposed by Crestone now. Would you agree with that, that footprint is going to be smaller even though you might have more wells?
That's a good question. I've not run a comparison on the numbers in terms of how ConocoPhillips detailed and outlined their sites versus the way Crestone is doing those. My perspective is that there is the same amount of equipment. There's the same amount of tanks. There's the same amount of other equipment. Separators and other types of equipment are all the same, while the individual sizes of the locations may have adjusted slightly. I don't personally believe that there's been a significant difference in how 8 wells with ConocoPhillips would look with 8 wells in Crestone currently.
Thank you. In your conversations with Crestone, when they've been talking about expanding an existing site, so it might have 1 well, now they want to put the 8, or it has 4, they want to add 4. Did you or have you all talked with Crestone about updating the equipment that is currently on that site?
We have not, unless it's discussed in the operator agreement. I believe 75% of the wells that we have been drilled in the last 8 to 9 years here within the city. And in fact, I think it's even more recent than that. I believe all of the Niobrara wells, the Niobrara drillings began, horizontal drilling began in 2013 in the city. So all of the wells that we have with Crestone are since that period of time, so in the last 9 to 10 years. So we have not discussed further changes in the equipment on the sites for the ones that would have a phase 2 development.
Okay. And so as Crestone is creating the cap and its proposal, is the city allowed to ask for additional things? So for example, did you all talk about the possibility of piping the produced water so that it would reduce truck traffic and emissions from that, for example? Or are you stuck with the operator agreement and you don't really have the ability to ask for something in addition to what's in there?
So the operator agreement is the base that we use with Crestone as far as their operations are concerned. We do periodically ask for different things, and in most of the regards that we've seen, most of the things we've asked for, Crestone has been very responsive about. For example, the drilling of some of the dedicated water monitoring wells. That's something that in certain cases the city has requested that, and Crestone has agreed to do that, even though it's not required. We have had some cursory discussions about produced water, but there's no plans to install a produced water system yet. I do agree that would be a great idea, and so we would continue those discussions, but that's not something that the operator agreement would allow us to require at this point.
Thank you. And then also in the application, there's kind of, there's a commitment to building up the pipeline, but not a commitment to ensuring that production doesn't start until the pipeline is connected to each of the locations. Does the city have concerns about that?
I don't think we have concerns. We understand Creststone's overall plan. And again, they have delineated to us, we meet with them on a monthly basis, and they keep us updated on exactly which sites, locations are being connected to the various gathering systems, the natural gas and the crude systems, and what their future plans are for those. So we believe they have a good methodical process for connecting those connections to the crude oil gathering system do require separate approval by the city. So they have to come in and request an amendment to the crude oil gathering system to connect the short lateral line that would go from the location to the crude line itself. Sometimes that may require additional license agreements or crossing of right of way. And so those things have to be reviewed and approved separately. So there's a process that has to happen at the city level before those can be constructed. All of the laterals were not included in the original approval of the crude oil gathering system. But again, we believe that Creststone is adding to that as quickly as they're able and as quickly as they can get approvals from the city.
Thank you. I think my last question, unless someone triggers something for me, for the Highlands development area, do you know if the developer came in after the operator agreement, if they were aware of the 2 locations that will be on the edge of their development? I mean, I think I'm hearing some residents during public testimony and some of our written comments, right, that they were not aware that this was going to happen. And so I'm just trying to figure out the sequence of things.
I understand your question. Thank you. I would provide a couple of answers to that. First of all, as a division, we have an oil and gas web page on the city website. That is a page that's been under development. Recently, we're trying to update that with a map-based interface and to sort of match what other local jurisdictions are doing in terms of getting information out to the public. So anyone has always been able to contact me since I've been part of the division as the first manager 2.5 years ago and request information. We provide anything that's requested to us. But I do agree that from the public's perspective, there has been somewhat of a limit of information that is readily available. We are working on that. That is a high on our list of deliverables here as a division, and we are looking to get that out as soon as we possibly can. In terms of the Aurora Highlands specifically, yes, I believe that they were already in place at the point of the signing of the operator agreement, and were at the table and in discussions informally. I'm not sure if they were there formally. I can't speak to that because I was not here at the city when the operator agreement was actually signed. But I do know that they were there, at least informally, in discussions with the city. And they do have a surface use agreement, which was signed with Creststone in, I believe, October of 2018, that delineates 6 locations there within the east side of the Aurora Highlands area on surface owned by the Aurora Highlands. So that SUA is in place. I believe the signing date was October of 2018. And there were 6 locations that were originally approved. One of those has been officially removed from the operator agreement, and the expansion of another has been removed. And a third one is one that Creststone has indicated that though they still have legal access to, they are not planning to drill that location.
And so, thank you. And so, City Council, as part of its master development plan, was aware that these wells will be placed at those locations in proximity to this residential development.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. And thank you for being here, Mr. Moore. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today. And I wanted to recognize and thank you and many others with the City of Aurora and the operator who have put literally years of work into this, and recognize that that's the case. My questions are very similar to those that have been asked, so I'll try to just focus on the parts that I'm still trying to mine through a little bit. We heard from the public today, and we've seen some written public comments as well. And you mentioned in your comments a robust public process. Would you be able to elaborate on that just a little bit and talk a little bit about the public process that Aurora undertook during the operator agreement approval?
I will. Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. And I'm assuming you're referring to the operator agreement itself.
Yes, sir. And certainly happy to hear about any other public processes you've undertaken with regard to this cap.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so the signing the operator agreement is something that was first discussed among city departments. There were many meetings with the operator and representatives from different city departments that first came together to understand the needs of the operator, the requests of the operator, and how those could be fit in together with the framework development plans that the city had at the time. The details of those discussions were then presented to City Council. There were multiple sessions of presentation by the operator and by the city at City Council. There was opportunity for public comment and review of those presentations. Everything the City Council does, except for executive session, of course, is public knowledge. All of the agenda items and packets are published in advance, and any member of the public can review the information that's being presented and can comment on any item that they wish to comment on. So that's a standard process within the City Council. Typical processes are there's a study session, which is an informational based session. I believe that there may have been multiple study sessions. Ms. Paraños could likely comment more detailed on that if you would like, because she was available and was part of that conversation and very integral in the negotiation of the operator agreement itself. In addition, the changes we made, the modifications we made in 2021 were also a public process. They also went through City Council. Again, the information that was presented in publicly available documents. There was comments available, public comments periods available for those meetings, and there were multiple City Council meetings where that was discussed openly and decisions were made.
Thanks for that overview, Mr. Moore. I really appreciate that. That's helpful for me. I certainly think, the opportunities for the public to comment and to understand, the complexity of this is very important. Along those same lines, I wanted to ask a more pointed question about the operator agreement approval of sites. Within this cap, as noted in the director's recommendation, there are 18 sites that are within 2,000 feet, where residential building units are within 2,000 feet of proposed locations, and 4 sites within disproportionately impacted communities. We talked a little bit about staff's recommendation, and we specifically mostly talked about consolidation and smaller sites versus larger sites, but some of the staff recommendations in this cap included not including preliminary siting approval associated with these proposed pads being located near RBUs and near within DICs. Can you comment to that? Is there a additional process that the city of Aurora would take on? Were these conditions existent when the operator agreement was approved and therefore, incorporated by approval previously, or are these situations that have arisen since then? And is there an opportunity to revisit and discuss those sites?
Thank you for the question. A couple of comments. So I believe the reference to the 18 is perhaps slightly different. I believe there are 18 residential building units, RBUs, that are within 2,000 feet of a location. Some of those are multiple RBUs to a single location. So I don't know that there are 18 locations that are within 2,000 feet, but there are 18 RBUs that are within 2,000 feet of a location. And significantly, I would say the great majority of those RBUs were already in place at the time that the operator agreement was signed. What we have seen Crestone do is, as they have updated the field plans from what ConocoPhillips originally planned, we have seen them elect, again, to not build some locations that would be within 2,000 feet of newly created RBUs. So for example, I believe the Yellow North was originally planned for a phase 2 expansion. They elected not to drill that well and not to, or those wells, and not to expand that location. It is within, would have been within 2,000 feet of multiple RBUs, and I believe those RBUs were created. I don't believe they were in place when the operating agreement was signed. But now that they are, again, we've seen Crestone elect to drop some of those locations that were most close to RBUs. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you. And admittedly, while I've gone out to see the sites, as has been mentioned by other commissioners, and while I've reviewed and read them and looked at the map and made my notes multiple times, I'm still, admittedly a little bit confused because there are proposed sites, there are existing sites, there are approved but not built sites. And so I have to go back and look at each one each time we talk about it so that I can remember which is which. But that said, I did want to just point out that inclusion of preliminary siting approval for those sites, and thank you for the clarification that 18 RBUs rather than 18 sites. Inclusion of preliminary approval, excuse me, would then create a situation at the OGDP stage where the proximity within 2,000 feet of an RBU is accepted to be generally waived at that time. And just wanted to acknowledge that Aurora understands that.
We do understand that, and we recognize that there is still a process that's required at the commission level. And when that process is undergoing, a public comment would be accepted by the commission at that time during those reviews.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify my own statement that I recognize that, there is still an OGDP hearing with each site under this cap, regardless of preliminary siting approval or not. But I wanted to clarify that preclusion of development within 2,000 feet is generally waived if it's included in a cap. So thank you. I appreciate that. Finally, my last question really, and we've touched on this a couple of times, and so I apologize for retreading it. If you'd like to offer more information, I'd like to hear it. If not, certainly Aurora doesn't need to justify its thinking and its preferences to me. I do recognize local siting authority here, as you've pointed out, and believe that that's an important part of Senate Bill 181. But I do have a hard time understanding the preference for more pads with fewer wells and spreading those out throughout the development as opposed to consolidation, particularly as Commissioner McGowan stated that these modern well sites are actually quite unobtrusive with multiple wells, at least by my opinion. Is there anything that you can add to that to help me understand why Aurora prefers smaller well pads?
Thank you. The only thing I would add is I think that if we were to look at a very large well site, let's say 25, 30, 40 wells that were going to be drilled from a single site, I think the feeling is that there would need to be perhaps a much greater reverse setback around that facility in order to accommodate the level of nuisance, the level of emissions that might occur, the potential incidents that might occur at that facility could be much larger in nature just by the fact that there's more equipment, there's more product on the surface, et cetera. And so there would be a concern that there might need to be greater restrictions, greater setback around that for other development types to come in around that larger location, whereas a smaller location would be easier to accommodate other developments in the area around that location without the need for an excessively large reverse setback.
Thanks, Mr. Moore. I appreciate that response. It's helpful to help me understand. Finally, Mr. Chair, this isn't really a question, but a comment that I think is appropriate this time. I wanted to, you mentioned earlier on that we had gone through a lot of documentation associated with the petition, and I certainly appreciate your comments there, and it did take a lot of time, a lot of effort. And I did want to also, though, commend Aurora Highlands and GVR and Crestone for reaching an agreement under which they could withdraw that petition I find it very difficult when contractual agreement issues are brought into our process that really are private party contracts. And so this isn't directed at anybody on this panel right now, but I wanted to thank Aurora Highlands and GVR and Crestone for working on those contractual issues amongst themselves and allowing us to work on the actual permitting and siting issues here as I think is appropriate. So thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman, and I appreciate those comments, and I agree. And I think that's just part and parcel of the job, is that at times there will be matters that are litigated right up until the court hearing, and then things are resolved and judges just have to deal with that, and that's what we have to do. But you know, it's a better resolution all around that the parties were able to come to agreement, whatever that agreement may be. So appreciate those comments. Further questions for Mr. Moore in the city of Aurora? I have a couple of follow-ups, but Commissioner Cross, I didn't know if you wanted to have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe at this point in time, all my questions were answered via other commissioner questions.
Mr. Moore, some of the questions from my fellow commissioners have suggested to me that I have maybe a couple of extra questions. But under the operator agreement, it's true, right, that they still need to come in and get an actual permit approved from the city of Aurora? Is that right? I cannot remember.
Yes, that is exactly right. I was thinking about that in relation to one of the questions that Commissioner Ackerman asked. Our process is very much similar to your process in that you have a location approval first and then specific well permits. Our process is the same. For the operator agreement wells and the wells contained in the operator agreements, the operator agreement itself essentially is the location approval, and there are vested rights to the operator in those location approvals. But yes, individually, the operator must still come back to us with an individual site plan for the specific well site. That, of course, is very detailed. It is surveyed, and it does delineate exactly, what the operator is planning to do on the location. They also have a very robust discussion of exactly how they intend to accommodate and fall within the parameters of all the best management practices that are required in the operator agreement. They have to demonstrate that to us for each individual well site. And then that additional well, permit, the oil and gas permit, does go to review just like every other development in the city does of any type. It goes to representatives from each department within the city for review and comment. There are multiple rounds of that. It's typically about a 3-month process. It's sometimes lengthened if there are delays in the operator responding to comments or taking additional time to respond to comments. But yes, there's a separate process that's still required on an individual well or individual location basis for each of these well sites in the future.
Okay. And you've spoken a bit about the operator agreement and sort of timing of mineral estate development. And by the site visit that I undertook, as I mentioned, it appears that this area is mostly to the east of current residential development within the city of Aurora. Is there a timing component in terms of the city's preference of mineral estate development kind of getting in and being done before the residential development moves in? Or can you speak to that component? And I'm going to ask the same thing of Crestone.
Very good. Yes, we have a strong appreciation and respect for getting these wells drilled first and getting the drilling and completions out of the way and done, getting the sites established, getting the peak of oil production. Originally, of course, that was trucked. Now it's going into pipelines. There will be trucking of produced water, though. Both of those things are highest at the beginning of each well's life. We'd like to see those activities done expeditiously so that we can get those mineral development occurring and essentially into the later production phases before the other types of developments come in around these areas.
Okay, thank you. Further questions for Mr. Moore? All right, commissioners, I would suggest we take a few minutes to allow Ms. Larson to impanel the Crestone panel because they're going to go next, and there's quite a few of them. So let's return at 11:18, and then we'll hear from Crestone. And thank you very much, Mr. Moore. We do appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Okay, we are back on this matter involving Crestone and the CAP docket 2107-00116. Before we move to Ms. Jost and the Crestone presentation, I wanted to just touch base with the director to see if there was any comments from the director after having heard from Aurora. But again, I'm using iPad technology and not computer technology, so I can't see everybody. So there is a director. She just visualized herself. Hello.
I am here. Yes, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I think I just want to make very clear that I'm really appreciative of staff's work that went into looking at the consolidation question. I think that our rules are replete with the goal of consolidation, and our rules are also replete with the goal of understanding and acknowledging a local government's role in defining out what it wants its communities to look like in that long-term planning space. And I think that this CAP is potentially, in a place where those two pieces may be at odds. I really appreciate the engagement from Aurora and their perspective and helping us understand what their vision for their community is. And so with that, I think that there is kind of a policy question elevated to this commission about how to work through the different priorities outlined in the director's recommendation and Aurora's. And I think that, the community voice is a really important consideration as we're thinking about these long-term comprehensive planning approaches, and especially when we're staging oil and gas operations and future development. So I wanted to acknowledge it. If it appears that there's, a conflict or issues, I don't think that there are. I think we've worked well with Aurora. I respect and appreciate their engagement on this topic, and also understand the importance of our rules in the consolidation space. So there's an important question coming to you all, and we're all looking forward to your decision on it, and we'll work through it successfully, whatever it is. So I'm happy to answer any other questions or talk through that if you all would like, and if there are specific questions on the some of the specifics of the director's recommendation, we'll pull in the right team folks on it, but wanted to close or at least provide some staff perspective based on Aurora's presentation. So thank you for the opportunity.
Totally appreciate that. And, I think that the questioning from commissioners and the perspective of Aurora is sort of shining a light on the fact that in my opinion, at least, and I'll look forward to further speaking to this at the end of the day, each comprehensive area plan is judged on its own merits, and each is going to have its own unique sets of circumstances in terms of the long-term planning, in terms of the local government, in terms of, where is it now? Is it, near residences? Is it not? Are they trying to get the mineral estate developed first, et cetera? So none of the questions are meant to diminish any of the great work of staff on the part of the director's recommendation, et cetera. And I do believe that our rules do a good job of trying to consistently balance out a lot of really important competing perspectives. So thank you very much for coming in and providing that perspective, Director Murphy. Does anyone have questions of Director Murphy at this point? Okay, hang tight. We may have questions for you after we hear from Crestone. Okay, Ms. Jost, I believe we're now ready to hear from Crestone and its case in chief.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair. Just give me a minute to share my screen and get this rolling. Okay, just to be certain, can everyone see the screen?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Council, and members of the public. My name is Jamie Jost, and I, along with my partner, Kelsey Wieselinski, represent Crestone Peak Resources Operating LLC on the Rule 314 Box Elder Comprehensive Area Plan today. Crestone's box elder cap application is the first cap application filed under the mission change rules in July of 2021, and the Crestone team is excited to present this plan to you today. The box elder cap application seeks the approval of a comprehensive area plan that covers approximately 37,520 acres of land and minerals, all of which are encompassed by the City of Aurora Operator Agreement. Over the past 16 months, Crestone collaborated with the Commission staff on the development of the Rule 314 cap guidance documents published in November 2021, engaged in numerous discussions with the City of Aurora, Commission staff, CDPHE, CPW, Aurora Highlands, and many other stakeholders within the City of Aurora about the plan and the proposed development, and has cooperated with Commission staff when additional information was requested during the box elder cap review process. Crestone appreciates all of the communications, inquiries, and hard work by the staff, as well as the director on the box elder cap application and the director's recommendation. And we look forward to continuing to work with the Commission staff as the development of the cap continues. So today, Crestone has several presenters. Mr. Brian Kane, Mr. Dan Harrington, Ms. Kathy Stearman, and Mr. Nathan Bennett will be presenting the box elder cap application this morning. And we do also have a large number of subject matter experts who are available to address any potential commissioner questions as this hearing proceeds. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Brian Kane.
Thank you, Ms. Jost. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this application today. My name is Brian Kane, and I'm Chief Sustainability Officer for Civitas Resources. Civitas was formed in November 2021, exactly 1 year ago yesterday, with the merger of 4 Colorado operating companies and since then 5. Crestone Peak Resources is a wholly owned subsidiary of Civitas Resources, and Civitas was created with a commitment to the communities where we live and operate. We proudly demonstrate this commitment through leadership in the environmental, social, and governance aspects of our business, and we are the first carbon neutral oil and natural gas producer in Colorado. But Civitas is also one of Colorado's leaders in utilizing best management practices and new technologies that seek to demonstrably reduce impacts associated with oil and natural gas production, and that protect public health, safety, welfare, and the environment, as well as wildlife resources. A lot of operators in our segment across the United States tend to announce fairly modest emissions targets that are set to be accomplished in the fairly distant future. But Civitas puts real targets and real budgets around our reduction projects, and we proudly set ambitious goals for ourselves in achieving them to better our air quality. For example, we have a plan in place to reduce 50% of our corporate Scope 1 emissions within 5 years. That's a 50% reduction of total emissions in 5 years or fewer. We've also published aggressive emissions intensity reduction targets. And importantly, we have line of sight to accomplishing these goals. Our targets aren't just numbers. We have emissions reduction projects designed, budgeted, and approved by our board of directors, and these projects are underway as we speak. So by the end of next year, Civitas aims to have reduced our corporate methane emissions by more than 90%. And this represents a step change for our industry in fearlessly disclosing what amounts to internal targets and executing ambitious projects that achieve real results for Colorado's air quality. The box elder cap will be part of this effort, and Kathy Stearman will talk more about that. Next slide. Civitas is also, I mentioned, Colorado's first carbon neutral oil and natural gas company, but what does that mean? It means that we're committed to reducing operational emissions as our first priority. And then we reduce what we call residual or remaining emissions, or rather displace what we call residual or remaining emissions on an annual basis using voluntary carbon credits procured only through the 4 largest and most credible offset registries. As a result, all greenhouse gas emissions associated with the box elder development will be offset using carbon emission credits. Obviously, this is not a magic bullet by any means and shouldn't be taken as such, but it is important to us that we're offsetting the effects of climate change in the production of these oil and natural gas molecules. And I appreciate using offsets also because they demonstrate the seriousness of our commitment. They are useful to companies in influencing the economics of internal decision-making. And I'd ask you to look at it this way. When you're on the hook at the end of each year to pay a price per ton of emissions that you are not able to reduce or eliminate that year, that is a significant financial incentive to accelerate emissions reduction projects throughout the company. And I think it demonstrates our commitment to using those best management practices. But more than that, our commitment to carbon neutrality has created an internal culture that is focused on improving air quality and reducing emissions throughout our portfolio of operations, because Civitas is quite frankly putting its money where its mouth is as it relates to reducing emissions and protecting the air we breathe. Next slide, Jamie. Finally, Civitas is proud to have one of the most active social programs in the basin, which includes, among many other things, a commitment to plug every orphan well in our operating areas known to the COGCC as of January 1 of this year. We've launched a truck fleet transition plan that has already resulted in both emissions reductions and cost savings. And we continue exploring community solar with 6 projects currently in the RFP process with our utility provider. We're also rolling out new trainings and recruiting initiatives associated with increasing the diversity of our employee base within our company. And we're standing up the Civitas Community Foundation by the end of this year. The Civitas Community Foundation will go above and beyond our current extensive charitable efforts, providing community project grants and scholarships to Colorado residents who live in our operating areas. And again, that effort will be stood up by the end of this year. So our sustainability program is focused on accurate measurement, honest disclosure, continuous improvement, and an earnest desire to partner with our communities in ways that are above and beyond the norm for our industry, even here in our great state. And it is in this spirit that we approach the Box Elder CAP, a comprehensive activity plan that we're very proud of. And we look forward to telling you more about our submittal and answering your questions today. We would note that this is the first CAP with preliminary siting submitted and heard in Colorado since the promulgation of the SB 181 rules. And as such, there were times that in blazing this trail, we sought guidance and we needed help along the way. And so we want to thank the dedicated COGCC staff for their patience throughout this process, as these rules and guidelines were at times being written even during the process. A sincere thank you to staff. I'll now ask Dan Harrington, the Asset Development Lead for our Box Elder CAP, to walk the commission through the vision associated with this development. Dan.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, commissioners, for hearing this matter today. And I do want to echo Brian's thanks to commission staff for their work with us on this project over the last year and a half. So here we have our overview map of the Box Elder CAP. It encompasses 37,520 developed mineral acres across 6 townships. The relevant local government for every surface site is the city of Aurora, and all sites cited within the Box Elder CAP are covered by the Aurora Operator Agreement. Approximate local governments include Arapahoe County, Adams County, and Denver County. Over the entirety of this area, there are only 18 RBUs within 2,000 foot of working pad surfaces. And as you'll hear a little later on, the number of RBUs near forward operation areas is much lower. This CAP contemplates up to 151 new wells from 20 new and existing locations. And we do have a pipeline commitment for oil and gas for all forward locations. Running through a quick inventory of the wells that we have to date. We came into this asset with 68 wells that were drilled prior to CAP submission. We consider those the legacy wells, so to speak. In our first CAP submission, we had in July 2021, the well count was 178. Between July 21 and our second revised CAP submission in February 22, we did get to work on consolidation, and we're able to reduce the number of new horizontal wells planned to 151. So at the time, those were the forward wells planned. Since the original CAP submission, we have spud and mostly completed 55 of the laterals. So the forward counting wells, if you do the math there, is in the 90s, and we can go into a more detailed breakdown on a future slide. The total horizontal wells in the CAP, when all is said and done, I'm sorry, Jamie, will be 219, including the legacy wells and the 151 CAP wells. As part of the cap, we are requesting preliminary siting approval for 8 oil and gas locations. Those are the Aspen North, Aspen South, Chico North, Chico Watkins South, Cottonwood Creek North, King North, Lussing Trust North, and Watkins 35 North. Of these sites, 3 are phase 2 expansions of existing sites. These 8 locations are subject to existing surface use agreements that provide for the proposed oil and gas locations. In addition, the remainder of the 20 cap sites are 12 sites for which preliminary siting approval is not requested. Those include 2 unbuilt sites that we consider to have a conceptual design, which is to say we don't know precisely where the pad will be. Those are the Big Sandy and the Bijou North. We have 2 sites for which we have an OGDP that was approved after cap submittal, but prior to this date. Those are the Blue and the Lone Tree North. The Blue is not built and the Lone Tree North is built and is currently drilling. And we have an additional 8 sites where the pad is constructed, ops is initiated, and for all but 3 of these sites, completions is done. And 1 is completing now and 2 are completing before the end of the year. And lastly, we have 17 locations within the cap that are considered legacy locations. These were previously approved and developed oil and gas locations. I won't read through the entire list here. We do not anticipate any forward development at these locations, but they were contemplated within our cumulative impacts evaluation. So as we've covered and you've heard from Mr. Jeffrey Moore, and we'll thank him again for his comments here, but the relevant local government here is the City of Aurora, and all sites are governed by the City of Aurora Operator Agreement. That operator agreement was initially entered into by Conoco. Crestone inherited that operator agreement when we acquired the asset from Conoco in 2020. There was an amendment in 2021. And we did base the backbone of this CAP's future development plan on that operator agreement. This is a copy of the letter that Mr. Moore sent to the director in response to the director's recommendation. Just reiterating here Aurora's support for the cap in general and for the preliminary siting analysis of the requested sites in particular. Here's our anticipated development timeline for the entire cap. We have all 20 sites lined up here. The sites in gray are sites at which operations have completed. Blue sites have ongoing operations as of this date, and the remainder are future operation sites. As you can see, we've modeled this generally as 1 active drilling rig throughout 2021 to 2025. And here we have an animation that essentially displays the same information as the Gantt chart I just showed you. We're in the past year. Here we are about the present. Lone Tree North is currently drilling. As you can see, we've started our development generally on the west side of the cap, and we're moving eastward and northward away from encroaching development. And here we are finished with the primary operations in 2026. This map represents our leasehold over the Box Elder cap areas. As you can see, we hold the vast majority of the lands. Our estimated working interest in the cap area is over 85%. Minerals are a mix of fee and state. Here's some quick statistics around the cap. We did have 267 interested parties that were noticed. We had 141 public comments with direct responses there too. We've been in process for 16 months. We've had 5 formal consultations with the relevant local government, proximate local government, CPW, CDPHE, and the BLM. We had 1 public meeting with 10 attendees. We did have 1 petitioner, but no longer have one. We have a relevant local government that fully supports the cap and the locations and no stays. So we hope this adds up to 1 Rule 314 cap recommended for approval. And here, of course, is the director's recommendation, which you're familiar with. The director did recommend approval of the cap. On the finding of suitability, we'll touch upon some of the points in this recommendation, particularly the delta between the requested PSAs and the recommended PSAs. But for now, we'll go into points 2 through 6 in the following slides. We'll also go through some questions that were submitted to us here by staff. So one is there are 10 permitted oil and gas locations, 9 of which are already built that have been included in this cap application. What is the benefit of including these locations in the cap? Are the future yet unpermitted operations planned for any of these locations that should be considered in the cap, or are all planned locations already permitted? So the 10 sites that are being referred to here are the cap sites that were not did not have operations completed at the time of cap submittal, but which are done now. These sites had a mix of pre-existing Form 2As or OGDPs that were approved contemporaneously with a cap. Those sites are listed here. You can see that there are 4 that are fully producing, 1 that is currently drilling, 1 that is currently completing, 2 that are drilled to completion with future short-term completions operations, 1 that is constructed and planned for future D&C operations, and 1 that has not been constructed. As a note, these questions did come to Crestone after the director's recommendations was published, and they all tie to certain aspects of the finding of suitability. So for question number 2, there are 17 existing oil and gas locations within the cap's application lands that will not be subject to the cap. Why were these locations excluded from the cap, and why were these locations included in the cap's cumulative impact analysis? The 17 existing oil and gas locations referred to here are the legacy locations. These are the sites that had pre-existing producing wells on them that are not planned for future drilling and completions operations, and which require no future forward permit approvals from the commission. So they were not included as cap locations for the purposes of the cap itself. However, although in production phase, these sites do have impacts on the community, and to accurately portray these legacy locations' effects on cumulative impacts, they were included in the cumulative impacts report. Of the 17 locations, 2 locations have constructed an operating oil pipeline takeaway. Another 8 locations are planned for future oil pipeline takeaway, and we'll show you a timeline for that a little later on in the presentation. And the remaining 7 are not planned for oil pipeline takeaway, but they tend to be older single well sites with relatively low production rates at this time. All 17 locations do have natural gas takeaway. Question 3, this refers to the maximum of 151 new wells that were submitted along with the cap. However, 15 have been drilled, and the question is around what are the status of the remaining 96 wells. So to break this down point by point, the cap does have 151 new wells listed as part of the cap application. Of these 151 sites, 51 have been drilled to date from pre-existing Form 2As or contemporaneously approved OGDPs. Of the 96 remaining new wells planned to be drilled, none of them have Form 2 APDs at this point. 3 of those wells are associated with an approved Form 2A, that's the left-hand pad. 7 wells are associated with an approved OGDP and corresponding 2A, that's the blue pad. 9 wells are associated with drilled or permitted pads, but will likely not be drilled. These are at the blue, Fraser South, and yellow North. These changes reflect Civitas's refinement of its subsurface model and preferred well spacing. So we've trialed up spacing at these locations essentially. So we're left with 77 wells that are associated with the 10 unpermitted oil and gas locations identified in the CAP. All 10 locations will require an OGDP, an associated Form 2A, and individual Form 2s. And then, of course, we have the 68 legacy wells we've already discussed from a total of 25 oil and gas locations. Of those 25 sites, 8 legacy locations have either been expanded or planned for expansion to accommodate additional drilling and completion ops, and they are among the 20 CAP oil and gas locations. The remaining 17 legacy locations we've already discussed, those are the sites at which no future operations are planned. Here on question number 4, what is the contingency plan if Crestone cannot get third-party service for electric rigs and electrification of infrastructure within the CAP 6-year duration? How does that change the cumulative impacts and evaluation at the CAP scale and at the OGDP scale? And can Crestone provide a map showing current electrification with the CAP plans and estimates for future connecting utility lines? We're going to get into this in much more detail later. But as of now, in the event Crestone is unable to connect to utility power in enough time to support drilling operations, Crestone will employ conventional means to powering the drilling, like diesel engines. The electrification of associated infrastructure is something that can be achieved outside of the 6-year duration of the CAP, as there are currently no COGCC required approvals or permits to electrify a facility, but for any additional equipment required to be listed on a Form 2A. Should utility power not be available at the initiation of production on a given pad, Crestone will continue to seek electrification, as electrified facilities are a best practice for Crestone, believes in, and prefers. It's important to note that the cumulative impacts evaluation that we provided as part of this CAP reflects a high side conservative approach. We prefer to be on the high side and outperform than be short on our emissions estimates. So the CI plan does not assume rig electrification for any site. We are already outperforming that. On the map below, you can see currently electrified oil and gas locations within the CAP sites. Those are the grande, the blue, and the yellow. And an additional 6 sites for which engineer design and/or construction is already underway. We also intend to electrify the non-nominated sites here in the future. Here on question 5, the description of the CAP-wide operational timeline includes construction, drilling, completions, operation, interim reclamation planned from February 21 to December 26 as the development moves across the application lands from west to east. Will each location have only a single occupation for all phases, or will operations progress by stage requiring multiple occupations at each location? So the answer is that Crestone always prefers a single rig occupation. And generally speaking, we achieve that. There are some unforeseen circumstances that can require 2 phases. As you can see, the Grande sites here did have a brief interim between 2 drilling rig operations, but everything else is contemplated for a single drilling rig occupation. Our construction phases are, of course, pad construction, the drilling phase. It's important to note here that we do typically use a sputter rig to come in and drill the surface holes to TD point and set surface casing. That rig operates at about 1 well a day, so it's there only briefly. Later, the production rig shows up and drills wells to TD. We then have our completions phase, our facility construction, our production phase, and we then enter interim reclamation phase. Here on question number 6, an additional staff question. How many rigs, electric and or non-electric, will be deployed at any given time? If electric rigs are not available, what type of rigs will be used? As stated, the development plan assumes 1 production rig operating on cap lands at any given time. Due to operational realities and rig and permit availability, we anticipate that that rig count may fluctuate between 0 and 2 production rigs during the development timeline. Every rig we use is equipped to utilize grid power if available. And as I said on the last slide, a caveat to that is we do use a sputter rig, but it's generally on any given pad for less than 2 weeks. Here a question, question 7. What is the anticipated timeline for future public meetings? When will the Box Elder CAP website be available? Is the Box Elder CAP application currently available on a different website that we host? We do anticipate holding future public meetings as through both the OGDP process for the 10 unpermitted sites, as well as through the Aurora City process. The Box Elder CAP website is live and accessible here. You have the link there, and that site does link to the Box Elder CAP materials. Question number 8, in Exhibit 4, Creston alludes to the use of Tier 4 or better engines for hydraulic fracturing under the CDP HE BMP. Creston states this will be determined on a site-specific basis during the OGDP level review. This is an easy answer. We verify that Tier 4 or better engines will be used for hydraulic fracturing for all future development within CAP lands. All right. As a reminder, our CAP approval is only the first step in approval of these sites. We hope here to achieve approval of the Rule 314 CAP. We'll then move forward with our OGDP and Form 2As, some of them hopefully expedited. DSUs will come with the OGDP submissions and approval. We'll then submit our Form 2s and then move forward with the statutory pooling order if necessary. Here's a quick timeline of the Box Elder CAP. Again, our initial submission was in July 2021. We had several amended applications as we worked collaboratively with COGCC staff through the CAP process. This CAP was used to help develop the guidance materials that came out in the fourth quarter of 2021. Following our final submission, we achieved completeness in June 22. We had our neighborhood meeting in June, later in June 2022. We had our 60-day comment period end in August. We responded to all comments within a month. Our CAP petition deadline was October 3rd. We received one petition that we've since resolved. On October 20, we received our director's recommendation for approval, and here we are today on November 2nd at hearing. This is simply a timeline of our 5-day notice of completeness. Within 5 days of completeness, we did send out our application to the 267 interested parties. We did also publish the CAP application in 3 local newspapers. This is a summary of the public comments and Crestone's responses thereto. The public comment period was open from June 2nd through July 31st, 2022. We did receive 141 public comments, and we responded to each individually. A 121-page comment response package was provided to the commission and published on September 1st. To sum up, those public comments covered several points. There was opposition to oil and gas activity. There was questions about the cumulative impacts and alternative location analysis and DI communities, and you can read the list. Again, these were all responded to, and those responses are public. We did go through several formal consultations. We have Adams County was invited but did not respond. Arapahoe County occurred the week of July 31st, 2022. Denver County was invited but did not respond. City of Aurora formal consultation took place on August 10th. CPW on August 2nd, CDPHE on July 27th, and BLM waived the need for a consultation. COGC staff has reviewed those consultations and summarized as follows. Arapahoe County's local government designee generally supports the application and has no immediate concerns. Additional local permits or consultation will be required through Arapahoe County. CDPHE staff indicated the box elder cap proposal is reasonable and CDPHE has no significant concerns. CDPHE would like additional consultation at this OGDP level to discuss cumulative impacts and BMPs for site-specific locations. COGCC will expect Crestone to engage in additional consultations with the CDPHE and COGCC on every OGDP application subject to the cap. For CPW staff did not express any significant concerns and did not object to the cap application advancing through the process. And lastly, for the City of Aurora, due to the lengthy and collaborative nature of the operator agreement between the City of Aurora and Crestone, Aurora indicates support for this cap application. Here are the cap contact information rules. We have fulfilled all of these. We have, thank you, Jamie. Rule 314E2, there are no fees. There were no fees to fulfill. So this is set. Rule 314E3A, this is in fulfillment of the requirement of an overview map. Here is the same map with topographic overlay. Here is our currently proposed or existing haul routes throughout the cap with roads. Here's our current pipeline system. This shows actively operating pipeline as well as the midstream gathering stations. This does not represent the totality of the planned oil pipeline takeaway system. We'll show that in a subsequent slide. There was a question, the Pony and the Mustang stations are part of the Bronco gas gathering system and will service all of the cap sites. Just to point at them right now, they sit north of I-70, one in section 34 and one a bit north, east and north of there. In fulfillment of Rule 314E3D utility lines, we're going to cover this during our cumulative impacts analysis segment. In fulfillment of 314E3E, status of electrification, this is the same slide you saw some slides back. We have several confirmed electrified sites. We have some sites where construction is in process. We have some sites where engineering design is complete and construction is pending. And we have some sites where we intend to seek electrification, but that is pending right-of-way and Excel capacity and regulations. In response to a different commissioner question 3, Civitas is committed to seeking grid connections prior to spud at all box elder pads. However, Civitas is bound by Excel Energy's infrastructure availability, capacity and load, regulations around where additional service can be installed and operation schedule. We'll cover this in more detail later. High priority habitat in response to 314E3F. This is a map of HPH within cap lands. As you can see, the pad sites generally do avoid HPH, and those sites that do overlap HCH in the southwest part of the cap have completion operations are drilling operations are complete, and completions operations will be complete by the end of this year. Rule 314E3G demonstrates building units in proximity to pads throughout the cap area. There are 18 RBUs within 2,000 feet of all sites, overall 58 square miles of the cap. Only 4 of those RBUs are within 2,000 feet of currently operating or future sites. 2 of those RBUs are near a site that's currently drilling the Lone Tree North. We have an informed consent letter with those residents, and we've received some very positive feedback on our ops. We also implemented numerous BMPs in response to those residents' concerns. The other two RBUs are near another future operation sites. We've had outreach with those owners. They are mineral owners in the developed DSU, and they have indicated no high-level concerns with the operation. We will continue to work with those building unit residents during the OGDP process. 314E3H is our surface owner map. And the 314E3I series are depth maps to the 4 aquifers that exist in the area. We gotta step through these. Here is our DI community map. It does appear to cover a larger area, but only 4 of the RBUs within 2,000 feet of pad surfaces are within the DIC. And those are the 4 RBUs I discussed a few slides back. In response to question number 2, how community engagement will happen. As I said, only 4 of those RBUs are associated with current or future ops sites. The 2 are near the Lone Tree site, and as this commission is aware, we had extensive outreach and communication with those landowners, which fortunately led to a informed consent prior to OGDP hearing. We've been in constant communication with those homeowners since, and as I stated, they've submitted some very positive comments about our operations in the meantime. Reiterating, the remaining 2 RBUs are near 2 other pad sites. It's 2 RBUs, the same 2 RBUs are near the 2 sites. We've spoken to the owners. They have no significant concerns other than dust control. We certainly plan to implement our best measures to keep those owners happy, and we'll continue to work with them through the OGDP process. 314E3K represents our water map. As you can see, the pad surfaces do avoid our floodplains. And the map in response to Rule 314E3L, oil and gas locations within the cap lands. Really the difference here between from the original map is simply the non-Crestone operated sites, which are marked by the bright green dots. There are minimal sites within cap lands. Here is our schools and childcare centers map. There are no proposed or locations within 2,000 feet of a school or a childcare center. Rule 314E5, well density. Generally speaking, we permit these wells at 8 wells per section, and that's demonstrated in the stick maps that were submitted along with the cap. Just to hit upon once again the inventory, there are 68 legacy wells, 151 planned cap wells. 55 of those cap wells have been drilled to date, and at the end we will see at maximum 219 wells within the cap lands operated by Crestone. Okay, this is a summary of the pad consolidation we've done to date. There were a lot of questions about this, so I'd like to spend some time on this slide. If you look in the table in the upper left hand, that table links to the Aurora operator agreement to which all these sites are subject. That operator agreement notes 45 sites within cap lands. The map to the right shows our modification to essentially that development plan that was built into the Aurora operator agreement. As you can see, there are 8 sites with red X's through them that we are not planning to use at all. And there are an additional number of sites with the gold X's through them that have allowed phase 2 occupations as part of the Aurora operator agreement that we will not utilize. Table 2 in the lower left does note the remaining locations planned. That has been reduced from 45 to 38. While we're here, I would like to also note, this is in response to another question that came up. What are marked in the darker boxes here along the west side of the cap? I don't know if we can point at those, Jamie. Those are the well sites along Powhatan Road, and they're specifically termed out in the Aurora operator agreement, requiring operations to be finished by end 2024. That was specifically laid out in the operator agreement due to anticipation of encroaching development from the west. I'm happy to say that we plan to be completely done with drilling and completion operations by that site by the end of this year, fully 2 years in advance of the deadline. In response to Rule 314E7, you've seen this before. This is our development timeline Gantt. As you can see as well, we have added a pipeline installation time frame for each site. Those are the gold boxes. Rule 314E8. Infrastructure planning. This is specific to oil pipeline. All sites will have gas pipeline obviously installed prior to operations. In last year, Crestone did acquire the oil pipeline system that was previously operated by ARB. This gives us much more flexibility to guarantee that we can have oil pipeline takeaway in time for the start of the production phase. As you can see, generally the blue on this map has already been constructed. The lighter green is planned for the 2020 build by end 2023. And then the mustard color is for future build beyond that. Again, for every one of these sites, we're intending to have oil pipeline in place by the first day of production. There was a question for is Crestone building its own oil and gas pipeline takeaway? And the answer to that is yes. As of last year, we do own both the gas and the oil takeaway system for all cap paths. In response to Rule 314E8, this is a summary of the statistics of our gathering system. We currently have over 200,000 feet of natural gas pipeline and 50,000 feet of oil pipeline. We're intending to build out another 30,000 feet of natural gas pipeline and 100,000 feet of oil pipeline. And for the 8 PSA sites, you can see the status in the table below of gas gathering and oil gathering and the planned online date for each. If you cross-reference this back to the Gantt chart, you'll see that the oil gathering date does correspond to the start of production for each of these sites. Rule 314E9 is our mineral ownership map. You've seen this before. Again, we're approximately 85% leased mineral interest in the cap lands. And with that, I will transition to Mr. Nate Bennett to go through some of the cumulative impacts and BMPs.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington, and good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Nathan Bennett, and I am the Director of Permitting and Compliance for Civitas Crestone. The next portion of our presentation will focus on our cumulative impacts evaluation as required under Rule 314E10. Crestone carefully evaluated potential impacts to key resource areas, including air, water, ecological resources, and residential communities within the CAP. One of the benefits of this cumulative impact assessment was the identification of strategies that can be implemented before, during, and after development to reduce potential impacts to these key resources and foster best management practices to reduce the cumulative impact in the CAP through avoidance, minimization, or mitigation measures. The evaluation of potential cumulative impacts was undertaken using widely accepted scientific methods, including those methods employed or prescribed by governmental agencies such as the United States Environmental Protection Agency and Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. Next slide, Jamie. In addition to performing calculations in accordance with valid scientific test methods or procedures, air monitoring data from Civitas operations were used as a basis for comparison between calculated emissions data and real emissions data from the same operations in the same field. Lastly, a series of existing data were used during Crestone's cumulative impacts analysis, including baseline water quality data, wildlife data and associated mapping, and natural resource reports. Much of this information was collected via boots on the ground surveys and observations over the course of the last several years and enables a forward-looking approach to avoiding and minimizing impacts. I would like to invite Ms. Kathy Stearman to walk through Crestone's air resources analysis subject to Rule 314E10A.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. We wanted to open the air discussion with a quick description of our Civitas air program. We currently have a team of 14 air experts that specialize in air compliance and regulations. We realize that the Box Elder cap is very forward-looking and we expect regulations to change and we follow them very closely. We always adhere to the newest and tightest regulations that are promulgated, and we frequently work ahead on dates and implementation. We're going to talk quite a bit about incremental emissions increases for criteria pollutants, for greenhouse gases, and for hazardous air pollutants. And we're going to open that discussion with a development movie. This is a visual depiction of cumulative impacts that were estimated at the time of cap submission. The blue reflects combustion emissions, or NOx, and the red reflects the VOC emissions. The bigger bars reflect the higher emission periods, and as emissions stop or decline, the bar either disappears or sinks, reflecting the emissions decline throughout the cap. NOx emissions tend to appear for a short time and go away because they mostly relate to drilling generators and hydraulic fracturing, which is a short activity. The VOC emissions are tied to the first year of the well pad's life, and then they decline with the production decline. These visual activities here are rolled up into the cumulative and incremental tables that we're going to look at next. So commissioners, we realize that this is your first preview of this 1-minute rendering, and I kind of talked through it. So if we have questions, we can come back to it or replay it. This table was developed for the Box Elder Comprehensive Area Plan for Air Quality Impacts and puts to paper that movie that we just watched. The most impact was estimated to occur during 2023 for NOx, which is a combustion emission, and then during 2024 for VOCs, and from then on the emissions decline with the wells. If we focus on the highest year of VOC emissions, which is 2024, you can see that this includes a lot of well production. It reflects over 104 wells coming online throughout the cap at that time. This estimate was performed some time ago by Crestone, making estimates that included many sources that we're now eliminating, which you're going to hear about later in this presentation. And we wanted to put some of these estimated numbers into a little bit of context from an air emissions perspective. So the next couple of slides are going to focus on that. This slide graphs the maximum emissions data for both NOx and VOC that was in that table, and it compares it to the daily traffic emissions in Denver. And then we wanted to try to do a comparison of the highest year of NOx emissions to other air sources in the area so that the commission has some numbers to compare these to. Our highest cumulative impact year for NOx was predicted to be 2023, and you see that number's estimated at 395.7 tons for that year. First, commissioners, this number is likely overestimated because of things that we know today, like the progress made throughout the cap to electrify some of our drilling, and like the progress that we're making right now in hydraulic fracturing fleets and how they receive their power. Still, with the highest emissions that we could estimate at the time, we're still looking at about 15% of what was predicted just for the construction work associated with the airport expansion. This call out focuses our attention on to estimated greenhouse gases, which will be offset by Civitas once that data is accurately reported to the EPA as part of our commitment to carbon neutrality. Okay, so we wanted to step away from the math calculations and the tables for a minute and just kind of show some actual data during drilling with a diesel generated drilling rig. Crestone does want to electrify rigs for many reasons. They are noise and convenience and on-site air impacts. And it's hard for us to get the power certainty for drilling because of situations that you hear about. But I asked myself and my team, how does this present itself on our monitoring data? So does that diesel generator show up on our air monitors? And that's really what led to this slide and what will lead to probably more slides like this in the future. So do we see emissions during drilling, commissioners? Yes, sometimes we do. Those emissions that we see aren't really tied though to power generation. They're more tied to gas molecules that are going to be entrained in the mud, and of course the mud itself. And then of course the position of the air monitors themselves also affect what we see. And when we're talking about our monitoring network, most of it in Colorado is currently VOC detection, and admittedly, we'd like to be looking at NOx for a diesel generator, but that NOx data is not really reliable in any kind of great format yet. So kind of to take us back to what the slides intended to show, there are monitoring data that are stacking up that when we blind it, would not distinguish when a site is drilled on diesel versus line power when we look at it from this fence line monitoring lens. As we play this, commissioners, focus your attention on the new green dots. This slide steps through a year-by-year snapshot of 2022 through 2025 that shows monitors that we will be adding each year. We currently have over 100 total VOC monitors in the area, and we'll add monitors to every pad for Colorado Regulation 7. Each one of those monitoring plans will be submitted to the CDPHE. And this is just a still shot of that little movie. We expect to eventually have over 133 air monitors in the CAP area. As you can see, each monitoring site ends up unique. Some of them are part of Crestone's voluntary program that was underway in 2020. Some of these sites ended up with additional monitoring as a result of conversations with the CDPHE's input and also other independent influences. In order to strengthen our leak detection program and our monitoring program and better measure our emissions rates, Crestone has recently agreed to install continuous leak detection on all new pads in 2023. And we're going to start broadly testing these systems for additional value within our leak programs and our monitoring programs. Okay, the next 3 slides are going to shift our attention to how this industry has innovated between when the cumulative impacts estimates were submitted and shows the expected emission savings for these actions, which will be better resolved in the individual Form 2Bs that we're going to be submitting through the CAP. In 2023, Civitas will construct new pads with pressurized vessels, which will eliminate any atmospheric maintenance activity. So on your left of this picture, you see a maintenance tank, and this is still a best practice and still widely used in Colorado. And they were originally thought to bring the benefit of maintenance emissions by isolating them from a tank battery. But we're doing something a little better now. We're isolating that to a pressurized vessel, which does not have thief hatches, and it has no atmospheric actions. So when we add this practice on all our facilities throughout the CAP, and we apply it to the routine and predictable maintenance that we estimated, we expect these emission savings to be approximately 32 tons per year of VOC, focusing on the year with the most wells that were online. It's a cross section of 2027. Crestone is also committed to bringing blower systems to tank batteries because those technologies have improved and can now navigate the low pressure tank vapor situation without compromising introduction of oxygen into the sales system. So in a nutshell, when these blowers are working, they eliminate tank flaring. We will continue to install tank vapor combustion devices on pads just in case the blowers have downtime. But in a perfect world, the flares are not going to ignite with these blowers. This shifts how we calculate our tank emissions, and it's expected to save approximately 94 tons of VOC, for example, in that 2027 cross section. Finally, Civitas targeted the acquisition of a midstream asset. And to me, this is consolidation. And that brings a path of certainty to piping oil offsite within the cap. While we still need tanks at every location, their footprint is really going to be greatly reduced, and we do not need to truck out the oil. This estimates the oil tanker truck load out emissions from that process, and it is expected to decrease the cap estimated emissions by 12.2 tons per year in the year 2027. Again, that's a cross section. Crestone and Civitas companies will continue to assess tank sizing and remove tanks if there's a need. We will always have to maintain the design of the tank systems to ensure that the control devices work properly. But this has happened in the past, removing tanks. And I'm going to pause now in this portion of the slide deck to try to bring forward some of the commissioner questions. And the first question was related to how the pipeline project will affect the tanks. So Civitas is planning to add oil pipeline takeaway in advance of the production phase for all of the future Box Elder sites. And this allows for a tank light or less oil tanks per location type of configuration. These tanks will allow Civitas to stabilize the oil on the pad before it flows into the gathering system. And it provides a buffer should the oil gathering system go offline. And we will continue to reduce tank count as possible, like we just said. But if the oil pipeline were not connected, the tank count on site would probably be substantially higher. We also had a few questions that relate to emissions. The first question was, can the operator please summarize the impact data for the proposed wells within the cap as a total? And so if we go back to the table that was on 72, the rule requires, the rule 314E10A requires that the commission, that we kind of roll all those up. And that does in fact include a total. I don't know if we're getting at the answer to the question here. So if the commission has further questions, or if we didn't answer this sufficiently, maybe we can get at it in the Q&A section. The next question was, and we can stay on this slide, Jamie, because another question kind of pertains to this. What is the anticipated truck traffic? So impacts from the truck traffic were listed in page 24 of the July 2021 cumulative impact report. And they were stated as during production, daily traffic will increase until oil pipeline is connected. And it's expected that the truck traffic will increase to near 300 trucks per day in mid to late 2023 in a worst case scenario for oil pipeline hookup. But we now know that the oil pipeline is committed to, and has certainty. So this would affect the truck count by about 1.5 to 2.5 trucks per day per well. So if we're looking at an 8-well pad, we'd be looking at eliminating about 4,000 oil hauler truck trips for that first year. Back to an emissions question on this slide. What are the anticipated emissions for trucks, pre-production, drilling, and production? Again, I don't know if we're answering this right, but this table, as per rule 314E10A, does roll all of those emissions estimates up. It does include those sources. So, and I'd also like to point out that the cumulative impacts from trucking, they really focus on largely on the process that loads out oil, which we're eliminating throughout the cap with the pipeline. Okay, the next question was, is this summary assuming the electric drill rig with electrification of the sites? And I think Dan got at this earlier, but to be really specific, the emissions in this table are based on a diesel drill rig that's rated to a tier 2 emission standard. The next question along the same lines is, what are the differences in emissions if we use an electric drill rig versus alternative power source? When we look at this table, this is like, if you look at a Gantt chart, it's a cross section of that Gantt chart. So I'm going to put it into the perspective on a pad. We did look at how to answer this, for example, for the Bijou pad with 8 wells. And by eliminating the diesel tier 2 generator, we would expect those emissions to drop by 25 tons of NOx, focusing on NOx. Next question was, why are tier 4 engines being proposed for completions rather than natural gas and or an electric battery? So when the cumulative impact prediction was being assessed and summarized by Crestone, Tier 4 dual fuel engine, that kit really was kind of cutting edge for fracturing emission profiles, and we still consider that Tier 4 fleet a very highly desirable kind of kit from an emissions perspective. Looking back even 3 years ago, we were talking about converting from Tier 2 to Tier 4, Tier 2 being higher emissions than Tier 4. But however, we are currently in the middle of the process of kind of furthering refining how our generated power for a frac fleet would affect our total emissions profile as we convert to electric fracturing pumps. Here on an emissions basis, I did want to clarify how our two compressor stations, the Pony and the Mustang, fit into the cap from an emissions perspective. Mustang is located inside the cap boundary and Pony is outside the cap boundary, but inside the cap buffer. So the cap did consider the Pony and the Mustang in the cumulative impact conversations as part of the cumulative impact analysis. I may focus that more on the Mustang. And then the air emissions did not include the Pony and the Mustang. At the time, Crestone didn't identify this infrastructure as part of the incremental increase from a well production operation. That's really part of that nuanced language in 314 E10A, I get the citation wrong. But as we refine our 2B submissions, there's probably opportunity to communicate more about those actual emissions as those two are online. So to summarize, this cap really is a first step in the development plan. Crestone has agreed to submit more 2B emissions data, which is going to predict more of a pad level emission, and it's going to take into account kind of what we're knowing today on the development. We also want to mention what we're doing now to improve some of these submissions and better align how they're reported, not just within Civitas, but really across industry. We've ensured that we have one point of direction within our company to focus on how cap inputs are developed. We have ensured we have one point of direction for consultants that work on this data. And we expect much more coordination and communication with the APCD. And we really look forward to more guidance on this as we move forward. Thanks, Jamie. We're going to now transition to a public health discussion for the purposes of Rule 314E10B. These are the estimates for HAP, or hazardous air pollution emissions, throughout each year of the cap. Again, it's cross-section. Benzene is the first column, and it has been the focus of most public health conversations as it has the lowest exposure guidelines. Like the VOC prediction in the earlier slide, 2024 is predicted to have the highest cumulative impacts. The three previous slides that described all that infrastructure improvement, like maintenance tanks and infrastructure and tank blowers, are also going to affect these numbers in the same way that they affected the VOC reduction. So we estimated broadly that the reductions in HAPs from those should be about 50%. So this is Clean Air Act talk. The EPA has defined a major source of HAPs at 10 tons per year for any single HAP, like benzene, or 25 tons per year for all of the HAPs combined. This threshold, 10 and 25, is measured at each individual pad as we look at it from that perspective. And these next kind of couple of slides are really trying to put the cap itself, everything within the cap, into those perspectives. So this slide is the total hazardous air pollutants graphed per year compared against the threshold for a major source of HAPs. And even cumulatively, the entire cap is not a major source of HAPs, which is that red dotted line at 25 tons. And then this slide focuses on each individual HAP. So we're comparing each HAP to the 10 ton per year threshold, which is focused on one pad at a time, and looking at how they all stack up within the cap to that individual HAP threshold at 10 tons per year. And finally, Crestone has worked with a third-party independent consultant to directly measure what our impacts are in the community through multiple studies and across different phases of development. And the 2019 study concluded that all samples were taken well below all samples that were taken were well below health guideline values. And I'm going to hand this presentation back to Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Ms. Stearman. In accordance with Rule 314E10C, Crestone assessed the potential impacts to water resources resulting from CAP development in the 6 categories as outlined on this slide. It is important to note that Crestone's estimated water use per well has increased relative to the estimate contained in the CAP application. This increase, roughly 90,000 barrels, is the result of both market changes in Crestone's development plan, for example, well density and spacing and consolidation, as well as Crestone's understanding of the reservoir parameters in the Watkins field resulting from learnings and analyses from producing wells in the area. As a general caveat, when an operator drills longer horizontal well bores, the water volume needed to hydraulically fracture the reservoir also increases. Well stimulations or completions design uses a barrel per foot calculation based on reservoir parameters, resulting in a one-to-many relationship, where the one is a foot of well bore and the many is the corresponding volume of water needed to effectively stimulate the formation. As Mr. Moore mentioned in his earlier remarks, Crestone's predecessor proposed drilling and completing approximately 310 wells within the CAP, whereas Crestone has consolidated wells and locations and will not drill roughly 90 wells of the wells that his predecessor proposed. This is notable given the significant reduction in water needed to reach full development relative to the original proposal. The information on this slide intends to inform the 6 categories outlined in the prior slide. As mentioned previously, the required tanks will temporarily store both water and oil. It is important to note that well pads have been sited in a manner to not disturb wetlands, riparian corridors, or Rule 411 water resources. Crestone received a commissioner question earlier this week regarding the feasibility of a produced water pipeline system, as well as the potential for recycling or reusing produced water. While the estimated volumes of produced water provided in the cumulative impacts analysis seem high, there are a number of variables that help inform whether or not a produced water pipeline is justified. These variables include, but are not limited to, the volume of water estimated to be recovered in the initial years of production and the rate at which these volumes are produced, among other things. More importantly, consideration must be given to what it takes to be able to permit, construct, and operate a produced water system. For example, additional disturbance in and along the right-of-way would be required to install the additional lines necessary for a produced water system. There are spacing requirements between pipelines that need to be maintained for safety reasons. This is further complicated by the width of the right-of-way corridor that can be maintained as a permanent easement across multiple properties and multiple ownership. Booster pumps would be required at certain distances throughout the produced water pipeline system to ensure that water volumes could be moved from their source at the oil and gas location for miles over variable topography to a centralized location for final disposition. Underlying these considerations is the requirement to have the legal right to construct and operate a produced water pipeline in each and every right-of-way agreement. It has been our experience that landowners are often reluctant to grant permission for this type of pipeline. Using the volumetric references provided in the application and referenced in the question, the 3,000 barrels of produced water forecasted per well per year equates to roughly 8 barrels of produced water per day per well at its peak, and falls off to roughly half that, or 4 barrels per well per day once production stabilizes. So on a well pad, with 8 wells during the initial years of production, approximately 64 barrels of water per day may be produced. When contemplating the disturbance necessary to construct, operate, and maintain a produced water system, one could surmise that there is actually less disturbance and thus fewer potential impacts when transporting produced water via truck relative to pipeline over the life of this project. Crestone continues to evaluate opportunities for produced water recycling or reuse. As with produced water pipeline, given the low water cut resulting from Niobrara production, including the rate at which water is produced, the volumes necessary to support recycling at a single location are lacking. Moving produced water from multiple locations to a single point of treatment increases many of the cumulative impacts that have been touched upon throughout the application. For example, truck traffic and the nuisances associated therewith. Other considerations which could hamper widespread produced water recycling operations include the energy required to transport, treat, store, and redeploy water post-treatment, as well as the residuum resulting from various forms of water treatment. This material is often concentrated and could require special handling and disposal as a result of the chemical makeup of the sludge or filter cake that remains. So when considering the energy inputs required to treat and recycle water, the benefit may be lost. However, Crestone does have an agreement with Aurora Water to utilize treated non-potable water subject to CDPHE Regulation 84 in our operations within the CAP. Crestone anticipates that the utilization of this Reg 84 water could account for up to 12% of the water needed to support completions operations. To address the requirements of Rule 314E10D, Crestone calculated the anticipated disturbances across the CAP and across various land uses. As has been mentioned, the rural nature of the project area provides for infrastructure consolidation and co-location, resulting in 197 acres of new surface disturbance prior to interim reclamation. Of the 126 acres slated for well pad construction, approximately 65% of that acreage falls into agricultural farmland. An additional 64 acres will be developed for linear infrastructure such as access roads and pipelines. There are a total of 26 acres of development within the CAP that fall within CPW designated high priority habitat. Those portions of the development that fall within mule deer severe winter range have been completed and were subject to consultation with CPW in 2021, prior to the submission of the CAP application. The development that remains will traverse areas where burrowing owls were observed during recent field surveys. Crestone has agreed to further consultation with CPW in advance of these projects and hereby acknowledges the go-forward need for additional presence-absence surveys relative to the stipulations for this species. Per Rule 314E10E, Crestone quantified impacts to soil resources as a result of CAP operations, namely topsoil impacts, disturbance or removal of vegetation, and those steps necessary for reclamation and site closure. Earth-moving activities are anticipated to disturb approximately 159,000 cubic yards of topsoil. This topsoil will be separated, stockpiled, and maintained using a number of best practices to minimize impacts to this important soil horizon. Given the predominant upland soil types in this area, hydric soils are not expected to be encountered. Vegetative communities consist of farmland, rangeland, and short grass prairie. This vegetation will be disturbed during construction, but is ultimately expected to remain unchanged over time, the obvious exception being those areas incorporated as part of the working pad surface. It is important to reiterate that due to the limited oil and gas development that has historically occurred in this area, there will not be any reclamation associated with plugging and abandonment of legacy wells or decommissioning and closure of existing facilities. Potential impacts, either adverse or beneficial, were identified and discussed as part of the cumulative impacts analysis consistent with Rule 314E10F. The Civitas acquisition of a third-party midstream provider enables oil pipeline readiness, thereby helping to reduce public impacts resulting from traffic, noise, light, odor, and dust relative to more conventional practices such as trucking. The co-location and siting of this infrastructure in existing corridors ultimately limits the disturbance footprint often associated with the dendritic nature of pipeline gathering systems. As Mr. Harrington referenced in his comments earlier, there are 4 census block groups within the CAP that meet the COGCC definition of a disproportionately impacted community. Based on available information, these block groups meet the DI community criteria based on the percentage of minority populations in a block group that exceed 50% and/or have a greater percentage of minority populations relative to the host county's minority populations. Crestone is committed to operating responsibly as a good neighbor and as an environmental steward. In response to Commissioner question number 1 regarding community engagement, given the relationship of the CAP to Crestone's operator agreement with City of Aurora, extensive community engagement has taken place over the course of several years and in several different stages. When the operator agreement was in process with the city, there was an informational community meeting that was followed closely by a public hearing process. Specific to the cap, Crestone hosted one community meeting where we had 10 attendees. We have also hosted 11 individual meetings with mineral owners and surface owners, in addition to numerous telephone conversations with stakeholders, including Arapahoe County as proximate local government and Denver International Airport. Additionally, Crestone has established a project-specific website that contains all details of the Box Elder cap, a link to the cap application and associated submittal documents, and a recording of the community meeting hosted earlier this year. This website is available in both English and Spanish and provides a 24-hour contact hotline as well as a project-specific email address for questions or more information. In response to Commissioner question number 2 regarding engagement with the residential building units within 2,000 feet of the locations, and specifically those residential building units located in DI communities, 2 of the 8 locations where Crestone is requesting preliminary siting approval are in fact located in a DI community and have residential building units located within 2,000 feet of the proposed working pad surfaces. Crestone has had conversations with the residential building units located within 2,000 feet of the proposed working pad surface of the Chico and Cottonwood Creek North locations. There are a total of 2 unique residential building units near these pads. Both residents are owned and occupied by members of the same family, and they are supportive of the cap. Crestone has committed to maintaining an ongoing dialogue with these families and other RBU owners throughout the development process, including and especially as part of the individual OGDP applications required for these pads. The remaining 6 locations where Crestone is seeking preliminary siting approval do not have any RBUs located within 2,000 feet of the proposed locations. Over the course of the next several slides, I will discuss the various best management practices that have been considered pursuant to Rule 314E10. There are several BMPs that undoubtedly apply to all oil and gas locations in the cap. These locations have been cited to avoid residential building units, as has been demonstrated throughout the presentation today. Furthermore, locations have been consolidated wherever possible. Our development is generally aligned in existing corridors, which in turn provides for fewer miles of access roads and pipelines. Crestone has committed to oil pipeline to aid in reducing truck traffic and associated nuisances. Crestone will employ the use of IOGP Group 3 drilling fluids and employ drill pipe cleaning procedures in an effort to minimize the potential for odor impacts associated with drilling activity. Lastly, Crestone reaffirms its commitment to use Tier 4 or better engines during hydraulic fracturing operations, as well as our commitment to Ozone Action Day BMPs. As we transition to the next slide, it is important to note that Arapahoe County, as proximate local government, indicated that there were no blanket BMPs for the Box Elder cap. Arapahoe County will be consulted as proximate local government on many of the future cap sites during the OGDP process. Additionally, Crestone and its affiliates will be required to obtain Arapahoe County permits for oil and natural gas pipeline construction. There are a number of site-specific BMPs that will be included as part of the OGDP process. These include site-specific mitigations for noise and light, site-specific erosion sedimentation controls and associated stormwater BMPs, and site-specific seed mixes incorporated into both interim and final reclamation stages. It should be noted that CPW has provided recommended seed mixes that are geared towards wildlife and associated habitat that will be planted wherever possible. Given the transboundary fugacious tendencies of wildlife, Crestone employs a series of wildlife surveys and site investigations to avoid impacting species or habitat that may not have been identified during initial resource assessments. Consultation with CPW or other jurisdictional agencies is requested on an as-needed basis and in conjunction with pre-development or pre-operational site surveys. Additional evaluation is required to better understand Crestone's ability to connect to utility power in support of the various phases of operations, including but not limited to drilling and production. As has been discussed in the application materials, as well as earlier today in this presentation, the timing of electrical connections at cap locations is dynamic. Unfortunately, there are a number of third-party constraints that are beyond our control. Crestone continues to work with the utility on location specifics, engineering design, and construction parameters across the cap. The Watkins oil gathering system was designed to require the operator to stabilize the liquid hydrocarbons on the well pad before producing into the gathering system. As a result of these design parameters, tanks are required to ensure the operator can comply with the pipeline specifications for liquids, including but not limited to reed vapor pressure and true vapor pressure. The tank counts included in the cap are a product of a robust facility design analysis. The number of tanks proposed for each location were arrived at by assessing different variables that contemplate a variety of operational considerations, including peak production volume, maximum operating pressure of the gathering pipeline, etc. Crestone decided to employ a consistent approach across all locations in what we refer to as quote tank light. This design includes a total of 6 oil tanks per location to ensure pipeline specifications are met and upset conditions can be endured for a period of time before having to shut in production. Crestone follows the Air Quality Control Commission Storage Tank and Vapor Control Systems Guidelines, which is an evergreen evaluation of the infrastructure found on oil and gas locations, as referenced by Ms. Stearman. Tank counts and capacities are an ongoing component of that evaluation, excuse me. If the reduction of tanks or tank capacity becomes an option while maintaining the design, operation, and maintenance of the vapor control system, Crestone commits to removing unnecessary tanks, provided doing so does not conflict with the facility design for air pollution controls. Crestone consulted with Colorado Parks and Wildlife as part of the director's consultation process. The letter captured on this slide summarizes the consultation, while the BMPs on the following slide highlight those commitments made by Crestone to CPW and City of Aurora, including the protocols necessary to avoid or minimize impacts to burrowing owls or other species that have been identified on lands within the cap. The next several slides summarize the consultation between CDPHE and Crestone. These tables capture CDPHE's BMPs and Crestone's responses. More importantly, Crestone and CDPHE agreed to continue these consultations through the site-specific OGDP applications to ensure questions are answered and concerns are addressed. As Mr. Moore mentioned in his remarks earlier today, the operator agreement between Crestone and the city contains a number of best practices that were crafted through a cooperative and meaningful series of discussions. In addition to appearing before you today, Mr. Moore submitted a letter to staff outlining the history of the operator agreement and commitments made between Crestone and the city. Of particular note is the cooperative nature and support for the permitting of the oil pipeline gathering system. Mr. Moore and his staff have helped make this a reality, and we are very proud of this collaboration. The next series of slides are intended to walk through the 8 locations that Crestone has requested preliminary siting approval for, pursuant to Rule 314B5 and E11. Prior to walking through the location-specific details, I would like to spend a few moments talking about certain constraints related to pad siting. I would be remiss if I failed to acknowledge the role of the relevant local government as it relates to siting. It has been our experience that each local government in the DJ Basin has a methodology and basis for their siting requirements. Some jurisdictions may prefer large centralized locations with high well counts, while other jurisdictions may prefer smaller, more dispersed locations with relatively fewer wells. Admittedly, other jurisdictions may prefer a mix of both. Regardless, Crestone believes the operator agreement is representative of both the city and its residents' desires to avoid large locations. As such, the locations in the cap, including the 8 locations where Crestone is seeking preliminary siting approval, conform with siting protocols set forth by the city. The other required permits, such as access permits, stormwater permits, and pipeline permits, support this siting methodology as employed by the City of Aurora and ultimately govern how Crestone's development will proceed. There are 3 types of contract agreements that are essential in oil and gas development. Each one of these agreements contains or specifies unique criteria that must be met for the occupation and use of real property. First and foremost is the oil, gas, and mineral lease. These leases may restrict whose minerals can be developed and or pooled with minerals owned by another party. Often, leases may also place limitations on how and or when minerals can be developed. Surface use agreements can be tied to the subsurface development or non-development in some cases of certain property interests. An SUA restricts the number of wells, the orientation of the pad, facilities, and other appurtenances, as well as provides other constraints or prohibitions on the use and occupation of surface property. A right-of-way agreement is similar to an SUA, but is typically a separate agreement used for pipelines, electric lines, or access roads. Right-of-way agreements can limit the ability to transport commodities across property lines and restrict access to adjacent parcels. It is also common to see limitations placed on the number of appurtenances or the size of the infrastructure. For example, the diameter of a pipeline that could be installed within a right-of-way corridor. The totality of the requirements contained in these separate agreements can be and often are overwhelming. When put into context of the 55 square mile Box Elder cap, it is safe to assume that the aforementioned constraints do exist and have informed the manner by which Crestone can develop the cap. To that end, Crestone has consolidated these locations, including the 8 locations where it seeks preliminary siting approval to the extent we can. Further consolidation is not attainable. The 8 locations where preliminary siting approval is being sought are referenced on the prior slide. These locations are subject to the operator agreement and have been vetted through City of Aurora. The Aspen North location shown here did not trigger any ALA criteria. It does not have any RBUs within 2,000 feet. It is not within a disproportionately impacted community and is not located within high priority habitat. The Aspen South location did not trigger any ALA criteria either. However, the director requested one. This location does not have any residential building units within 2,000 feet. It is not located in a DI community and is not located in high priority habitat. The Chico North location did require an ALA as it is located within a DI community and has 1 residential building unit within 2,000 feet. This location is not within high priority habitat. The proposed Chico Watkins South location did not trigger any ALA criteria. However, the director did request one. This location does not have any residential building units within 2,000 feet, is not in a DI community, and is not located in high priority habitat. Cottonwood Creek North did in fact require an ALA as it is required within a DI community and has 2 residential building units within 2,000 feet. The location, however, is not within high priority habitat. It is important to note that one of the 2 RBUs associated with the Cotton Creek North location is the same RBU located within 2,000 feet of the Chico North pad. These RBUs are owned and occupied by members of the same family, and they have stated that they are in support of the cap. Crestone's proposed King North location did not trigger any ALA criteria, does not have any residential building units within 2,000 feet. It is not within a DI community, and it is outside of any high priority habitat. Lussing Trust North did not trigger any ALA criteria. It does not have any residential building units within 2,000 feet and is not located within high priority habitat. It is important to note that although this location is located in a DI community, there are no residential building units within 2,000 feet of the proposed location. No ALA criteria was triggered by the Watkins North location as it does not have any residential building units within 2,000 feet. It is not within a DI community and is not within high priority habitat. Pursuant to Rule 314E12, Crestone certifies that all materials required by this rule have been in fact submitted. In addition to those supportive comments received during the 60-day public comment period, Crestone received two letters in support of the cap, one of which is from a mineral interest owner and the other of which was from a surface and mineral owner, as shown on this slide. In summary, Crestone respectfully requests that the commission take the following action. Approve and establish an approximately 37,520 acre Rule 314 comprehensive area plan. Find that the Rule 314 comprehensive area plan proposed herein will facilitate evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts from oil and gas development in a broad geographic area. Find that Rule 314 comprehensive area plan proposed herein will result in development that will protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, and will also protect against adverse environmental impacts on any air, water, soil, or biological resource. Find that Crestone is entitled to the rights to be conveyed in Commission Rule 314B1 through B5. Grant to convey to Crestone the rights set forth in Commission Rule 314B1, B2, and B4 through B5 for the development and operation of the proposed Rule 314 Comprehensive Area Plan. Confirm that Crestone is voluntarily waiving the rights allowed by statute for Rule 314B3. Grant Crestone a 6-year duration for the Rule 314 Comprehensive Area Plan. And lastly, grant preliminary siting approval for the following 8 oil and gas locations pursuant to Rule 314B5 and Rule 314E11. On behalf of Crestone, I would like to take the opportunity to recognize COGCC staff for their time, effort, and guidance over the course of the life of this application, as well as Mr. Jeffrey Moore and the City of Aurora. And lastly, the Commission for your thoughtful questions and the opportunity to present this application today. I will now ask Ms. Jost to close out these proceedings.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bennett. Chair, that concludes our direct presentation on the Rule 314 box elder cap. We are open to questions or whatever you have next scheduled on your agenda.
Thank you for the presentation. A lot of information there, as is there a lot of information in the application and all the consultations that went into it as well. It is almost 1 o'clock. I think it probably would be best if we took a lunch break and then move to commissioner questions. So why don't we say, let's return at 1:45. That's a little bit like about 45, 50 minutes. And then we will move into commissioner questions at that point in time.
Great. Thank you, Chair.
All right, we are back live. It is 1:45, and we are at the point of our hearing in which commissioners have an opportunity to ask questions of the Crestone panel. Who would like to go first? Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the presentation today. It was very detailed and very helpful. I think I'd like to start off by kind of building on one of the questions that Chair Robbins asked earlier today. As he mentioned, seemed to be starting from the west to the east. And I just want to confirm with you that the development as proposed, as shown by that map, is going to be moving from west to east to try and, for lack of a better term, beat out the development that's going to occur in Aurora.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. The simple answer is yes, we're moving west to east. The slightly more complicated answer is we do keep in mind where we're seeing developments being platted and moving ahead. And it's not precisely west to east, it's closest to farthest. So the Powhatan Road developments were the closest to pending development, and we'll march forward from there.
And is it also going to go more south to north in that same vein?
Yes, technically. Some of the sites along Monaghan north of I-70 don't have immediate encroaching development within a half mile to a mile. So those may get developed a little bit after sites that are technically further east, but which may be impacted sooner.
And consistent with what was talked about with Mr. Moore earlier, is that partially developed on your own behest or in conjunction with Aurora to make sure that you're working with them on their future development plan?
Well, the Aurora operator agreement does specify a fixed number of pads with a 2024 deadline. Those are those Powhatan Road pads. Those were driven by the operator agreement, but we do look at development ourselves and keep ahead of it as well.
And one of the things that I wanted to touch on a little bit as well is it was brought up that you had preferred spacing. And at this point in time, because we don't have any guaranteed sites, the DSUs aren't going to be proposed at this time. But can you go into a little bit what your anticipated DSUs will look like, if you know? if they're going to modify existing DSUs at all, and kind of what you mean by preferred spacing.
Of course, thank you for that. Thank you for that question as well. On a well basis level, our general spacing, as can be seen in the stick layouts, is 8 wells per section. So those are approximate. That works out to about 600 to 700 feet between wells. In terms of the DSUs, there are places where, for most of this area, ConocoPhillips did set up 1280s, and those exist throughout the area. In some cases, we'll be keeping the existing DSUs. In some cases, we'll keeping the existing DSUs, but amending to slightly reduce setbacks. We typically try for 330-foot setbacks here to optimize our interwell spacing. And there are some cases where we will be expanding or modifying those DSUs to allow for longer laterals. And that's, of course, to reach more development area from fewer pads.
And consistent with the longer laterals, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner McGowan, do you want to jump in there?
No, as long as you stay on this topic, I would love to jump onto that because I had some questions as well about the layout and some wells looking like they overlap where they're going to be drilling based on, I think, some things that were in one of the hearing presentations and descriptions of where the laterals were going to go out to.
Of course, thank you for that question. So in the initial development of this area, or I should say assessment of this area, Conoco did drill a great many single laterals, and they did this for leasehold purposes within each DSU. So it's fairly common that we will be, in a sense, infilling DSUs with additional wells. So that may be the overlap you're referring to. Is that right?
So I'm sorry, Commissioner Cross, I'm not trying to jump in on your questioning, but so for example, when I was looking at the layout of, I think, the North, the Aspen, and the Bijou, the King, they're all going east-west, correct?
That's correct.
And it looks like, from what I could tell from, I think, the presentation photos that you had in one of your presentation hearing, so there's a lot of information for this one, and it's hard to keep track of where everything is.
Of course.
It looked to me like several of these wells perhaps go all the way out to E470,
Mm-hmm.
but then the Bijou looks like it's in the same kind of area in the same direction. So it was just a little confusing to me to figure out why. And then the King is in the same area as the North, but you're all going east-west with all of them out to the same lateral, like the same distance.
Of course.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Ms. Jost, can we pull up the stick map that was in the CAP application, perhaps? That might help
Yes.
answer some of these questions.
And Mr. Harrington, I am trying to get it. I'm a little bit locked out of a system for a minute, but if I can have a couple minutes, I will pull that up.
Of course. Perhaps Commissioner McGowan, should we table that question till we have that up to speak to it?
Yes, I totally jumped in on Commissioner Cross's questions, and I apologize. But it felt like the same type of questions.
Of course.
And not a problem at all on my end. I was going to also kind of go a little bit on the east-west direction, and kind of as Ms. Jost is pulling that up, I think, could you explain to everyone a little bit geology-wise why you're choosing to go east-west on some of these as opposed to north-south?
Oh, of course. Generally speaking, the inherent stress field in the earth here encourages fracture growth in a north-south direction from a wellbore rather than east-west. So generally speaking, an east-west wellbore will drain more pore space than a north-south lateral in this area. In theory, one would need to drill more north-south laterals to tap the same amount of rock relative to east-west laterals.
So overall, more efficiencies operationally, as well as less resources such as water, et cetera.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm guessing this will probably go into the map a little bit too, but I also wanted to talk about some of the east-west drilling of the wells. To what extent is that also limited by, one, topography of the sites, and two, surface use agreements?
That's a very good question. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Our surface use agreements tend to track pretty closely with the Aurora OA defined sites. So Conoco did a lot of work on those surface use agreements before we inherited the asset, and we've kept them up onwards. When you speak to topography, can I ask you a little more what you mean by that?
Absolutely, and maybe it's better to provide a little bit of an example. I know that on the site visit, as we were looking at some of the proposed locations, I'm not sure. It looked like I may have frozen there for a minute.
There's a little blip there, but it's
Okay,
back
I
now.
apologize. Just as an example, I know as I was going on my personal site visit, looking at some of the areas, there was one well pad that looked like there was going to be two separate well pads that were close together, but it also looked like one of the well pads was close to the edge of a hill. And so expanding that might have been a little bit more difficult, and that may have led to part of it. And if I'm incorrect on that, please let me know. But that's kind of what I wanted to try and get at in terms of where these pads are located and what you're proposing, not only within the operator agreement, is the topography playing a role in it in terms of where you can locate the pad, the size of the pad, which ways you can go in terms of drilling, et cetera.
Yeah, very good question. Thank you. I will say that general topography did factor into the original site placement and the SUAs involved. We obviously want to avoid cut and fill where we can, and we only go into hillsides when we absolutely have to. In terms of the configuration on a pad site, similarly, we'll see orientations of well rows, positions of facilities, designed to work in conjunction with the topography as well.
And just for everyone's edification, can you maybe talk about the negative impacts of the cut and fill a little bit?
Sure. Cut and fill essentially refers to taking dirt. Cut would be taking dirt away from a hillside that needs to be lowered, and fill would be placing that or dirt in a valley that needs to be raised. We want to avoid disrupting natural topography as much as possible. So when there is a flat site, we'll typically go to that site. And when we do have to cut and fill on a site, we'll design the site in such a way to minimize moving that dirt. And that's for environmental reasons as well as cost reasons. To construct like that is difficult.
And similarly, to what extent in driving around during the tour, you could see different power lines and some substations. Can you kind of explain what role, if any, the existing infrastructure out there played into your ideal plans of electrifying?
Of course, thank you. We've attempted to align our pad sightings, in particular our new sightings, along corridors, and those corridors are typically served by substantial power lines. So Powhatan Road, Monaghan Road, Hayesmount Road, they have that infrastructure in place. We typically want to avoid pad sites that are far away from existing electrical lines because that increases the difficulty to building out electrical to those sites. Now, even when we're in proximity to lines, we're still bound by the system's capacity and its current usage. So that is also a factor to electrifying sites, even when they are close to pre-existing lines.
And I know that one of the things in previous visits of your electric fleets for fracking, there was also VoltaGrid, I believe, was the company that was used to try and, if you're not necessarily able to hook up to the grid itself, would it be possible that you would use something like a VoltaGrid if it's not feasible to hook up with the grid, at least initially, to still try and make sure that you use electrification either of drilling rigs or of fracking fleets?
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. I believe Kathy Stearman is going to jump in on this one.
Yeah, thank you, Dan, and thank you for the question. We are exploring using the VoltaGrid kind of electrification kit to power drilling. That voltagrid still has to be powered from something. So you're either going to be using your on-site gas where you have wells to power that and conditioning that gas in some way, or you're going to be bringing in some sort of a compressed natural gas to power the voltagrid. So I'm sure we'll talk about it. We are kind of in the world right now trying to balance how those emissions stack up. But there are capabilities with that.
With the compressed natural gas, it may be used as a way to power if you can't use on-site gas where there aren't wells currently drilled. The estimated emissions, kind of where you mentioned kind of taking the worst case scenario basis on some of those, does that account for compressed natural gas powering, or does that still account for diesel powering Tier 4 engines?
Commissioner, can you be more specific in the question so I'm sure that I'm answering it right?
Sure. As you were talking about some of your cumulative impacts, and Mr. Bennett was talking about the cumulative impacts as well, it was brought up that you're kind of going towards the top estimates there, not necessarily what you truly anticipate. And some of the earlier estimates, you've made some improvements since that estimate was made. But in making those estimates where it can't be electrified drilling or it can't be electrified fracking fleets, and were you using Tier 4 diesel engines there, or were you using compressed natural gas as an estimate there?
Thank you. No, I understand it now. Yes, we were assuming that there was a diesel Tier 2 generator on site powering the drill rig.
So if you were to be able to use something like a VoltaGrid to power electrical engines in the situation where you weren't able to connect to the grid, would the emissions still be lower than even at the estimates provided, even if not going directly into the grid?
Yes, and I'm prepared today to talk a little bit how that applies to the frac. If you guys really want to kind of understand the balance of emissions just for a duration of a hydraulic fracturing process, I haven't looked at the drilling side of it, but yeah, there would be a definite reduction in NOx emissions for sure if we're focusing on that pollutant.
And does it also make any kind of difference when it comes to the timeline in terms of how long it takes to do the drilling and or the fracking?
Yeah, I do understand that reliable power is key to drilling. I have also learned through conversations that the power supply has to be able to take a load. And I can't specifically answer how that VoltaGrid would maybe respond to load needs for a drilling process. That's kind of getting a little bit out of my area of expertise. But that would definitely have to be taken into consideration. It's a good question.
Okay. And I guess one final thing with respect to the electrification as well, what kind of impacts on, especially since some of the public comments at the beginning of the hearing today took it into account, but what about things like odor and noise, especially with the proximity to DIA?
Thank you for the question. I might rely a little bit on my peers too to step in if there's any kind of noise monitoring conversations that apply to the CAP. We do have the ambient air monitoring systems around every pad, and that in Aurora begins with construction, which is a little bit unique. Throughout the rest of the state, typically we're kind of marrying that up with drilling into the higher hydrocarbon zone. So we do keep those monitors around the pad, and we actually have alerts when necessary. So between that and just the sheer volume of air monitors in the area, I think, and all that data is publicly available through the CDPHE.
And Ms. Jost, I noticed you stopped looking at that. I don't know if you were able to find the stick grid.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Cross. We are still, we have found it. It is in cyberspace. So I'm thinking cyberspace might be a little slow today. So we are happy to continue questions as we get this working from our side for that stick map.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Oh, it looks like Mr. Harrington may have it. All right. And Commissioner Cross, is this a place where you are okay with Mr. Harrington continuing his answer to your question?
Absolutely.
Great.
And Commissioner McGowan's as well.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Harrington, you're on mute.
I apologize for that. I'll run through a couple of the well sites with the way the wells are laid out, and we can then open it up to questions here. But here's an example where we have 8 wells drilling west from the Aspen South well site. As you can see, those 8 wells fill out the entire mile width of the DSU. That DSU is conceived as a 1920, so 3-mile laterals with the toes of the laterals ending at about E470. In the case of Aspen North, you'll see here that we're showing 7 wells. The gap is the existing single lateral from the Aspen North phase 1. So again, we get to our 8 wells per section, and these are designed as 2-mile laterals. Am I answering the questions that the commissioners were interested in here? Perhaps in particular, Commissioner McGowan?
Yes, thank you. This is helpful. So in this example, that lone existing well, you all are not going to P&A. It will just continue to exist as a lone well, and you're working around it.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. So the well is sited on the phase 1 of the pad site that will become the phase 2 to drill these additional wells. So that well will coexist with those new wells on that site. As to the P&A question, that well is still producing very well, and there's no need to P&A yet. It's still a good producer, and it will continue to be after these new wells come online.
Okay, so then as you move down to the Bijou, and then the Shoe and the Bear.
Sure. So the Bijou does incorporate is drilled in the same DSU as the existing Shoe site, and unfortunately, these plats don't have existing wells. But we have 4 2-mile wells drilled westward from the Shoe, in developing the south half of sections 20 and 21. So kind of where my mouse is here. That's why the Bijou looks like a little bit of an odd configuration where you have 4 of the wells stepping over the Shoe wells and converting into 2-mile laterals. And then you have 2 sets of 4 3-mile laterals going east and west, infilling the northern part of the DSU.
Thank you. This is very helpful to me. You can keep going if you don't mind. Just work your way down a little bit. And sorry if the other commissioners aren't interested in this. This is just helpful for my understanding why these are all kind of, it feels from a layperson's perspective that they're very grouped together, and understanding their utility and why they are where they are to Commissioner. I think what Commissioner Cross is asking, like those that appear close together, what is the reasoning? And maybe potentially part of it is because of the way you're using the wells, the individual wells, and the direction that they need to go in.
Thank you for the opportunity to go through this. I'm glad it's helpful. In the case of the King North site here, we have 6 2-mile laterals going west, 6 2-mile laterals going east. And again, the gaps here are existing wells that are already in place, or infilling between those. For the Yellow North, here we're showing, this is one of the few examples where we plan for 1.5 mile laterals in the cap area. We tend to try to drill longer wells. But here we've got wells going east and west, each 1.5 miles. You'll recall during the presentation, I talked about us trialing upspacing and drilling fewer wells that were planned in the cap. Operations are complete at the Yellow North site, and we only drilled 4 of these wells, and we won't go back and drill the remaining 4.
Mr. Harrington, can I jump in there real quick? Sorry, Mr. Chair, if I might. Thank you. Can you just explain to us why those well drawings extend outside the cap boundary?
Yeah, and the cap boundary here is the initial intent of the cap was always to encompass only City of Aurora sites. At the time the cap was submitted, The Crow, which is shown here off to the edge, was located in unincorporated Adams County. You heard during Mr. Jeffrey Moore's testimony that this site has, this half section has since been annexed into the city of Aurora. So that's an added complication that doesn't really answer your question. But to your question, we needed to strike a balance with a cap boundary that omitted the surface location for the unincorporated Adams County Crow pad, but incorporated the development area of Yellow. Now the Crow wells were 3 milers going westward from the pad site here all the way out to the western edge of 25. So we had a 1920 DSU encompassing all those wells. So it was a little bit of complication drawing the boundary in the way we do to honor both those objectives, the surface objective and the mineral objective. And this is where the boundary ended up. Does that help, Commissioner?
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. We'll run through a couple more slides here. This is the blue location. This is an approved OGDP, and here we just have monodirectional 3 milers. The reserve DSU immediately to the east has already been fully developed. That's why you don't see any wells going the other direction there. Here we have the Lone Tree site. This is where our drilling rig currently sits, drilling well, I believe 9 of 14. This is again a bidirectional pad of 2 milers with gaps where there are existing producing wells. Then we get to our Powhatan Road, the term well sites and the Aurora operator agreement. The Eastern Hills South pad here. We've drilled 8, so I should say 6 3-milers and 2 3.25 milers west from this site. Probably a decent time to point out the Eastern Hills North. That was a site within the operator agreement, but we have a large neighborhood immediately to the section to the north. It's right at 2,000 feet. This is a site that we voluntarily abandoned as part of our development planning process because of the impacts an expansion here would have on those homes. Here we have the Grande North, which is a bidirectional pad, 4 3-milers to the west, 4 2-milers to the east. This pad is entirely drilled and about half completed. The Grande South is a similar plan. Here we have 3 2-milers to the west and 3 3-milers to the west and 3 2-milers to the east. Again, this well is entirely drilled and about half completed. We have the Rush North, which is 4 2-milers in each direction. This well operations are complete at this pad. And the Rush South, 3 west-facing 2-milers and 1 east-facing 2-miler. Again, this gap is tied to some legacy wells that were drilled from Rush South Phase 1. Chico Watkins South is one of the PSA requested site. It is a 9-well pad, and it is a bidirectional pad, 2 milers in each direction. The Watkins North Phase 2 contemplates 3 east-facing 2-miler wells. There are some existing wells in between those 2 gaps. Up here at Lussing Trust North, another PSA requested site, we've got 2 west-facing 2-milers with the remainder infilling the DSU where it's, the Lussing Trust North is located. Cottonwood Creek North is a little bit of an interesting case. You can see that the entire well pad sails out of the section to another DSU. That's because there's no real surface siting within this DSU. We haven't had luck gaining an SUA there, so we're allowed to be flexible and move in from off-site. Chico North will infill the northern half of 25-26, and I believe that takes us to the end of the stick maps.
Commissioner Cross, are you okay if I jump in for a second again? I'm
Absolutely.
sorry. Okay. So I'm appreciative of the fact, I mean, so we've seen some caps where we've talked about building along a corridor so your infrastructure is easier to build and things are aligned. When I look at this and compared to some of the other presentations we've had from different CAPs, I'm wondering if the operator agreement didn't exist, if this is how you really would have built it out. All these, 4 wells, 3 wells, 8 wells versus some larger pads. And I think trying to, and maybe staff will want to jump in later, if you hadn't had the limitation of the operator agreement, is this how you would have built this out?
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me answer that in 2 ways. One of the bigger limitation than perhaps the operator agreement is the fact that we are infilling a series of pads, single wells, double wells that were drilled by Conoco prior to the acquisition. So this entire, it would be a simpler development plan if there were no wells in the area. Insofar as that we're working around existing wells, we need to be creative with the way we site the pads and the way we drill them. As to the operator agreement, as you heard from Jeffrey Moore, these pads have been cited with the City of Aurora's input as well as public input. So the flexibility to drop a pad where we want to make it simpler is limited here. And lastly, with respect to your comment about corridors, we have maintained corridors for many of these wells. As you can see, the entire Chico, Watkins South, Blessing, South and Blessing Trust corridor is on a single road here.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Harrington, I'm sorry. I appreciate that you did corridors. I see that you're doing that. Sorry, so maybe that wasn't clear when I made my comment. I apologize. That is familiar to me. I thought I heard Mr. Moore say that you were going to P&A 14 wells as part of this CAP develop. Is that correct? Because I'm not sure I saw that when I was reading everything. And again, I apologize. There was a lot of material.
Thank you for that question. It's actually a really good point to clarify. So what Mr. Moore was referring to are a series of legacy vertical wells that will require evaluation and potential reentry if the cement job needs upgrading. So they aren't really P&As because the wells aren't producing anymore. And it's not guaranteed that these wells will even need reentry. But we do have a list of 13 wells that are in that category, and we have an additional 3 wells, and Mr. Moore may not have known about 2 of them at the time, that are legitimate P&As. Those are the Little Rush 1V, the Reserve 365, 3531, 1CH, and 1DH. So those are actual P&As. In general, the opportunity to add P&As to this CAP are limited because there are so few legacy vertical producers in the area. I mean, there are really none.
Thank you. And sorry, Commissioner Cross, I'm almost done. For clarification, the old ConocoPhillips sites, even if there's just 1 well, they will remain because they're still producing. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how many of these existing ConocoPhillips sites with just 1 well where they did an exploratory and to hold on to the mineral rights, I guess. I don't know how to say it the right way. How many of those will exist still just as singular standalone pads?
They're all in Aurora. All of the Conoco legacy horizontal wells, being relatively recent wells, are still producing. So they will remain as long as they are economically producing, and when they aren't, they'll become P&A candidates. We do have an example of a single legacy Conoco horizontal well in the vicinity of Aurora. It's actually in unincorporated Arapahoe County, the Tebow 29-1H, that is on our P&A list. So that's an example of a horizontal well that has stopped producing and is now a P&A candidate. But the Aurora wells simply aren't there yet.
So the ConocoPhillips wells that are in the CAP that exist, all of them will be built onto. In addition, you have to add some new ones to stay within the limitation of the 8 or fewer wells per location with a couple of exceptions in the operator agreement. Am I understanding correctly?
Thank you, Commissioner. I would not say that all of the legacy Conoco horizontal sites will be added onto. Some will remain as they are with no addition. And in cases, that's because we don't have the right in the operator agreement or in the SUA to expand them. And in other cases, we simply don't need that expansion. And if you recall the map we showed with the red X's and the gold X's, we differentiated between sites that have a phase 1 that exists with a phase 2 we won't be using versus sites that are in the operator agreement that we won't be using at all.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Cross.
Absolutely. And I think that last point was one of the points that I was going to hit on. So I'll start with that first. And that's what I wanted to try and get to earlier as you talked about the limitations on the SUAs. So we're all clear, some of the new proposals of pads, especially because some of them do look like they're fairly close together and could have been candidates for consolidation. It's because of the limitations you had with surface use agreements and the existing operator agreement, correct?
Thank you, Commissioner. And that is correct. I know we emphasized our constraints in the Aurora operator agreement during our primary presentation, but you're absolutely correct that we're also constrained by private contract SUAs on many of these sites, if not all of them.
And I hate to do this to you, Mr. Harrington, since you just pulled it down, but do you think you could pull the stick grid back up?
Absolutely.
And I think there's probably two that I'd like to focus on just to, again, to kind of make sure that we're all understanding. If you could go up to, I believe it was the Bijou, which was one of the first ones. Now, there were several that you talked about that had, you were talking about 2 mile laterals and 3 mile laterals. And I think one even had a couple of wells that were going to be 3 1/4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is the 3 mile lateral fairly new for Civitas?
3 mile laterals became transition from being experimental to operationally feasible, I would say, within the last few years.
Okay. And part of the reason I wanted to try and hit on this is so we kind of have it clear for the record. So for example, from the Bijou, we're going through sections 19 and 20, and I'm not seeing what township and range this is, but 19 and 20 and 24 heading west, and 21, 22, 23 heading east. And those different sections, those are each 1 mile long, correct?
That's correct.
And so is the extent to which you're reaching on that 3 mile lateral and not really going further than 3 mile part of what played a role in the proposed sites for the well pads?
I would say that is correct. I can speak specifically to the Bijou North site is that this site is subject to a large surface development that's currently underway. And the owner is opposed to any sites further west than about where my mouse is, where the Bijou pad is. So this slightly awkward position where we're developing 2 miles after a mile of unproductive sail and lateral, it is in deference to surface development plans. In a perfect world, this site might be a mile west, but obviously that was reviewed at the time of the operator agreement and not integrated into the plan due to those surface plans.
And I guess going along with those operational constraints, you couldn't drill all the way west into section 24 from the shoe south because the 4 mile lateral would be extending a little too far, correct?
4 miles we consider experimental at this point.
Okay.
But I won't say impossible.
Okay. And if we can maybe go down to, I think it was slide 18 that had the cottonwood. And so I guess a similar situation there. Part of the reason that you'd have the Watkins heading east into sections 30 and 29 there is because I guess it's it the Chico North, or it would be the 4 mile lateral would be too far. And so those additional well pads would be necessary for those constraints, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what about in terms of the kickouts? What kind of kickout operational limitations do you guys use?
Thank you for that question. This commission heard the Costlet East about 2-3 weeks ago. That pad had step outs at a maximum of 6,600 feet. We consider that relatively extreme and not a best operational practice if we can at all avoid it. Another operator spoke for this commission a few weeks before that and said that their maximum step out was 3,000 feet. Generally speaking, we're happy to about a mile, and after that, we try to avoid it if possible.
So the number of pads, in addition to kind of the operator agreement, part of the reason the operator agreement had the number of pads is so you're not trying to kick out 2 miles and then have 2 or 3 mile laterals as well, correct?
That's a good point. Thank you. And it actually raises, perhaps, if I may riff on that a little bit, Conoco's development plan typically anticipated 2 wells per section in the way you see all over the area here, because they were unwilling to step out more than really about a 1/4 mile. So when we went in and built this development agreement, what we did, being willing to step out farther, is either to flip pads like this. So instead of just developing one DSU within a 1/2 mile swath, we would take the well slots and go both directions and not need another set of pads. Or in certain cases, we would, the Cottonwood's a good example, simply step out across an entire section, or at least most of the section, from one site rather than 2. There are examples of pads, and let me pull up the Eastern Hills here. And I talked about a moment ago how we abandoned the Eastern Hills North pad. In the original development agreement, both of these pads would have been used to develop this 1 mile swath, whereas we've been willing to step out the entire, here it's about 3/4 of a mile, and utilize only 1 pad.
And you said it was the Eastern Hills North that was abandoned to avoid impacts. Okay. And I know that during your presentation, Mr. Bennett talked a little bit about using some of the existing wells to understand the operational capabilities, such as the use of water, the amount of water used. Is that based on the wells specifically that were previously drilled within this cap, or just within this area?
We constantly refine our subsurface model and our frac parameters, both sand and water used. So the change that Mr. Bennett presented was really relative to our predecessor company's design relative to our current design. But that is based on results from wells in the area.
Okay. And then I wanted to try and go into just a couple more areas here. The first I'd like to talk about is the proposed pipeline takeaway. And I know during the presentation, there was a picture of sort of what's currently built, what's being built in 2023, and what's still conceptual. Could you potentially pull that up?
I see Miss just nodding, so I'll let her do it this time.
Okay, and so I guess the first question I wanted to ask is the one that's a future build conceptual route. Can you explain what that conceptual route is for?
Absolutely. The dashed line leads to the Bijou North pad, which is a non-PSA site. And it's a non-PSA site because we don't have the exact siting of the pad nailed down yet. We're working with the surface owner on that. So the pipeline pathway to that site is necessarily conceptual. We do fully intend to get pipeline right of way from that owner. We are working with them. On that, and we anticipate there will be a pipeline. Just didn't want to commit to exactly where it would lie.
Okay. And I know that you testified that now that you own the midstream capabilities, it's going to make things a little bit easier. Do you have an idea of where you are with respect to outstanding right-of-ways?
We are working through those as we build out the pipeline. Generally speaking, the map we show you now has been vetted through the do we have right of way question. So when we say we can get there by 2023, we mean.
So I think you called it a mustard color before, and I'll use that as well. So are those the ones that might have some of the outstanding right of ways and would probably be 2024 and beyond?
Yes, I would say that it's more likely that the right of ways are outstanding on the further out build, but the reason those are farther out in the build is not because of right of way, but because our development plan doesn't get production from that far out via the new wells until that time frame.
So
the development plan dictates the pipeline build out, not vice versa in a sense.
So the earlier production you have, and you're kind of ready to go on that.
That's right.
Okay. And I guess that sort of answers one of my other questions, because I know Ms. Stearman said, and I believe she said the oil pipeline is committed to and is a certainty, I think is what she said. And so that's one of the things I tried to want to understand with that, is kind of where you were with respect to the certainty of where we were on that. And then I think, and I apologize, I said I think two last things. The first thing I want to talk about was the water. One of the public comments earlier this morning talked about the fact, actually, I think two of the public comments talked about the fact that there's limitations on how often residents can water, turn on their sprinklers, et cetera, and yet you're going to be proposing to use a lot of water here. And they talked about the impacts on precious drinking water. And then I believe Mr. Bennett had specifically testified that this would be non-potable water. Is all the water that's going to be used non-potable?
Thank you, Commissioner Cross, for your question. I hope I can add some additional detail to my prior testimony. So outside of the Regulation 84 water that we intend to use under our agreement with Aurora Water, the remaining balance of that comes from water that has been adjudicated, if you will, for industrial use. In other words, we do not utilize drinking water. We do not take water from drinking water sources to support our operations, but rather need to acquire water that has been designated for an industrial use, of which the oil and gas use of that water falls into, if that makes sense.
It does, and I assume that was the case. I just wanted to make sure, because I believe I also heard something about 12%, and I wasn't sure if that was with respect to the 84 or not. But I just wanted to make sure, since it was specifically raised during public comments, that we address that issue, so that everyone's aware that you're not taking away from drinking water within the city of Aurora. And then the last thing I'd just like to go over quickly is, you talked about having the informed consent, or at least no disagreement with several of the people within 2,000 feet there. And could you just go over that in a little bit more detail as well?
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. I guess I drew the straw on this one. So as was previously mentioned, relative to the Cottonwood Creek North and Chico locations, there are two unique residential building units within 2,000 feet of the working pad surfaces of one or both of those locations. As mentioned, we have had communications with those owners. The inhabitants of both those dwellings are from the same family, and they have indicated their support to us for this CAP application. In terms of next steps, we will continue to engage with those individuals as part of the oil and gas development plan process and associated applications for those two pads. I would expect that if they are willing to provide their informed consent in the standard form, that we will obtain that. And if they are not, then we will probably be able to get a statement of neutral position, right? They don't oppose, but they do understand what we're trying to do. I think, as was also mentioned, those individuals do have a mineral interest as part of this development as well. And so there is some beneficial impact to them should these locations get developed as we intend.
Okay. And then for the remainder of the 18 RBUs within 2,000 feet, are those RBUs near the existing development?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Cross. Those RBUs that you mentioned are majority within 2,000 feet of sites where development is already completed. We count 4 RBUs within 2,000 feet of forward operation sites. Those are the 2 near the Cottonwood Creek North that Mr. Bennett just talked about. And there are 2 more near the Lone Tree North, which is the site that's currently drilling. As this commission probably recalls, the herds were willing to sign an informed consent letter for us prior to the OGDP hearing back in February, I believe. And our agreement with them involved numerous BMPs to improve the impact on them: road maintenance, fence installation, sound walls, electrification of rig, and commitment to oil pipeline takeaway on day 1 of production. I believe I said during my presentation that we have gotten feedback from the herds since operations have started, saying they're very pleased with the way we've been handling things.
Perfect.
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
do you mind if I jump in, because this
Yeah.
is getting confusing?
Sure.
So I guess I was when I was reading the materials, I missed that some of these RBUs are next to sites that have already been built out, that are already operating. Is that? And sorry, I think I need to go through numbers. I think there are 18 RBUs that are within 2,000 feet. 4 of them are disproportionately impacted locations. Of the 4, 2 are related, or 3 are related to Cottonwood, but 1 isn't overlapping because it's affected by 2 locations, which leaves 1 remaining DIC. But then I think I hear you saying there's then 2 more related to the Lone Tree. And then I guess my other question is, did you individually, and oh, sorry, I'll stop there. Like, how many of the 18 RBUs are almost irrelevant as part of this discussion because you've already built them and you've already had connection or contact with those individuals?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. May I share another map here? Thank you. Here are the sightings of the RBUs we're talking about. I will say that the 18 double counts certain RBUs. So when RBUs are within 2,000 feet of 2 sites, they count twice, which is a fair way of thinking about it, since they'd be impacted twice. In this case, the blue RBUs are the sites that are within pads at which operations have already completed. So an example of that would be the yellow north pad that was drilled in the 2nd quarter of this year on the basis of a pre-181 2A. Operations there are done. The 4 that are really pertinent going forward are the 2 RBUs that are close to the Lone Tree North pad, which again, we came to an agreement with those landowners during the course of the OGDP process and achieved informed consent. And the 2 RBUs that are close to the Cottonwood Creek North and Chico North Phase 2 pad. And those are the 2 RBUs that Mr. Bennett spoke about. This is also not a bad slide to show how we have abandoned certain sites. So the sites with the yellow cross-hatching here are sites that were in the Aurora operator agreement that we opted not to use as part of our development. And as you can see, the abandonment of those sites was driven in part by their proximity to RBUs.
And I guess the one final question I have while you're still on this screen is the Eastern Hills North will also get the hatch mark designation moving forward, correct? That's the one that you also said you abandoned?
Thank you for that clarification, Commissioner Cross. So the crosshatch sites were sites that were in our July 2021 cap submission, but were removed by the time we got to our 2022 submission. The Eastern Hills North site was abandoned before, was considered non-usable by us even before our original submission. And that's why you don't see the yellow cross hatching there.
Okay. Perfect. I think, Mr. Chair, that's all my questions as of now, but I'll be sure to come up with some to ask during Commissioner McGowan's turn.
Commissioner McGowan, do you want to go next?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you can hold on 1 second, I'd like to pull up my questions. I think my first set of questions are going to continue to be about community engagement. And it was helpful to drive around and see where these locations are and see that it's mostly agricultural and rural. There is development that's happening on the western edge, and we did hear from folks that are concerned about what's going to be happening in the CAP area. And I think of particular concern are going to be the Bijou and the King locations. And so when you had your public meeting, I'm curious to know how big the circle was of who you invited to attend that meeting, because you only got 10 people. And so it's just a curiosity to me, did you include those residents that are already living in the Highlands, I don't know what to call it, the area? Or did you not include those folks?
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan, for your question. Invitations for our community meeting relative to the Box Elder cap were sent to 267 individuals. Of those individuals that got noticed, as we mentioned earlier, 10 chose to spend a couple of hours with us the evening of that meeting. The remainder of those invitations either went unresponded to or resulted in individual meetings after the community meeting with certain mineral interest owners who expressed the desire to talk to us, surface owners, as I mentioned previously, Arapahoe County, as well as some other key stakeholders, again, wanted to consult outside of that community process, and we certainly took the opportunity to do so.
So of the 267 that you contacted, is everyone within the yellow line outlining the cap?
Yes, that's correct. They were within the cap or were entitled to receive notice as a result of the cap, as is the case, for example, with Arapahoe County.
Okay, so I'm wondering, as we are going to get into deliberations, what we might be able to do as far as communications about the King and the Bijou locations, because I think while they're within the cap, you heard from citizens who are, I think, to the west of that, if I'm understanding correctly, who want to know what's going to be, I'm going to guarantee you're going to want to know what's happening with those locations, whether it's the timing, what it's going to look like, when you're going to be there, who if they can contact to talk to. So if you could maybe put your thinking cap on and think about, as part of our deliberations or this cap discussion, how community engagement might look like moving forward with some folks that maybe were not previously included in your community engagement. And I get that it wasn't a requirement of the rule, but I think we heard through some of the comments that there are some folks maybe we need to fold in. Just putting that out there. And if I could transition now to the building of the pipeline, I'm wondering if you could respond to, I think it was, I have to say, I can't tell if it's my own note of a condition of approval or staff, but I think staff would like to see a commitment to oil pipeline hookup before production can start. And I'm wondering if you could respond to that.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner McGowan, and I'll ask Mr. Harrington to participate as he feels warranted. As we've mentioned several times throughout our presentation today, with the acquisition of that third-party system, we're essentially able to control our own destiny relative to when oil pipeline is at the location and ready for takeaway. Our go forward plans have been designed around and focused on the ability to flow oil into that pipeline on day one. And so as an answer to your question, yes, Crestone is willing to commit to oil pipeline being at those locations as we turn those wells to production.
Thank you. So if that is a commitment you are able to make, and I so appreciate your patience, Mr. Bennett, because I know we've met about tanks and I know I'm obsessed about tanks. I'm just gonna put that out there up front. I feel like if you can commit to oil pipeline hookup before you start production, and some of the tanks were meant for, if I'm not hooked up, I need to have tanks to collect and then the trucks come get the oil. Does that mean you might have fewer tanks then on these locations than originally proposed?
No, I appreciate that question, Commissioner, and I will do my best to answer it. As we've discussed not only today, but in prior conversations, the tanks that we have deemed, quote, necessary for those locations are necessary for a couple of reasons. One, to allow us to meet those pipeline specifications that we're required to meet before moving oil from the tank into the pipeline, those associated with various pressures and some other parameters that we haven't necessarily talked about with specificity, as well as as a measure to ensure that if that pipeline does go down and we are unable to produce into that pipeline, that production can continue for a finite period of time before we have to shut those wells in. There's a number of safety reasons, I believe, that those tanks are help solve, particularly as it relates to like an instantaneous shut-in. Right, you want to make sure you have a place to put your product if all of a sudden your takeaway can't accept it. But also, perhaps more importantly, and I'm going to ask Kathy Stearman to interject here as well, it comes down to how we manage our emissions during the production process and the purpose that those tanks and the associated equipment provide. Kathy?
Thanks, Nate, and thanks for the question, Commissioner. I actually dug into this a little bit this morning and yesterday to try to understand how the box elder cap infrastructure would be compared to a tankless or a tank light so that we really understand it's specific to this project. The oil facility that's going to take the oil from the pipeline has a different setup itself. So in other words, the oil has to hit the tanks at the site first to stabilize, I guess, for lack of a better word. So we do use the tanks as kind of that first hit for the oil product out of the wells, and then it goes down the pipeline to the Bennett station, which is not equipped to flash oil, for lack of a better description. What we do though at the site to kind of mitigate tank concerns, one is we're going to have a camera on the tanks, first of all. That'll be really kind of important to me to see what we see with a continuous leak detection program. We're going to have blowers on the tanks, and what that does is it takes all the tank vapors and puts it back into the system instead of burning it, instead of flaring it. We are required now by Reg 7 in one of the recent rulemakings to not open deep hatches, and also, because of the cap and because of the consolidation and how we're developing, it really just enhances our kind of inspection program. Our guys are able to, just in a practical way, get to the sites way more frequently when they're doing their site facilities inspections. That probably goes for the local government too. Hope that helps.
So, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So even though we're setting up, you are setting up your own, you bought your own, you're not really the midstream operator, but you're building your own pipeline, which will go to a third party midstream, and you still have to meet requirements before it gets to the midstream provider. And some of that separation is needed at the tanks. Some of the differential and pressure to get things moving are necessary for the tanks. For emissions purposes, you need this number of tanks. I was kind of hoping that if you built your own pipeline directly, that you might need a couple fewer tanks for accommodating things, because you'd be able to build a pipeline that can accommodate the volume and et cetera. But I think what I'm hearing is that one thing doesn't necessarily equate to the other.
Yeah, that's right, Commissioner. And I think it's not so much about the pipeline itself. I think we have to look about where the oil ends up and how it's treated. So it has a little bit more to do with the separation and where that occurs. So this setup, it's not so much a first party versus third party case in the pipeline itself. It's more about what that oil needs to do when it comes out of the well. And then because of the way the final receiving facility is set up and built, which was an acquisition, not pre-planned and preconceived by us. That is why we're going to need these kind of expansions in the pipeline, for lack of a better word, in the form of tanks throughout Watkins.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'm wondering, for the locations that already exist, where you're going to build on, will you be replacing infrastructure that's older with your newer infrastructure that you've been talking about that has less emissions, that is more effective?
Let me answer that question in a couple of ways. In one case, in the Box Elder cap area, I am aware that we were able to take an existing well into a new tank battery. I don't know, I can't answer how often that could be considered. There's like Dan and Nathan were testifying, there's other situations at play there. But I do know that it would be desirable to take an existing well or two into our newer tank battery, just because it makes practical sense. We are in the middle of a huge range of retrofits for Colorado Reg 7. We are testing ECDs, we're adding flow meters to the vapor control systems, and that's just kind of part of the natural progression of Reg 7. But one of the other things that's going to reach into this area is our carbon neutrality program and our pneumatics retrofit program. One is a voluntary program, one is a regulated program, but they also will be reaching into the area where our plan is to retrofit, I think, 3 or 4 or 5 sites as far as our voluntary program in this area. And one facility is on our pneumatics retrofit plan, which is a regulation to be converted in the next year. So yeah, and I can tell you just from being involved in it, there are continual improvements in how deep hatches are managed and the maintenance processes that go on them and how gaskets are looked at. It's a constant thing. It's part of our storage tank emissions program as well.
Sorry, wrong button. So I'm wondering if you could clarify for me in several places where I think you said the total emissions from all of the cap, which is why I was asking you to summarize everything, and I apologize, I did not see it in the cumulative impacts report. I'm feeling a little flustered because there was just so many exhibits and there was so much information, and I had trouble finding things that I usually can find pretty easily, like in a 2B form, for example. So the caps have been a little difficult for me to kind of wade through. But I think what you have said in several instances, for the total cap, total HAPs will be under major source definition. And I think that you said that for other emissions. Is that true for your NOx and your SOx and your VOCs also?
I don't know if I could put it into that context. You are absolutely 100% right on the HAPs. There is a major source threshold for HAPs, for either total HAPs or for single HAPs on a pad by pad basis. Those 2 slides were intended to get at that. Everything else that we look at for permitted pollutants is on a pad by pad basis. And what we have is what we call synthetic minors. This is getting a little technical, but we do control all of those sources through control devices, or we eliminate them. So that kind of gets me back to permitting. I agree with you that the cap is looking at it from a very different lens. When to kind of understand the cap's emissions, to me, it's almost like a Gantt chart of how we're developing. And then we take a slice of that Gantt chart right out, and that's a year. So that 1 year of emissions that you saw in the cumulative impacts is a lot going on. It could be a brand new generator got set on one site, and then we're drilling at another site, and then this site has separator heaters. So yeah, it's really hard to look at it from that lens. And I think we're going to have a lot of good conversations when we look at it site by site with the two Bs. And we did try to look at how like one producing site stacks up against how we estimated it during the cap versus really how we're permitting it, but it's not far enough into production yet to look at that. When we do air permits, which it came up in one of the public comments, you know, your air permits are permitted to comply with. So you permit high. So you want to make sure that you're safe in your assumptions. Then we have the cap estimates that are so early, and they're kind of overestimated too, because we want to take into account everything that we can. Then there's this sweet spot in the middle of what we call actual emissions. So there's going to be much work to be done on this. Hopefully that helps answer what you were getting at.
I think so. I think, you know, for me, the benefit of a cap is instead of us looking at every single little OGDP and trying to figure out what that additive amount is, we're able to look at this landscape view of all of these things put together will equal this for this area. And for this area, right, we're in a non-attainment area and we're in severe, basically. And so I think it's really helpful to know what we're doing in total for all of these OGDP locations to try to minimize our emissions and minimize the impact that we're going to have in the ozone area. And I know that I think that there's some things going on over at CDPHE also, and with EPA, they're going to require permitting at 25 tons instead of 50. And so I assume is on an individual location basis, not for the whole cap. But I think to your credit, what you're trying to share is that for the entire cap, your HAPI emissions would still fall underneath that new threshold, that new lower threshold for the non-attainment area. And the HAPs arguably are what we're worried about for some of the public health implications that we see.
Yeah, yes, Commissioner, that it's a kind of a natural progression of the Clean Air Act. So as we go into severe ozone non-attainment, which is happening in 2 or 3 days, we have a natural correction through the Clean Air Act on how we do our air permitting. That's not just oil and gas, it's everybody in the state. So we're going to be looking at a cap of emissions that sum up on a pad. And yes, I think if we start looking at it from that lens, again, there's kind of 2 ways to look at it. We're going to do our air permits to comply. So we're going to assume forward-looking estimates even for air permits and make sure that we're safely under those thresholds. If you're looking at the cap from an ozone perspective, this takes us back to the ozone monitoring and the state implementation plan and all of those regulations that come down to kind of try to correct that as well. There's work to be done, and we're part of those stakeholder processes to make sure that we're trying to help move those initiatives forward.
Thank you. And I think this will be my last question. I'm curious, I think it was Mr. Bennett's comment about obtaining right of way for the oil pipeline. And I guess I thought it could be an elegant solution to use that same right of way to pipe away produced water. And I know for you all that it doesn't seem like a lot of water, but when you look at it from the cap perspective and you add all this water up, the potential for sending it to a recycling facility is I guess, very interesting to me. And I think what I heard you say is you couldn't necessarily use the same right of way. And I'm wondering if you could just quickly talk about that a little bit. And then if you could share with me, when you're trucking the produced water, where is it being delivered? And is that underground injection, or are you delivering it to a recycling facility?
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan, for your questions. I do see that Jeremy Saunier, our Surface Land Advisor, is with us here as well. So I'll ask him to supplement anything I may miss as it relates to our right-of-way agreements. And so these agreements, at least in today's world, are extremely specific as to what can and can't be done within that right-of-way corridor. From limiting the temporary workspace necessary to install your infrastructure, as well as limiting what your permanent occupancy of that easement can be over the life of those agreements. Some of the specificity that often is teased out in those agreements, when you look at them on an agreement by agreement basis, it stipulates, lessor gives lessee, and I'm using the wrong terms here, so Jeremy, help me out, but the express right to install 2 pipelines no larger than 6 inches in diameter, and those pipelines will progress generally from point A to point B and things like that. And so when you oftentimes, as I mentioned in our experience, we as an operator want to ensure we've got the flexibility for unforeseen circumstances in the future, right? Maybe we need to install another pipeline because the initial pipeline was too small, right? And so we need to install an offset line, or more importantly, 5 years down the road, there's a need for a high pressure gathering line as well as a low pressure gathering line. And so we try and anticipate those as part of our negotiations. Unfortunately, those sorts of requests are often met with resistance from those surface owners, and oftentimes outright, thanks, but no thanks. And rightfully so, right? This encumbers their property for in some instances an indefinite term, and thereby limits what they can or can't do with certain portions of their property. And so, to bring this back to my comments on the ability to construct a produced water line, that line needs to be accounted for in that right-of-way agreement, often with specificity to say that this line, being no greater than 4 inches in diameter, is being constructed for the sole purpose of moving produced water from this location to points downstream. Jeremy, if I mischaracterize something, please jump on camera. Assuming, there you go. Thanks, Jeremy. Anything else to add?
No, I think you hit it well. And my name is Jeremy Saunier, Surface Land Advisor. And Commissioner, in many instances, like Nate alluded to, these right-of-way permanent widths are extremely limited. Some in the case of 10 feet, and most of them are limited in material that can be processed through. So, let's say most of them are only allowed for hydrocarbons and electric uses. So there's been a concerted effort with the developers, and there's not much space to give up, for lack of better terms, for their intended use and future development. So in many cases, we are limited in number of lines and spacing within that for safety reasons.
Thank you, Jeremy. Commissioner McGowan, if that satisfies your first question, I'll attempt to answer your second as well. And I believe that question was, where does the water go, right? After we produce these volumes of water and they're stored temporarily on location in tanks designed for water storage. Typically that water is removed by truck through a pump transfer system with a number of different safety protocols associated with that. And ultimately it leaves the location, and in most instances, if not all, goes to an underground injection control well or saltwater disposal facility for proper disposition pursuant to both EPA and commission permits as applicable.
Thank you, everyone. That's all the questions I have for now.
Commissioner McGowan, if we may, or Chair Robbins, we have a follow-up for Commissioner McGowan with respect to the potential additional outreach on a couple of locations that Mr. Harrington will address.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to run down a little bit with a little more specificity the outreach efforts that have gone on and that will go on with sites moving forward. At this point, we have had our cap basis notification. So that is to surface owners within 2,000 feet of any proposed cap site, as well as mineral owners throughout the cap area. So that has come and gone. But as a reminder, moving forward, we do have a requirement under the Aurora Operator Agreement for a neighborhood meeting associated with the OGDP for each site. And that noticing requirement is 1 mile from the pad surface. Further to that, we have our noticing needed for the OGDPs, which the noticing requirements are similar to the CAP noticing requirements, mineral owners and surface owners within 2,000 feet, along with RLGs and PLGs. Lastly, we have our Box Elder CAP website that is always live. It is in English and Spanish and available with a wealth of information about the project. So I think the upshot is the noticing that has happened to date is only a small part of what we'll ultimately have.
Any follow-up, Commissioner McGowan?
I think so. I'm gonna guess that just looking at the development, some of those folks might be more than a mile away, looking at how long your laterals are going in this little stick figures that you showed us. But I need to think about this. I'm wondering also, and again, I'm just thinking out loud, as part of a surface owner agreement or use agreement, it might be possible to put signage on those two locations saying this is a future site of oil and gas, and here's who you contact if you want more information or where to go to get it. I just want to make sure that people who are living on that side don't feel surprised when they see it coming into their, in their sphere of influence, so to speak.
We can certainly commit to another round of CAP neighborhood meetings. We can commit to mailing at a larger radius. So we're very open to these. It benefits everyone to have good communication on these projects.
Further questions? Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that my fellow commissioners went through the preponderance of what I have in my notes and really more. And so I'll be pretty mercifully short here, I think. And I wanted to, the thing that's really kind of got me concerned is the Chico North and the Cottonwood North pads more than any others. And so my questions really are around those. I think you addressed the two RBUs that are in proximity there. And while you don't have informed consent there, you do have verbal consent, it sounds like. I didn't hear a lot of talk about them being located in a disproportionately impacted community. And, that triggered an alternative location analysis of these sites. And this kind of goes a little bit hand in hand with the consolidation of sites, that we've talked about, relatively extensively earlier today. But as I read staff's recommendation, there are opportunities potentially to move those sites outside of the disproportionately impacted community by coupling them with other sites. And so my questions kind of are twofold. First, my question would be, did you do any specific outreach targeted towards residents of those disproportionately impacted communities and receive any feedback? And if so, can you talk about it a little bit?
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman, for your question. My answer is intended to frame the communication and outreach we had to those residential building units within that disproportionately impacted community, and more importantly, within 2,000 feet of both the Cottonwood Creek North and Chico locations. If you remove yourself from that general area, and we can potentially bring up one of the maps included in the ALA for those locations, those building units are somewhat isolated relative to the surrounding community or terrain. And my point there is when you undertake targeted outreach to ensure, in my opinion, that the folks that have the greatest chance of being impacted by what you're proposing to do, you really want to focus in on those folks that are close enough or in close proximity to those locations. Ms. Jost, I think you're getting there. And so thank you, Ms. Jost. As is demonstrated by the map on the left-hand side, and we may be able to bring something up that provides a little bit more of a global view, that what I'll call teal ring is that 2,000-foot radius. When you go to the south of this location, you get into more of a rolling topography. You enter into more of a riverine type habitat, dissected plateau, however you want to phrase it. And there are no residential building units, to the best of my knowledge, to the south. As you proceed to the north and to the west, there's quite a distance between where these two locations are proposed and the next identifiable residential building unit, to the best of my knowledge. And so I come back to the fact that other than the outreach that we've talked about from a more global nature, whether that was with the city of Aurora or as part of our CAP outreach process, we decided to focus our conversations with those individuals that live in those two residential building units shown really at the north side of the map here.
Thanks. And can you talk a little bit about the communications that you received? I mean, I read and heard some public comment today, but really there wasn't much surrounding this specific issue. What was the general feedback that you got?
It's my understanding, and I may rely on Mr. Sonia here again, that the conversations with those individuals in those residential building units that we just talked about were verbal conversations via telephone, included, a general overview of the process and what we're intending to do here, and was met with support, as we previously mentioned.
Thanks, Mr. Bennett. I appreciate that. And my second question it's more of a kind of a statement for confirmation, is that if you were indeed to want to move those pads, that would require going back to the city of Aurora and modifying the operator agreement. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner Ackerman. In addition to that, we would have to renegotiate surface use agreements to occupy a different spot within the land base out there, as well as potentially right-of-way agreements and other forms of access, instruments used for access, to our facilities in the long term.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have also appreciated Aurora's discussion about consolidation versus not consolidation. I think really from my perspective, the questions that the commission will have to consider will be associated with, local government preference for dispersion versus our regulations associated with consolidation. And then, inclusion of these two wells specifically in the CAP, where there are questions about siting within an RBU, proximity to an RBU that would be waived by a CAP, as well as DIC concerns. So those are kind of my focuses on this CAP at least. But otherwise, I wanted to mention once again that I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this CAP. I appreciate the significant complexity of an operation like this and the expertise that it takes to get there. And so I did want to thank you also for the, in my opinion, exceptional front-end wildlife work. I think that I agree that the wildlife consultation is well done and well above what's required by Civitas. And I think the BMPs are appropriate and really appreciated that work. Also appreciate the majority of the development was careful to be kept, as Commissioner McGowan stated, in a linear fashion, very close to, existing rights of way, minimizing fragmentation. So that's more of a comment than a question. I just wanted to express my appreciation and state that I really think this is very good wildlife work up front. And my final kind of a comment, Mr. Chair, is more than a question. I just wanted to clarify a little bit the record, at least as how I understood it during Civitas's presentation. I think they stated that the director's recommendation was for approval of this CAP. I did want to clarify that, to my understanding, the director's recommendation was for approval of the CAP, provided it was adjusted as per their recommendations noted in the finding of suitability section, which really only included preliminary siting for 3 of the proposed 8 areas. So I just wanted to clarify that that was the director's recommendation on the record. Other than that, that's really all I have. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Very good, and thank you for that clarification of the director's recommendation. Are there other questions from commissioners for the panel? And I can't see everybody, so just pop up if you have one. Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if, I'm not trying to put staff on the spot, but after hearing the discussion today, and the presentations, if staff has any thought about this kind of us trying to weave, local government and their planning and zoning and desires and what they want with our Senate Bill 181 lens, in particular with trying to consolidate and use existing sites. And if this has helped at all, or if there's a different perspective, I'd be curious to know if this conversation was helpful or enlightening or just made it worse.
If I may, Commissioner McGowan.
Go ahead.
Or Chair, sorry. I didn't mean to jump over you, Chair.
That's okay. I can't see anybody today.
Right, that's the excuse. I think that the conversation has been helpful in terms of the applicant's perspective, right? And how they came to be in this space. I think that our staff is still looking at the nuts and bolts of the rules, right? And in this space, I think that there are two kind of competing policy drives. One is for consolidation and one is to honor the community's vision and goals. I tend to think that there is a sliding scale of consolidation considerations, right? Like as you put more wells on a pad, do you move from consolidation to concentration? And that to me feels like a very localized question that is pretty community specific. I think that Aurora's articulated their preference fairly clearly, and that's really important information as I look at trying to weigh two competing policy pieces. It doesn't like fundamentally take away the issue in the rules themselves, but this balancing of compliance with the rules. I think that either decision is compliant with the rules on balance. And I think it was really important for staff to ask the question about consolidation and for you commissioners to weigh the ultimate policy perspective you want to take when there are pieces that don't fit perfectly together, as it appears to me we are in today. And again, like what a community wants in its community, in its neighborhood for the next 30 years is really important information in my mind. And I have a fly buzzing, sorry.
You do have a fly buzzing. I think you got it. Can I ask a follow-up question, Commissioner McGowan? The floor is still yours.
Yeah, and then I have a follow-up as well. Thank you.
Why don't you go first?
So I totally agree, and I think that it's difficult then for us as commissioners to figure out how we get these two concepts to work together. I feel also that there's a little bit of being in a corner as far as what the request is for this preliminary siting verdict versus, I'm going to call it conceptual siting, even though we don't have that language in our rules, which is to say, we want you to think more about it. But I heard pretty solidly from City of Aurora that these are the sites, they are in the operator's agreement. And so to layer on one more layer on top of what's going on here, I also think we had something that happened pre-Senate Bill 181, in particular after our rules were put in place. And we're trying to mesh that, how something was put together contractually, in addition to these two layers that are being put together, Senate Bill 181 and consolidating sites and this operator's agreement and zoning by a city or a county. And I'm not sure we have much wiggle room to say, go back, and if this is conceptual. And so I just want to be on the record talking to staff with staff listening about what I'm struggling with. I'm not sure there's any there, even though I completely understand why they made the recommendation that they did. And it certainly made sense that they were looking at it through this lens.
If I may, Chair, I agree, Commissioner, and I think, we probably could have engaged a little bit earlier in Aurora and understanding the feasibility of what can be done versus preferences. I think that Aurora was incredibly gracious in their communication with us in terms of accommodating what a process can allow versus what their actual preferences were. And so to me, the letter that Aurora sent after our director's recommendation was really telling an important information and truly understanding the heart of their preferences versus what they can do, right? And to me, Aurora's been a progressive, very engaged local government on oil and gas from pre-181 days and has continued in that path and in that vein to look at their community and understand what's best. And so, yes, I think that this does have some of the pre-181 work being done on it. But the fact that the operator agreement has been revisited in kind of that same time space is important. And the fact that Aurora is willing to stand up and say, this is our preference, it is impactful information for me. I would say it would have made, having had that really clear understanding a little bit earlier on would have made a much more complicated director's recommendation to write. And now I think it's appropriately teed up for you all to kind of look at those two things. And I think that staff did an excellent job flagging this issue. And I also understand the importance of looking at what the local government has stated and moving in that direction, if that's the ultimate decision.
Okay. Director Murphy, and maybe you can ask Ms. Trask this. I perused back through Rule 314, and I found the consolidation language in one section. It was one sentence. It says the proposed density of oil and gas locations. So it has to provide the proposed density of oil and gas locations within the boundary of the cap, reported in oil and gas locations per section. And then it was this sentence. This should include a narrative proposal with maps and appropriate supporting documentations demonstrating the operator's plan to consolidate oil and gas locations to the maximum extent possible within the boundaries of the cap. And that was 314, such and such, such and such, such and such. Is that the relevant language, or do you know? Or can Ms. Trask look that up and make sure that I've focused on the right language?
Yeah, my recollection from the director's recommendation is we were keying into language in Rule 314 for consolidation.
And that's that language. Okay. Okay. That'll help with deliberation. So I thank you for that. Any further questions from commissioners? Just go ahead and pipe up.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I think I just want to confirm with ourselves what it means if we give approval for preliminary siting. There will still be OGDPs and there will still be discussion of, for example, about electric drill rigs, whether or not we're using some sort of battery or electric for completions, as we look at kind of emissions and community impact things individually when these come to the commission.
Yes, that's my understanding. AAG Davenport, do you want to weigh in?
I don't think I have anything further that will be helpful to weigh in on this. I don't have anything to add.
Ms. Trask, I see you visualized.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. And for the record, I'm Sabrina Trask, the Planning and Permitting Manager at COGCC. I might, Commissioner McGowan, to your question, I might try to add a little bit of clarification in staff's interpretation of preliminary siting approval, being that for a location that is granted preliminary siting approval, it's basically met the cap, the Rule 314 requirements for what we would sort of consider as proper placement of a location. Specifically, we would be looking for things like it doesn't meet any of the ALA criteria, particularly if there are no RBUs within 2,000 feet, if it's not in a high priority habitat. Those types of considerations would allow us, along with any alternative location that is provided with the cap, would potentially allow staff to feel comfortable about a proposed location's siting on the ground in the environment. Sort of the flip side of that, our interpretation of a conceptual location, and again, that is not a defined term in our 100 series. I'm not sure where the term was coined, but I think it's become fairly useful in the last few OGDP hearings, and certainly this CAP hearing. Conceptual siting to us is kind of nothing more than saying, okay, here's the CAP application lands. Here's a large geographic area and a large mineral development area. In order for an operator to successfully develop that mineral area, staff agrees with the applicant that a total of 20 locations would be necessary to fully and efficiently develop those minerals. In the Box Elder CAP, some of those locations may be granted preliminary siting approval because staff has determined that that really is the right location from which to access those minerals. Other locations would be given what the term is, coined conceptual approval, not because it's the right location, but because staff would acknowledge that there needs to be 20 locations to fully develop those minerals. And so I think of conceptual approval as sort of just a location count approved with the potential approval of the CAP. So kind of to scale it down, to give an analog, is the number of wells on a Form 2A. A Form 2A, of course, is the location assessment. If an operator is seeking 10 wells on a pad, staff is going to review that location and review the subsurface, the minerals, the DSU, all of the technical information, and determine, is 10 wells adequate? And we could say, yes, 10 wells is the appropriate number of wells to be approved on that Form 2A. So relating it back to the CAP, conceptual locations or conceptual approval of locations to us is really nothing more than how many locations are needed in the CAP to fully and efficiently develop that mineral development area. So maybe it's just a little bit of nuance. We don't look at conceptual as this is the appropriate latitude, longitude point, but rather there is an appropriate number of locations that could be approved in this CAP to fully develop that mineral area.
Thank you for that, Ms. Trask, and for staff's perspective there.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Trask. I actually am a little more focused on if we approve preliminary siting, our limited ability to revisit alternative location analysis. So you're coming at it from this technical, right number of wells to develop the mineral rights. And I'm thinking about it from the perspective of having gone through Noble CDP, really feeling boxed in as far as saying, well, could you revisit that or revisit that? And how did you really do this alternative location analysis? And so I also want to recognize that in a different CAP, Commissioner said, we want you to submit preliminary siting because this is frustrating just to have these conceptual sites and they're probably going to be here. And then feeling the opposite way with the Noble CDP and those preliminary sites having already been developed, but not having been a part of the discussion of upfront what the alternative location analysis looked like, how those preliminary sites got put there. And so I feel like when someone comes forward with a CAP and they want preliminary siting approval, I want to know that there's been a rigorous review, debate, and discussion about how those sites came to be, because I feel like we're very limited then coming back later with the OGDPs, even though they're saying they're going to fill out, for example, different various forms. The alternative location analysis for me is the horse is already out of the barn. This is the time and location. This is the time for us to have that discussion is now. So I don't know if you and your staff agree with that, but that for me feels very limited as part of preliminary approval for sites.
Commissioner McGowan, if I can, I think that's pretty fair, right? The point of preliminary siting is that we can look to the future and say this is the likely location, but for a dramatic change in circumstances. But I think that I heard in one of your earlier questions, really this fundamental underpinning question of like, can we revisit the BMPs? And I think the question is yes, right? And as we think about that mitigation, avoid, minimize, mitigate hierarchy, this may be answering the avoid piece, but the minimizing and mitigation, to the extent their best management practices or their on-site practices, to me remains on the table and part of the discussion when we get to the OGDP level review of the locations that receive preliminary siting within a CAP.
Thank you, Director Murphy. Okay, I think we're steering sort of into probably deliberations. Does anybody have any further questions? Okay, seeing none, I suggest we take 10 minutes and gather our thoughts and then come back. And then assuming we have no further questions, we would close the record and then move into deliberations. Is everybody comfortable with that?
Yes.
And Ms. Jost, I'm going to give you a shot at answering all of these citing questions and your interpretation of the rules when we get back. I think that's only fair. You're the bear the burden of proof. And there's been a lot of discussion about rules that we've not used before. And I appreciate your and PDC and Crestone's perspective on this. So you'll be called upon first.
Great. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Ms. Jost, would recognize you for a bit on the last part of that discussion, if you so desire.
Yes, Chair, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to chat about this portion. I'm going to just hit on a few high points and keep it short and sweet. Commissioner McGowan, I think your questions are very well taken. There's a lot of information that goes into a CAP, a lot of information that was submitted. So the rules that set forth the preliminary citing is Rule 314B5. And in that rule, it states that preliminary citing of future oil and gas locations will meet the informational requirements of Rule 314E11. And Mr. Bennett went through each of those as part of the criteria in his presentation. And then another part of that rule, and I think this really gets to what you're honing in on, is that it says if an operator receives preliminary citing approval as an attachment to the Form 2A, the operator will submit a description of changes to the surrounding land use or future land use changes contemplated in a local government planning document from the time that the CAP was approved and the time the Form 2A is submitted. So there is a continuing review built into the rules of these preliminary sites that are being requested for approval today. And in addition to that, under those rules for the OGDP, the commission will absolutely have the opportunity to review the BMPs that are on the locations or proposed for the locations. We'll have additional allowances for formal consultations with the relevant local government, proximate local government, CDPHE, CPW, and then frankly, any citizens that come in as part of that. And I think most importantly is that in Crestone's presentation, they have agreed to waive one of the rights conveyed by an approved CAP, and that is Rule 314B3. And that is where it says that if the commission approves a CAP, the operator need not separately evaluate cumulative impacts for each oil and gas development plan within the proposed CAP. Crestone has voluntarily agreed to waive that and has committed to saying we will submit Form 2Bs with each oil and gas development plan. And so I think with that, that lends to the concern you may have about the additional review of the BMPs, the pipeline, electrification, things along those lines. So Mr. Chair, that's really all I wanted to say. Thank you for the opportunity, and Commissioner McGowan, I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Ms. Jost. Appreciate those thoughts and comments. And, I think all of us, including staff, would agree that we appreciate the waiver of that quote right. I think we maybe didn't get that one right in the initial mission change rules because we've kind of noticed that that's a hiccup and doesn't really advance anybody's best calls. And so that probably goes into some form of cleanup at some point. And between now and then, I think that's the right approach for the operators and helps us in our CIDR database and otherwise look at these things at the OGDP stage. And I don't think that's too onerous on the applicant, and it's a little bit of an insurance policy as well. So thank you for all of that. I do have all four of my commissioners in line of sight. Does anybody have a question for Ms. Jost? Okay, not seeing any questions. Does anybody have any further questions for the panel? Because if not, we're going to move to close the record, assuming that's what AAG Davenport tells me to do. But I can't see AAG Davenport, so I don't know.
Apologies, I was looking for the button. You may close the record now if you think that it's possible that in the course of deliberations, you may need additional information from anyone that's appeared in the hearing today. You don't have to close the record right now.
So leave it open and start deliberating? Is that what you're saying?
That's probably the most efficient process, yes.
Okay. All right, then in term, and you might just stick around there, Kyle, you might need your help here as well. So in terms of deliberating, commissioners, I don't know that any of us know where any of us are with regard to deliberations because we don't talk and we listen to the evidence that's presented to us at the hearing, and we just got done with that portion. What I'm going to suggest is, so I had sort of two ideas about deliberation. One is we could just deliberate on the comprehensive area plan and include in that deliberation the ideas about preliminary siting and sort of get a sense of where people are. The other approach could be to take up whether to approve the comprehensive area plan first and then speak in a second vote on the preliminary siting. I'm comfortable just diving right into the deep end, but want to recognize my fellow commissioners and see if they have any hard thoughts one way or another. Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think it's probably appropriate for us to talk about all the different issues at once and kind of see where we are from there. And I think that might be helpful to then get an idea of where we are on a whole.
Okay. I'm not seeing anybody else sort of jumping up, down, screaming no. So why don't we do that? Commissioner Cross, do you want to initiate?
I would. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think I'd like to start off a little bit differently, and I'd like to address some of the public comments that we heard today and that we saw in written public comments. And Mr. Chair, I know that you earlier addressed the fact that some of our public comments have some vulgarity in them, and I agree with you. I don't think that that's appropriate. But at the outset, I'd also like to note that I was disappointed with some of the public comment today that was provided, even without the vulgarity. I think at the outset, I think the suggestion that the commissioners are on here playing games instead of paying attention to public comment was hurtful, number one, and inaccurate. And also, I think the suggestion that I believe the comment was, all you need to do is dot your I's and cross your T's and you're going to get approved. And I found that completely disrespectful, to be honest. And this particular stakeholder is someone I've had individual conversations with, and I respect their viewpoints. And the fact that that was said, I think is not only inaccurate, but I also think that it's disrespectful not only to the commissioners, but I think it's also disrespectful to the operator, the applicant, as well as staff, because I think it's important for the public to know that our staff works very hard along with the operators going over this for, I mean, if you look at some of these CDPs and CAPs in particular, this process goes on for years. This is not a thrown together process. This is not something that you say, hey, I'd like to get an application done. Yeah, go ahead. Make sure you dot your I's and cross your T's. Let's go. This is something that many people work very hard on, and as has been shown in prior hearings before this commission, not everything is approved. And so I think the fact that statement was made, I just wanted to point out that in addition to the vulgarity that you brought up, I think it's important to note that that was not appreciated either. That said, I do want to comment on some of the other public comment that was given today as well. In particular, I think that it was very helpful to see that we got a wide range of views and public comment today. We had several individuals come forward and indicate, their concerns with what's going on in the area, their concerns with drinking water, their concerns with noise, especially being in proximity of DIA, their concerns with dust, their concerns with emissions. And on the same side, we were also able to see individuals come forward and talk about many of the benefits that come with a project such as this. Benefits not only for the potential of jobs and tax revenue, but also some of the community outreach that operators do to help out with soccer groups and other groups as well. And so I wanted to say thank you for those public comments, because I do think that that was helpful. And for everyone listening out there, we are listening. We are paying attention to those public comments given, and encourage you to give those public comments moving forward. With respect to the actual application, I kind of made a list of how I thought it was probably best to talk about this, but I think it probably makes sense to kind of go in a little bit of a reverse order from what I initially had written down as I thought about it. And that's to kind of talk about what Director Murphy had brought up initially. And I think that this really is something that's going to come down to a policy question that we're sort of stuck with as commissioners. And I think when you look at the legislative directives provided by SB 19181, there are certain things that we are charged with as a commission to look at. And I think some of those things are inherently in conflict with one another. And I think here we're seeing that. There's an increased consideration of local government rights and their input on how things are going to be done in connection with the protection of public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources. And that's really front and center here, because I completely appreciate and understand the hard work and process and thoughts given by Sabrina and her staff today to say, listen, we think that additional consolidation could probably be done. Whether it's appropriate or not, that's hard to tell. I think that that's something that additional analysis probably could be determined, but at the same time, we're also hearing the hard work done by Aurora that this is something that this is how it needs to be done. They don't want more than the 8 wells per, and I think that that is a strong consideration as well. And I guess I'll kind of break the ice by saying up front, my initial thought is, as I've kind of gone over that conflict over the last few days, has been that ultimately, I think when we're charged with that balancing act in this situation, I think that we're in a position that we need to lean towards what the local governments want at this point in time. And part of my reasoning behind that is when you look at what 314 says in our rules, it says to the maximum extent possible within the boundaries of the cap for the consolidation. And I think that language itself is always going to be difficult, because I think different people are going to have, and by different people, I mean different operators are going to have different abilities to consolidate depending on their resources. And so I think you're already going to have a little bit of a moving target with what maximum extent possible means. And I think to a certain extent, looking at what the local government says they will allow, what they have approved, really plays into that maximum extent possible. And so with consideration of whether additional consolidation could have occurred, I think we heard testimony today that what could have been consolidated more, there was restrictions on it. There was restrictions when it comes to surface use agreements. There was restrictions with respect to the operator agreements. There's restrictions with respect to topography and geology in terms of how everything could be done. Although we've also seen Civitas applications before that do have larger pads and consolidated pads. And so I do think that they probably could have consolidated more, but within the confines of what they're doing, I think this probably is an appropriate consolidation. And I think it was well thought out. And I think one of the things that's important with that is this is not an application that has kind of been thrown together as well. This is something that was initially kind of planned out by ConocoPhillips years ago. It's been built upon. The current operator has taken the time to say, hey, maybe we're going to abandon some of these. It stuck out to me a lot that they've already abandoned some of their locations and minimized some of the surface disturbance in that way. But especially when you look at the Eastern Hills North well pad that was proposed, and saying, you know what, that's going to have additional impacts, and it's going to be closer to people. And so although that's going to take away some of our drainage of the mineral resources within the cap, I think it's going to be more important that we say this is not, I think the term they used was not usable. And so I think that stuck out to me a lot, that they're taking those steps to say, we're not going to use a site that's going to have additional impacts on the communities involved. And I think really where it comes down to for me is the idea that when you're balancing the consolidation issues with the local government concerns, is you can still do the balancing and the protection of public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources while taking into account those local government concerns. And so I think it's important to note, at least in my opinion, that you're seeing a lot of BMPs here, a lot of steps being taken to do that protection of those resources while taking into account what the local government wants to do. And I think that is probably the best way of saying, this is how we make that balancing occur. It's not a mutually exclusive situation. We're still going to do the commitment to many of the BMPs that CDPHE proposed. And in fact, most of those that were not agreed to, they said that they're going to address at the site-specific stage, things like electrification. And as we heard today, I think electrification is one of the things that they are committing to, especially with the first set of development that's going to occur. Things like chillers they're going to consider at the site-specific. So it's not that they're going out and saying, no, we can't or we won't do that. It's as we get further along and kind of have a better idea of where we are, we're going to look at some of those issues. But aside from that, they are taking into account and adopting CDPHE BMPs. They're taking in considerations from the local governments. Even when I know I'm looking at some of the materials and reading through it, when they looked at some of the sites early on and they were looking at what sites to use, they took into account, and I know we've heard this from other local relevant governments as well, such as Weld County, but they look at school routes. They don't want to have truck routes that are going on the same place as some of the school bus routes. And so they're taking that into account as they're trying to figure out the best way to design this large scale project. And so for me, when you're looking at these BMPs, you still are protecting the public health, safety, wildlife, and welfare, and environment and wildlife resources, while taking into account what the local government wants to do. And so I think from a kind of a bottom down, this is an approvable cap, in my opinion. I think they've gone through the standards in 314. I think that they've identified those different areas. And I do think that, to me, the biggest outstanding question was really that 314, I think it's E6, the consolidation of the sites. And to me, I think that when you look at the maximum extent possible, I think they have done so when you look at what the local government's doing there. And so, you know, as Director Murphy kind of charged us with saying, hey, this is a policy decision for you guys to make, I agree. And I don't take that charge lightly. And I think that, you know, we can do both of those things. And I think that the way it's proposed is done well. So I guess the short answer is I do think this is an approvable cap. And I'd be interested in hearing what everyone else thinks, but I would be amenable to approving the preliminary siting as well.
For the 8 requested locations?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm happy to go next, but I'm also happy to yield. Does anybody have a dying idea about next steps? Commissioner Ackerman?
Sorry, thanks, Mr. Chair. My comments are a bit pertinent to Commissioner Cross's, so I thought I would chime in as well. Appreciate the opportunity to do so. And I also upfront agree that the materials that were submitted meet the overall requirement set forth for a cap. I also wanted to take a moment and thank those commenters for submitting written comments as well as verbal comments. I think it's very important to get a broad perspective of how the public views these projects. I think that the way that I would summarize the public input was mixed, right? That there were folks that were strongly in support of this action that live in and near the area. There were folks that were strongly opposed that live in and near the area. And then there were, comments about the overall continuation of development of natural or of oil and gas in Colorado and throughout the world. Again, I appreciate that. It helps us keep grounded and understanding when it comes to looking into these localized areas. I also appreciated the opportunity to get out on the ground. I am quite familiar with this area. I've spent a lot of time out there, but it was very good to get on the ground and understand on a site-by-site basis, what existed and what was proposed. I also wanted to say that, in this CAP, we got a comprehensive look at what Civitas is doing out there. And while that complicated things and it made it difficult to understand, as came up a number of times during the hearing and certainly came up for me as I was studying the materials, I also found it helpful that it gave us a comprehensive, better cumulative impacts point of view of everything that they're doing out there. And so while that was a lot of work for them and a little bit confusing for us, and certainly a lot of deep diving for staff, I do appreciate the comprehensive look. I think it was helpful. And this was alluded to or even stated right out, but I do think, I gave a bit of a precursor to this in my questions, but this does come right down to two questions for me. After stating that I think that this cap meets the suitability requirement. And the questions are the extent of consolidation versus the extent of, dispersion as preferred by the local government. I'm in the same camp with Commissioner Cross. I do believe that, we have state rules that were undertaken in good faith, and I really appreciate staff's very detailed look and holding the line on their recommendations to the best of their ability to make them compliant with our regulations and then putting that back to us as a recommendation. I think that was the appropriate thing to do. And I'm very grateful for their, skilled and quality work there. I do think after listening to Aurora today and their preferences coupled with our regulations deferring to the maximum extent possible, land use decisions to the local entity, that's salient for me. That carries some weight. I think it's an important approach. I think it was a deliberate, meaningful approach when we put these regulations in place in order to ensure proper partnership between the state and local governments. And so I am inclined in large fashion to defer to them when it comes to consolidation versus dispersion of sites. And by the way, that that puts it in a boat for me where you've got preliminary siting approval discussions really associated with 8 sites here, and staff recommended preliminary site approval with the Aspen North, the Lussing Trust North, and the Watkins North, and I would agree with preliminary siting approval for those. None of those triggered any alternative location analyses. Staff also looked at 3 sites that they didn't recommend approval on associated with this concept that I was just talking about, the Aspen South, King North, and Chico South, which staff did not recommend preliminary siting approval based solely upon the opportunities that existed on those sites for better consolidation, as per our rules encouraging consolidation. Given the discussion that I just set forth, I actually would be inclined to approve those for preliminary siting approval as well, based on Aurora's land use preferences, since our sole purpose was to consolidate, and their sole purpose in this sense is to keep these sites small and dispersed. I'm not entirely comfortable including preliminary approval for those 2 sites that went beyond just consolidation concerns, the Chico North and the Cottonwood Creek North. I got more comfortable with the proximity to RBUs with the discussion that we had, although, you know, I certainly haven't seen anything on paper that implies or demonstrates implied consent or informed consent, which, to be clear, is not required at this point, but also has to beg the question as to, you know, it makes me careful about development within 2,000 feet of an RBU, because once we get to the, as Commissioner McGowan pointed out, once we get to the OGDP stage, there's an absolute waiver for those that were approved preliminarily in a cap. And so this is the appropriate time to have those concerns and discuss those concerns. I'm somewhat comfortable with that based on the discussion, not entirely comfortable. And then I'm less comfortable with the disproportionately impacted community portions of the Chico North and the Cottonwood Creek. You know, staff's recommendation was based on that as well, and stated that it would be worth some, there are significant regulations associated with disproportionately impacted communities, certainly within 2,000 feet of a proposed pad. And I think that those sites could use some more work at the OGDP level to ensure that we've done everything we can to reach out to those communities and everything we can to avoid, minimize, and mitigate that impact. We've specifically pointed it out a number of times in our rules, and we intended to be careful about further development in disproportionately impacted communities. So that puts me in a place where I'm very comfortable with including 6 as preliminary site approvals, and would lean towards not preliminary site approvals for the Cottonwood Creek North, or Cottonwood Creek and the Chico North. And then finally, conceptual. I appreciate Ms. Trask pointing out the conceptual here. I actually have quite a bit of concern over conceptual siting approval, or the use of that term. It's not defined in our regulation. And I appreciate Ms. Trask pointing out that the intent was to acknowledge that there will be other sites that will need to come before the commission in order to fully develop the lands within this cap. And I agree with that. I do have a concern that, you know, on one hand, you've got preliminary siting approval, which clearly sets forth some rights associated with the OGDP being expedited and other things within a cap. And then you've got sites that aren't approved that then must go through the OGDP level in order to get approved on a site-by-site basis. But when we start using the term conceptual approval, you know, to me, that's a bit of an implied contract that we have to some degree examined those sites. And I just wanted to be clear in this hearing that I am fully in line with Ms. Trask's comments, in that if we're going to use the term conceptual approval, I believe that conceptual approval simply means that there will be more sites that will need to be proposed. And it's understood by this commission that we'll see more sites proposed within this cap in order to fully develop the lands contained within the cap. But no rights, implied or explicit, are accompanying a conceptual approval of sites, other than the recognition that other sites will be proposed. I also wanted to kind of finalize by saying that I do support the COA that we talked about a little bit earlier, that the pipelines would be online prior to production on each of these sites. I appreciate Commissioner McGowan pointing that out, and had the same thought. I didn't see that in there. I might be missing it, but it might be necessary as a COA if it's not already committed to. It certainly was alluded to. I'm just not sure the strength of the allusion in the documents that we have. So that's my kind of smattering of thoughts, Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners, where I sit right now, but certainly I'm open to further discussion.
Appreciate the smattering. Well done. Go ahead, Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with everything that my fellow commissioners have already discussed. I think for me, the important pieces aligned with Commissioner Ackerman are community engagement and how that piece was done up front. Because once we approve some of these things in the cap, the community engagement, I think, becomes harder to be meaningful, because we are, for some of these sites, potentially approving a preliminary site already. And I'll just say again, the horse is out of the barn by that point in time. I do think that the operator has conducted ALA the best that it could within the confines of the operator agreement that exists with the city of Aurora. And so I'm appreciative that there's been some rigorous discussion about what the city wants, what the operator tried to do within those confines to still try to meet many and most of our rules as under the CAP proposal. That being said, if the operator agreement didn't exist, I'm not sure that this operator would have turned in this plan exactly. And so that's hard to reconcile when we're looking at another important part of our rules, which is the consolidation and use of existing sites when possible. That being said, I do feel that most of these sites, when we look at weighing out what the operator agreement says and the city says with our desire to minimize or try to avoid first and then minimize, I don't see anything that is alarming to me from the protection of public health, safety, welfare, and the environment and wildlife, understanding that when we review the OGDPs, I'm going to be looking for BMPs that look at the mitigation piece, because I think the operator agreement has limited our ability to look at the avoid and minimize piece first. So I think it's going to be very important that the operator understands, if we approve preliminary siting, that the mitigation piece and the individual review of OGDPs is going to be very important because of our limited ability to affect the first two pieces. I'm curious to know, Commissioner Ackerman, what your thoughts are about not giving preliminary siting for the Chico North and the Cottonwood, and what you think the process then looks like, given that we have the limitation of the operator's agreement with the city of Aurora. Are you anticipating that? Sorry, I'm just going to stop there. I'm wondering what you think would happen then.
Yeah, that's a great question, Commissioner McGowan. Thank you. And I was thinking of that. We certainly have, and that's why I asked the question earlier in the hearings as to what that would require the operator to do. They do have an opportunity to discuss amendments with the city of Aurora. I think that it may be appropriate for them to do so. Again, I don't pretend to decide what's best for the city of Aurora. I do have significant concern about absolutely as much outreach as we can possibly do associated with disproportionately impacted communities, as we've been very, deliberate, as I said, about that. And while I want to reaffirm that I think Crestone's done a very good job here. I think Civitas has done a very good job in many aspects of this, and I do appreciate their outreach. I heard enough concern today in general that I think that it would be appropriate simply to have some more and extended public outreach process associated with those two sites. Recognizing that it would indeed put them in a position where they may be able to, get significant feedback from those disproportionately impacted communities in support of these sites, or they may be able to come up with potential alternative solutions in conjunction with further discussions with Aurora. So, and if not, then we still have an opportunity to talk about these sites, so long as I feel like we've done as much outreach as we possibly could.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. So I'm wondering, and again, this is my understanding, is that the RBU owners within the 2,000 feet in the disproportionately impacted community have been contacted, and they are working with the operator. So I'm wondering if you're also envisioning that there's an expansion of discussion into the community that we saw on the edge of the circle, for example, on one of those sites where more than just the RBUs are kind of outside the 2,000 foot circle. Sorry, when we originally were looking at this application, was really contemplating whether or not to ask the operator and Aurora staff to go back to City Council and explain kind of why our staff had concerns about consolidation, impact on disproportionately impacted communities, and have a conversation in a public format with the City Council and ask, is this still what you really want? given some of the director's recommendations around these issues. But after hearing testimony today, I'm just wondering if there really is very much wiggle room. And it sounds to me like the Chico North and the Cottonwood folks also have surface use agreements with the operator.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner McGowan, and I recognize that and appreciate that as well. And to your first point, you know, it does sound like they're working with the occupants of RBUs within 2,000 feet of the disproportionately impacted, you know, in the disproportionately impacted community. I might need some clarification as to whether those are the same occupants that the operator said have verbally consented already. My understanding is that these were different entities, but I may need some clarification on that point. It does change my opinion if that's the case.
And if I could just jump in quickly, Chair, and maybe Ms. Jones can answer this as well. I thought my understanding was for one of them, and I don't remember if it was Cottonwood or Chico, they had verbal agreement, but for the other, they did have informed consent. And
why don't we bring Ms. Jost back to the record? We're allowed to do that. Ms. Jost, do you want to provide some additional clarification?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I will look to Mr. Bennett and Mr. Harrington as well if they choose to jump in and say anything. But Commissioner Cross, you are correct. With respect to the RBU owners that are reflected in the DI community with respect to Cottonwood Creek and Chico, there are two. And those two have given verbal consent for purposes of these locations to Crestone. So that would be, I think, the clarifying factor that we're trying to get to. And Commissioner Ackerman, within that disproportionately impacted community, it is only these two people who would be potentially impacted, and Crestone has done outreach with them at this point.
What about the other one?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The other one is the Lone Tree North, and as you guys heard from us, I believe in February or March, that was the Hurd family. And so the Hurd family has given informed consent, the written informed consent that took us to an uncontested hearing about the Lone Tree North earlier this year. And as Mr. Harrington testified to, the Hurd family has been in constant communication with Crestone and has provided, you know, good feedback about the operations and the communications that's occurred at that location. And we believe that that will continue to occur to those two RBU owners at the Cottonwood and the Chico.
So are we hearing correctly that it is the applicant's position that as to both of the RBUs and the DI community, which consists of those RBUs, you've either got informed consent or consent, even if it's not like written down at this point?
Yes, Chair, that is correct.
Okay, commissioners, any follow-up with Ms. Jost? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Jost. Wanted to thank Commissioner McGowan for helping clarify the point as well. I had misunderstood and thought we were talking about different impacted folks in the DI community. And so that does change my point of view. I still, you know, would prefer that it was set in stone consent. I am certainly leaning more towards inclusion with the confirmation that verbal consent has been received of those two sites, those two sites being Cottonwood Creek and Chico North. So I you know, formally retract my reluctance or my strong opposition, but still, if we were to go forward and include those in preliminary siting, I do recognize and want to recognize on the record that it would be in good faith that it's been represented to us that they do have consent of these two landowners, even though we haven't seen any documentation of such.
And I think that's a fair point that can be made by commissioners. And you don't need to retract anything. That's what deliberation is all about, is we evaluate what's before us, listen to each other, ask the applicant for some clarifications. There is a lot of information in this one. So I thought your comments were well done. So Commissioner McGowan, did you want to further your deliberations? No. Okay. All right. Well, I want to applaud everyone for the hard work that is evident here from Crestone, from the stakeholder engagement. Again, the staff is hard work. I mean, I think it's been 16 months, and this is the first comprehensive area plan that is seeking preliminary siting approval. And I want to thank the city of Aurora for the time they spent with us this morning, as well as the letters, et cetera, that they put in to the presentation. As I look at this, I agree with my fellow commissioners that the comprehensive area plan is approvable and should be approved. With that last clarification, with regard to those two sites and the two RBUs and the two impacted DI communities, I think I'm at the spot where I'm comfortable with approving preliminary siting for all 8. Commissioner McGowan?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I do want to make sure that somewhere we're reflecting also at least desire from this commissioner for some expanded community engagement with the folks who will be near the King and Bijou sites. Just based on some public comment this morning, figuring out how we ensure that they're a part of the process and getting information from the operator.
Okay, I'm trying to keep track.
And I don't know if that's maybe a best management practice. I don't know if that needs to be a condition of approval.
So I'm trying to track the additional conditions of approval on my computer here so that I've got a list of all of them to discuss with the applicant before we hold a vote. At this point, I've got the COA suggested by Commissioner Ackerman about pipelines online prior to production. And now I've got a COA that is a little bit ambiguous about community engagement for the King and the Bijou sites. Is that accurate, Ms. Commissioner McGowan?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Where was I? I was going to suggest that I am in the camp that this can be approved, that the preliminary siting for all 8 sites can be approved, especially with the last clarifications that we just got. I've looked at our rule 314. I also took a look at the SBP around the rule, and consolidation is, as Commissioner, as we've noted, is to the maximum extent practicable, or the maximum extent possible within the boundaries of the cap. The SBP did not add a lot on that. In fact, it didn't add consolidation relevant to use of existing pads. It did have intended to encourage collaborative opportunities for consolidating infrastructure and maximizing operational efficiency and other tools to address potential adverse cumulative impacts. So the SBP didn't actually further flesh out the word consolidation. It's only within that one sentence in that one rule. As I balanced that with the local authority from SB 19-181, especially with a, pragmatic local government that is very much involved in oil and gas development, and as I look at that and try to identify that balance, as Commissioner Cross was trying to seek, and I look at the operator agreement, and not only was it entered into after 181, but it was amended after 181 in 2021. And there was strong support from the city of Aurora for the locations as identified in the operator agreement, which are the same locations as identified in the comprehensive area plan. I find that to be a very pivotal point. I also note, and we've not talked about this, but there was testimony from Aurora that not only is this consistent with the operator agreement, but this is consistent with their quote master plan. And a master plan is a very important document for local governments. It establishes how an area is going to be developed out. They call it a framework development plan in Aurora, but I think Mr. Moore indicated that it was part of their master plan, which is a statutory thing that is given to local governments so that they can provide perspective to landowners of what this area should look like as it's developed. And their framework development plan likes smaller, more dispersed oil and gas locations. That's a local government siting point that I, in this instance, want to honor. I also want to note that every comprehensive area plan is based upon its own facts. It's based upon who the operator is. It's based upon who the local government is, and each should be looked at individually. And the fact that we might have decided that consolidation was met today with the well locations that are being proposed with preliminary siting does not necessarily mean that we're not going to require a greater level of consolidation and less dispersion down the road in a different situation. Each application is adjudicated based upon what's before us. I'm seeing if I had other things that I wanted to speak to. I thought that I appreciated the director's report about cumulative impacts, and I thought that the director's report found that that was met. And so I agree with that. So I think I've done a good job. Oh, I also note that the city of Aurora testified that they really appreciate the working relationship that they have with Crestone and Civitas as an operator. And I find that to be a helpful point, and I think that's helpful for Crestone. So I think I'm comfortable in agreeing with approving with the preliminary siting. I believe in this instance, we met the quote consolidation piece. I think the operator met that burden of consolidating to the maximum extent possible. And I guess the last piece that I would state, and this has nothing to do with my thoughts about approval, but it has to do with process. It seemed to me that there was a lot of information that was presented today at the hearing that was beyond what was in the application. As an example, the well bores for the yellow pads extending outside the cap mineral development area, that seemed like that was new to me. And I wanted to remind kind of the world that a cap application should not only include all the information required by Rule 314, but also any additional helpful and relevant informations, such as those stick maps today, in order to give staff the opportunity to fully review the intended development and to provide transparency to the public, local governments, other stakeholders, and the commission. So I just want to make sure that doesn't happen again. Gather up all the relevant information, overindulge us with information, even though that's scary because there's a lot of information here. But I don't want information that was helpful to commissioners at a hearing to not have been helpful to staff as they're developing it. So I just sort of throw that out there. I don't know if recognizing Director Murphy or hearing permit manager, Ms. Trask, if either one of you want to speak to that last point, but I did want to get that on the record. And I can't see everybody, so if either of them wants to speak.
Thank you, Chair. This is Sabrina, if I may.
Hi.
I appreciate the opportunity. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that it seemed like there was a fair amount of new information presented today, which certainly I appreciate. The information was very helpful. But I would just maybe ask Crestone and other operators that may be listening that going forward, the best practice really is to provide any additional information in the CAP application so that staff has an opportunity to review it and incorporate it into the director's recommendation. It's a little bit uncomfortable for me, and I'm only speaking for me, to know that there's some new information presented today that may have been included in any commission decision that is made today that staff hasn't done a thorough technical review on. So I completely trust that the information presented today is relevant, and I trust the commission's review and decision of it. I think going forward, maybe sort of a friendly reminder to any operators to try as much as possible to get all the information to staff in advance so that we can work with you, understand fully what is being proposed, and be able to determine and ensure that the application meets all applicable COGCC rules. So thank you for that opportunity, Chair.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you. And I would echo the friendly reminder part. We're all new to all this. It's a massive amount of work. But I think message is sent. So appreciate that. I would like to, let's do this. Does any commissioner have a further deliberative thoughts? And if not, does any commissioner desire to make a motion with, I think we've got at least 2 new conditions of approval. So let's start there. Commissioner Cross?
I would move for approval of the cap with the preliminary siting for the 8 locations requested, including the conditions of approval, the expanded involvement for the public involvement with the King and Bijou locations, as well as, and I want to make sure I word this right, Commissioner Ackerman, as well as the commitment to oil pipeline by, you said by production? By production.
Prior to production.
And I'll
All right.
second that, Mr. Chair.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Before we do further deliberation, I would recognize Ms. Jost one last time to get the applicant's perspective on the motion.
Yes, Chair, thank you. We have no concerns with the motion and are very appreciative of your thoughts.
Thank you. Okay, scrolling back across my little bitty iPad, I'm now looking for further discussion. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, Crestone did commit to submitting Form 2Bs for each of the OGDP locations within the cap. Does that have to be a condition of approval, or is that assumed? I'm wondering if Ms. Jost can help me out there.
Or AAG Davenport. I think the point is,
whomever.
yeah, I think the point is definitely within the record numerous times, but AAG Davenport, what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Chair. I'd suggest it be stated somewhere in the order approving the cap, and that I think the commission has made its desire clear as to that be included. And so I consider that to be part of the motion approving the cap, and should be in my recommendation is that it should be stated in the order as well, in the written order. I'd also, if I may, Chair, I'm a little bit unclear as to the community engagement for the King and Bijou North locations.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what I heard Crestone say that they would be willing to do is expand beyond maybe what we would typically expect for community engagement in reviewing OGDPs or whatever to, I think what they said was maybe a mile radius from those 2 locations. But I would like clarification that that was what they said they could do. And maybe that's a little more clear.
I see both Mr. Harrington and Ms. Jost. Do either one of you want to elaborate on that point?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I will defer to Mr. Harrington.
Yes, we can commit to notifications within a 1 mile radius of the pad sites.
Commissioner McGowan.
Yep, that would be very much appreciated so folks know what's going on and they know who to contact. And I think hopefully, I think also what I heard you say was there'll be more community engagement as we start tackling each of the OGDPs, and hopefully there'll be some, we'll see some good outreach for those 2 locations.
AAG Davenport, should we have a friendly amendment to our motion and our second along the lines of Commissioner McGowan's negotiated COA?
You're muted, Counselor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. Yes, a formal acknowledgement that the clarification to the additional community engagement that was just discussed should be made part of the motion by both the movement and the seconder, as well as direction that Crestone shall file Form 2Bs with their OGDPs I think if we could have both the movement and the seconder acknowledge those amendments, changes to the motion, that'd be sufficient.
I would recognize the amendment to the condition of approval being community involvement within 1 mile of the King and Bijou locations.
So acknowledged in the second.
Okay, we have a new motion on the table. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Chair, and it doesn't matter to me, I apologize for interrupting, closing the record as well, technically.
Oh, okay. We should probably do a motion to close the record first and then take up the motion that's sitting on the table.
That's fine.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion to close the record by Commissioner Cross. Second to close the record by Commissioner Ackerman. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, now we have the motion to approve the Crestone Box Elder cap with the denoted conditions of approval. I'm not seeing further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you, everybody. Good work today, long day. We will see you at our next meeting. And with that, I would look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.